Overlord Side Story, The Phantom Ship. Translated by Hitori. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. What sort of residence would befit the adamantite ranked adventurer Momon, the highest rank of adventurer, a hero possessing both strength and renown? An elegant mansion that towered over a vast garden. A top-class house furnished with only the finest of furniture. A small, graceful castle possessing both sturdiness and beauty in its construction. It was natural that those sorts of luxurious and gorgeous dwellings were what one would imagine, and that in those residences there would be servants, maids, or workers to attend them. Surely those were the residences that befitted the abilities of an adamantite ranked adventurer. Surely that was the lifestyle that corresponded to their glory, as anyone would agree. You could even say that those who disagreed were wrong. Now if you were to ask what sort of place Momon, Ainz was actually living in, it was a cozy, detached house that was only a little, really only just a little, more expensive than an ordinary person's. It was a house suitable for a family without children. It is a mismatch for you, sir. It's not in a shady part of town, but you couldn't exactly call it a good part either. There are any number of much nicer houses around here. When he rented this house, he had heard these lines over and over again. His guide politely suggested over and over again that he should reconsider, but because of two reasons, Ainz decided on this house. It was about a week after Yaldabaoth's rampage when Panasoliai, the mayor at that time, started introducing properties to him. That was the first reason. Deposit money, an honorarium for the landlord, mediator fees, guarantor money, rent. These weren't the actual names of the fees, just examples, and so on. But when he realized that no matter what house he rented in the city, it would cost him nothing, he could see through what Panasoliai was thinking. I want to put him in my debt, and I want to make it a big one by renting out a stately manor in a good location, and by furnishing him with an appealing, stately manor. I want him to stay in the city for a long time, is what he was thinking. As Ainz, he could just disregard the debt and do as he wished. However, as the hero Momon, he absolutely had to avoid the notoriety of being someone who returns a favor with spite. There was no way he would harm the recognition he had carefully cultivated up till now. Therefore, the result was that even if he were to be indebted, he would make it a small debt. Of course, there was also the option to not be indebted, to not rent a house. However, even Ainz could predict that if he did that, Pana would try to create the debt in another, an even smarter and harder to refuse variety, one that's only obvious in hindsight, form. He could deal with it in this easy-to-understand form right now, creating debt through extremely pragmatic and straightforward methods. If it became an abstract kind of debt, in the form of honor or such, it would become difficult to know what would constitute returning a favor with spite. If it came to that, he would have to cram in all sorts of knowledge, for example, the unwritten rules of the kingdom's noble society, to form countermeasures for it. The other reason was plebeian in nature. I can't relax in such an excessively large house. Or, the utility costs would be ridiculous. Although he had gotten used to his private room in Nazarick, which was more magnificent and luxurious than any structure in the royal capital, Suzuki Satoru's true nature hadn't changed after all. In fact, the first palatial residence he was shown had a magnificent garden where, perhaps through magical means, there was a profusion of flowers in full bloom. Ainz's first thoughts, however, as a man of the common folk, were not beautiful, but a frank, cleaning up fallen leaves and weeding here looks to be a real pain. To begin with, only the truly ordinary folk would think that cleaning a big house would be difficult. This was because people would be employed to do the cleaning in that kind of house. Were he to choose that mansion, and should the subject of hiring gardeners come up in conversation with Panasoliai, there'd be no doubt that the entire process, from recommendations of trustworthy people, salary payments, and more, would be under Pana's control. The portfolio of properties he was introduced to all had an excessive number of rooms and multiple structures that he was puzzled by what they were all used for, but the answer was, of course, for use by the servants. It required a vast number of people to manage an estate and to take care of the master. Even a single round of cleaning required a dozen people. To them, causing trouble for the master was something they must avoid. If anything, there were those who personally undertook the maintenance of their treasure vaults and collections, but then there were many who would leave it to a trustworthy servant. In fact, the regular maids cleaned Ainz' rooms within Nazarick, and Ainz didn't do a lick of cleaning. Even though it was something you would understand if you gave it some thought, the reason why he didn't realize it immediately was probably because it was before the sudden emergence of the being called the Sorcerer King. Around that time there was still a strong remnant of the representative of the common man, though barely, Suzuki Satoru. If it were now, since he had grown accustomed to being waited upon, he might have realized it a little faster. That said, while he might have realized it a little faster, it was more than likely that he wouldn't have. This sort of small house, the one they rented after all that had happened, where Ainz and Nabril took care of everything themselves, wasn't the wrong choice from the perspective of Ainz, who didn't want to let in any outsiders. That notwithstanding, he still could have settled on a place that was a bit bigger. Because even though he was told when he rented this place that the bedroom is so small that it can only fit one bed, he only noticed after the fact that it was a mistake to say that he didn't care about that. He responded that way because, as one would expect, being dragged around to personally view one house after another that didn't provoke even a sliver of interest in him had soured his mood from the mental fatigue. He was thinking, whatever, since I don't need to sleep, I can just give the bedroom to Nabril and go to some other room and read a book, and wouldn't this be my chance to enjoy my free time alone to the fullest? This was followed along with sarcastic comments like, "Bet you wanted to create a big debt, but oh what shame." However, he felt a little uncomfortable with the guide at the time whose expressions read as, "Oh really? So it really is like that." Later on, after thinking about it a little, when he understood why the guide had made that expression, he realized he had made a major blunder. In the eyes of an objective third party, this certainly wouldn't be considered a major error. The common perception of Ainz and Nabril, properly speaking it was Momon and Nabe, was that even if the two of them did have that kind of relationship, it wouldn't be strange. Momon, Ainz, had been taken to one of those kinds of establishments before by people who wanted to bind him to this city. Supplying women was par for the course. But if it were to become known that he had that kind of relationship with Nabe, it would become a strong deterrent against those who would use those sorts of seductive techniques to attain their ends. They would probably think that if they were to try to supply Momon with a woman, she would have superior to Nabe. At the very least she should be able to match Nabe's charms. However, as you know, Nabe was appraised as a woman of unmatched beauty. The trap setters would think twice, and it would also be hard on the woman who was told to go brush aside Nabe and entice Momon. Even if it were a woman who wouldn't lose to Nabe in looks and was confident in her figure, Nabe was an adamantite ranked adventurer. In other words, she was one who was positioned at the pinnacle of violence. It was impossible to steal the man from that kind of woman without feeling dread. Still, to Ainz, who felt like he had been entrusted with his friend's daughter, that type of suspicion on its own was an extremely unpleasant feeling, a blunder. Since they had always shared the same room whenever they took up lodging and without exception, they always chose a room with 2 beds, onlookers might be tempted to ask, "What's with this all of a sudden? 1 room, 2 beds. That much should still be fine." Surely everyone would smile and nod at that. Even if he had told the guide that theirs wasn't that kind of relationship, the guide would just smile along without voicing his real thoughts of, "The hell are you talking about? There's no way you can weasel your way out of this." There wasn't a single word that came to mind that could correct his impression. Honestly, he had even thought of using control amnesia, but he was convinced otherwise by Nabril. That was how things had turned out this way. And with that sequence of events, if you were to ask what Ainz was doing inside the house they were renting, as usual, he was wearing his full plate, more accurately, fluted, armor that was created by magic. As a matter of common sense, one should be relaxing in one's own home. What's more, for someone to be wearing full equipment in the living room was rather insane. Of course, it would be another matter if they were about to head out on a journey, but the luggage to indicate such was not sitting on the table in front of Ainz. Suppose the armor in question were light armor like a chain shirt and one were to take 2, no, maybe 3, steps back, there would probably be some weirdos out there who would find it acceptable. However, the armor Ainz was wearing was full plate, heavy armor. But this was not because Ainz was crazy, he had a proper reason for it. Momon San. While thinking, that still hasn't changed I see, he nodded for Nabe to continue speaking as she was. This is regarding Albedo-sama being at the Adventurers Guild today. Just what sort of matter is it? Today, Ainz didn't delegate to Pandora's actor, and was there himself acting as the hero Momon to meet Albedo at the Adventurers Guild. Since Ainz had only told Nabe that much and had begun getting ready, she had probably been waiting for a chance to raise the question. It was an obvious question from Nabe, who hadn't had anything explained to her yet. There wasn't a single reason he had to keep silent about it to Nabe. Even before that, he had no intention of keeping it a secret. It was just a casual, if I'm asked about it I'll answer, type of thing. If anything, he was feeling a little self-conscious at Nabe's attitude. She wasn't one to make light of Horenso. Following the steps of reporting, informing, and consulting were extremely important. Or in other words, don't spring this on me at the last damn minute. Note: Horenso is a mnemonic for standard Japanese business practices to have smooth lines of communication. It also happens to be the same word for spinach. The three parts are Hukoku report, Rinraku inform/contact, and Suden consult. With the feeling of guilt in his chest and his preparations for the character of Momon complete, Ainz answered. It's in the form of Albedo requesting Momon to investigate the Katsa Plains. A request? Then Momon say. Just for now, I will allow you to call me Ainz. I will also call you Nabe, not Nabe. Thank you very much. Well then, Ainz-sama, has it not been arranged so that Ainz-sama's undercover identity of Momon had become a subordinate of the mighty Sorcerous Kingdom? Nabe's question was probably that it was strange that the Prime Minister of the Sorcerous Kingdom was not giving an order to a subordinate, but a request. Ainz agreed with that. Had been arranged, huh? It had been arranged that Momon would bend the knee so that the Sorcerous Kingdom could rule Irantal peacefully. However, if Momon replied to Albedo with, yes, I understand. Please order me to do anything, it would likely cause Momon's estimation and reputation as an adamantite ranked adventurer to lower. How would listening to the orders of the Sorcerous Kingdom cause Momon's reputation to lower? Asked Nabe, seeming genuinely curious. Fervent loyalty is also a problem at times. Under his helmet, a wry smile rose up on Ainz's face, and he explained. He is not a dog that wags its tail. He's a hero who had no choice but to bow his head. That is the figure of him that I would like for the people of this city to continue to firmly recognize. That means you cannot yet lower his reputation? There's no way I could do that. The character of Momon still has value. No, most likely going forward, the character of Momon will probably become crucial. That goes for you too, Nabe. He did not call her Nabe, but called her by the name of her character in the kingdom. Yes. Momon's companion is a single. The face of Hamsuke suddenly flashed across his mind. A single person. The possibility of the character of Nabe also becoming important hereafter is entirely plausible. And for that reason you must avoid gaining a bad reputation as Nabe as much as possible. You get it right? Nabe. After he heard Nabe's respectful response, Ainz continued. Also take care when Pandora's actor is performing and not me. Pandora's actor fully comprehends the importance of the character Momon, so I don't believe he will make any mistakes, but from the perspective of a third party, they may still notice something. Certainly. Then, after you finish your meeting with Albedo-sama, will Pandora's actor once more return to his usual performance as Momon? For today only, or to be more precise, until the investigation of the Katsa Plains is complete, I intend to remain Momon. Nabe only slightly knitted her brows. Considering you are now better known than before, is it not dangerous for Ainz-sama to proceed towards an unknown, dangerous place while acting as Momon? Will there be bodyguards other than myself to protect your person? No, there won't be. If strong people are around Momon, beings that have the air of Nazarick, then depending on the situation, a person we could have lured and stops being able to be caught. Ones that can be lured in, is it? After a little thought, Narborough raised a question. Is it the people of the theocracy? No, I also can't declare that to be wrong. Anyway, you know about the rumor that there exists a ship that advances across the land in the Katsa Plains, right? Yes, I have heard of it. However, it is only a rumor. In fact, the information from the one person to witness it has no credibility, or something like that. That was it exactly. The rumor of a shadow that looked like a ship had been spotted advancing through the thick fog of the Katsa Plains was enough to pique Ainz's interest to investigate it. There truly wasn't a scrap of detailed information about what sort of ship it was. Because the Katsa Plains were an area where the undead frequently spawned, it was called the Phantom Ship in the Fog. If there had been a large number of sightings, then even though it was a rumor, its credibility would increase. However, there had only been a single sighting. What's more, the one and only witness had already retired from adventuring, and so could not be questioned about it directly. It was precisely because he was a trustworthy adventurer in terms of ability and as a person, he seemed to have been mithril ranked at the time, that whether or not it was true was just barely treated as indeterminate, and would probably have been declared as fabricated if it had come from an adventurer of much lower repute. This was also because the Phantom Ship was not discovered on a follow-up investigation of the place where it was sighted. That's exactly right. It's a story where we can't determine the extent to which it is true or false. A ship being on those plains is too preposterous in the first place. However, Ainz said, that is precisely why we can believe it. Ainz gave his personal opinion to Narborough, who had a curious look on her face. Thinking about it rationally, if his goal was to fool everyone, he could make up any number of much better lies than some ridiculous made-up story. Despite that, he still went with a ship? Even in neighboring countries, the kind of ship that advances across the land, you could even call it a land ship? Things would be different if one had really been used, but that sort of thing could not be confirmed to have existed even in the historical records. Have you ever told a lie that you knew everyone would doubt? Where is the merit in that? It was also possible that he had just wanted to tell some grandiose lie. Storytellers borrowing the power of alcohol were everywhere. Ainz had also seen people who couldn't differentiate between a little mischief and unfunny pranks. However, that adventurer went out of his way to report it to the guild as an eyewitness account. Would a mithril-ranked adventurer tell such a huge, self-destructive lie there? And so, Ainz-sama considers the rumor to be true? Exactly. Of course, he may have just mistaken it for something else. B. Brock? What was it again? Well, whatever. Whether or not it was an actual ship aside, he was talking about what he himself really saw, or believes that he saw. And if we go on the assumption that it actually exists, I'm looking at it with a strong suspicion that it is a golem, though I have also considered that it might be a magic item. Unless it's a result of the undead and a magic item coming together, a variant of the Phantom Ship where the flying ship, a magical item, crashed and its crew continued to operate it after becoming undead. Note, Ainz is trying to recall the word. Rock Inspector/Bow. A flying ship, you say? Does that mean exactly as the words imply? A ship that flies through the sky? Her eyes were darting around as she asked the question. Perhaps she felt it was too much of a leap in logic. This was a reasonable question, because he had taken that much into consideration based off a single eyewitness report. If you thought about it logically, it would be common to surmise the adventurer had mistaken something else for a ship. It was also entirely plausible that the adventurer actually had some sort of reason to make up that tall tale. It was weirder to have believed the story and to even have considered what it might have been like Ainz had. That said, since things were being considered in Ainz's frame of mind, the adventurer's story was likely to be true. Indeed. I also don't know, and have never even heard rumors about one, but if it's this world then it wouldn't be strange at all if that sort of thing could be made. He hadn't ever seen or heard about one even during the age of Yggdrasil. However, in this world, it wouldn't even be that unusual if one could be made. Although Yggdrasil had a high degree of freedom, it was still nevertheless impossible to do things that were outside of the bounds of the game system. However, in this world the development of new magics that couldn't be done in the game was being carried out. Therefore, It would not be odd even if the inhabitants of this world independently developed things that were not in Yggdrasil. For example, the spell called Floating Board that carried Ainz and Nabe to the royal capital. Wouldn't it be possible to make even a huge structure float if that spell were applied to it? Ainz even pondered if it's possible for him to have an idea that hadn't yet occurred to a new worlder. Although he was uneducated, Ainz still knew of another world's common sense, civilization, and the fruits of its technology. That was precisely why he held that suspicion, because he had the foundation to consider the possibility of it occurring. Though if he made a single misstep, all his theories about the phantom ship might just be called the delusions of a madman. Ainz recalled his thoughts when he heard about the ship. Assuming that what had been spotted was either a golem or a magic item, the greatest merit to it taking the form of a ship was its carrying capacity. Additionally, if you could divert the expertise of sailing a normal ship as is, then it seemed possible to rein in the costs of everything from its piloting and management to its production and operation. Still, that such a convenient thing like hadn't appeared meant that either the world had not come up with the idea yet, there were technological hurdles that prevented it from being produced, or that it had been produced but was a military secret and thus its existence was being concealed. If the reason was that it was made by a distant country and crashed on the Katsa plains on its maiden voyage, and since then the project was frozen, then there are no inconsistencies so far. Also, this is a world where monsters roam the skies. Making something big like a ship might be even more dangerous since it would stand out even from far away. He had even considered that training people who used monsters like wyverns, hippogriffs, griffins, and so on had a better cost-performance ratio. Nonetheless, all of these were just the wild ideas Ainz had considered and couldn't form the basis of the phantom ship being real. However, it was also premature to conclude that the eyewitness report was just a lie or a case of mistaken identity, and declare that an investigation into the matter was unnecessary. The Katsa Plains had become the territory of the Sorcerous Kingdom. Regardless of whether or not it had been a ship, and if it actually existed or not, he had to shut down any possibility that there was an unidentified something wandering around his territory. At first, he had thought of sending Cocytus or Demiurge. However, that would be difficult to do. No matter what he tried, he couldn't find time in Demiurge's schedule. No, if Ainz said something, Demiurge would find time, but it would be awkward. It would be the same as a boss going up to one of his hard-working employees and saying, "Drop what you're doing and come help me move into my new place," or, "Drop what you're doing and come keep me company." As expected of Ainz-sama. To have considered things that far ahead, doing so means that you have some reason to conclude that it is a golem? While holding up his fingers, Ainz explained his reasoning. Yes, to begin with, we'll assume the 4 patterns that could be considered for its true identity. A land ship that doesn't require magic power to operate, the magic item flying ship, a normal ship turning into an undead, and a ship-shaped golem. While curling the fingers he held up, Ainz continued. First, the land ship. Just as I said a moment ago, even poring over all the history books didn't uncover any records of something like that having ever existed. The same goes for the flying ship. The normal ship. I don't know if inanimate objects can be turned into undead, but either way I cannot imagine there being a normal ship this far inland. There are no nearby lakes or rivers, and there are no indications that this area was once an ocean. Brimming with confidence, Ainz slightly bent his pinky finger last, and concluded. Then it must be a golem. This one can move around autonomously, and won't be randomly assaulted by the undead. But because of that we can't absolutely say for sure that it didn't drift in from somewhere else. On top of arriving at it by the process of elimination, the basis for his conclusion was the extremely weak. We can't say for certain it's not. But Nabe didn't appear to have any doubts about his reasoning and whispered. As expected of Ainz-sama. The undead hated the living and attacked them. For example, assuming the flying ship, considered just a moment ago, actually existed, a crew would be necessary to operate it. If living people were on board, the undead would smell or sense them somehow and come to attack them. On that point, a being that moved via false life like a golem wouldn't be regarded as a target for attack by an undead with no intelligence of its own. And if we assume it is a golem, it implies the existence of a power which is capable of the large-scale creation of golems in this land or its vicinity. This is the reason for the character of Momon being put to use here. If this power is hostile towards or feels threatened by the Sorcerous Kingdom, they may be attempting to make friendly contact with Momon, who swore an unwanted oath of obedience to the Sorcerer King. Even in the event they had a pro-Sorcerous Kingdom position, they would still peacefully converse when the other party is Momon, who is under the control of the Sorcerous Kingdom. This is how Ainz can proceed safely, by using Momon rather than the Sorcerous Kingdom. If they assumed there was a power that possessed unknown technology in their territory, it was necessary to be on their guard. I don't believe that sort of power exists in this area. I guess. I certainly could be worrying too much. However, as an almost entirely unlikely possibility, Ainz also considered it might be the case of something that was left behind by a player. There were many ways that one was able to play Yggdrasil. Almost everyone who played went adventuring like Ainz and his friends, but among the rest were people who solely engaged in agriculture. There were even people who worked and earned in-game money by traveling with other players and filming their battles. There was also a constant demand for meme equipment makers, people who made equipment with weird effects that were produced through some gimmick, and equipment that had images and sound effects incorporated into them, such as the famous Sababan sword and its derivatives, were beloved by some people. Note, this is possibly a reference to Zubaban, a swordsman character from the manga Violence Jack by influential and prolific manga artist Nagai Go, of Devilman fame. Among the meme equipment videos that Ainz had watched, there was even one where a player doing the Man of the Sea pose crossed his arms and glared at the camera while yelling. T had activated an effect where an image of a ship flying a big catch flag along with raging waves appeared. Note, the Man of the Sea pose appears to consist of having one leg propped up on a cleat, the thing you tie your boat to at the dock, resting an arm on it, leaning forward and gazing out over the sea. Someone who'd seen that would naturally think, no way. Even Ainz thought the odds it was a player wouldn't leave the realm of fantasy. But on the off chance that it wasn't just his imagination, it would mean that the shadow of a player had fallen over this land. He was determined to clear this matter up even if he had to use his own body as bait, though it was incredibly lame that the cause of his determination was a meme video that Touch Me had told him to. Watch this, it's good. It might even be the case that a power so distant that we haven't gathered any information on them has chosen this land for their practical use experiments for a new model of golem. If they are able to use teleportation spells like Gate, it would be entirely plausible to implement something like that. For example, if Ainz found himself in a situation where he was without Nazarick and he had to confirm Gargantua's full combat abilities, he would also probably choose to carry it out in a far-off, distant place where the impact would be as minimal as possible. Whatever I can do, my opponent can too. That way of thought was one of the major pillars that made up Ainz's behavioral principles. Certainly, it is exactly as you say. Assuming it is a golem, I would like to capture it if possible, because I want it to be connected to the expansion of our battle power. Therefore, even if we are able to discover it, refrain from attacking it immediately. Understood. If it is a golem, what should we do in the event we confirm the existence of someone issuing orders to it nearby, or that it's a magic item with crew inside? I can't decide until the time comes. The feeling of wanting to steal it even if he had to kill was strong, but the organization their opponent belonged to was unknown. They didn't have any information at this stage, and antagonizing them would be the height of folly. Nonetheless, in those cases we will strongly push our assertion that the Katsa Plains are under the control of the Sorcerous Kingdom, capture them, and then negotiate with their organization. After that, we'll probably end up returning them. Returning them? It can't be helped. In a state of insufficient data, I don't want to make an enemy of our opponent, even if they're a small-scale operation. If it's another country, we would move out in force if they were moving around the Sorcerous Kingdom's territory and acting like they owned the place. Even then, in a situation where we don't have information on the opponent, we would have to pull back. Well, we can draw out the negotiations, and we just have to investigate during that time. I can just leave all that to Albedo. Those kinds of negotiations were impossible for Ainz. Therefore, he just had to leave it up to someone who could. Understood. Then is it alright to say that it is necessary to deal with them so as to not cause too much damage? That's... Just as Ainz was about to agree, a fierce knocking repeatedly reverberated from the front door. Narborough furrowed her brows in displeasure at the sound of the fierce repeated strikes that had neither restraint nor patience. This was the first time a person who knocked that noisily at the door of the home of the adamantite ranked adventurers Momon and Nabe had come. Calm down, Nabe. I know exactly how they feel. Ainz directed Narborough, who lightly bowed her head to show that she understood, to guide their visitor to the living room, where they were right now. The one who Narborough brought back with her was the person whom Ainz had expected to see, a receptionist from the Adventurers Guild. There was no look of surprise on her face upon seeing Ainz in his full equipment in the living room of his own home. No, she probably didn't have the time for that. She repeated her ragged breaths and couldn't speak. Her face was beet red, and her forehead was soaked in sweat. She had probably sprinted here at full speed, at a level that surpassed her own limits. He urged her to take a seat and compose herself, but she didn't seem to show signs of recovering. Ainz considered the distance from the guild and understood that it couldn't be helped that an ordinary woman would end up like that. Honestly, why didn't you send an adventurer if you were around there? He thought. Nabe, please bring her some water. The receptionist raised a hand to try and stop her, but Narborough completely ignored her and left the room. As Narborough, rather than saying she agreed with Momon's suggestion, her attitude was that Ainz's orders were overwhelmingly more important than the desires of some mere receptionist. When the receptionist had drunk the water that Narborough brought and returned to her senses, she finally began to state her business. I was ordered by the Prime Minister of the Sorcerous Kingdom Albedo-sama to summon Momon. I beg of you, please come with me. So that's why she didn't rely on an adventurer, huh? Ainz realized, and then wondered, why would she order the receptionist to do it? However, he couldn't come up with an answer. There was no way Ainz could come up with an answer for how far ahead a wise person like Albedo had considered their speech. It seemed that Ainz's pondering had been taken the wrong way. The receptionist looked somewhat unwell. Maybe it was because she had sprinted all the way as fast as she could. Or maybe she was thinking about her fear of Albedo, about what would happen to her if Momon didn't come. Ainz answered the entreaty-tinged call of the receptionist as expected. Let's go right away. In fact, as there was no need for them to get ready, they were able to leave right away. Seeing that, the receptionist breathed a sigh of relief. They parted ways in front of the house. Ainz and Nabe then headed for the Adventurers Guild. At first, they tried to go together with the receptionist, but she was extremely exhausted and unable to stand on her own 2 feet. It seemed like she would need to take a while to recover. That was when the receptionist said, I'm afraid of keeping the Prime Minister of the Sorcerous Kingdom Albedo-sama waiting, or rather, I'm scared. They accepted her reasonable suggestion for them to leave her here and go on ahead, and that was how it ended up with the two of them going together. Ainz started whispering something to himself over and over again. Before long the guild came into view. 4 Death Knights were standing in front of the guild. He had thought there might be a group of rubberneckers burning with curiosity and forming a human fence. Instead, the street was shrouded in an air of emptiness, without a single soul in sight. Just how much was Albedo? No, in this case he supposed it was the Sorcerous Kingdom. Feared? I wonder if walking around with angels and such in tow ever since I became the Sorcerer King was a major blunder. Would that be even more terrifying since I'm undead? Advancing past the Death Knights, Ainz and Nabe opened the guild's door. Upon entering, the first thing they saw was Albedo. She was in her usual attire and standing in front of the reception desk. Along the walls were 2 Death Knights serving as Albedo's retinue. Of course, there was probably something else concealed that was fulfilling the role of her actual bodyguard. Though Ainz, who hadn't pursued any rogue-type classes, couldn't say for sure. On the other side of the counter was a receptionist who seemed to be keeping Albedo company while she waited. Obviously, this was a different person than the one who had come to summon Ainz. But her relief from seeing Ainz enter the building crumbled her stiffened expression a little. Standing next to her was the guild leader, Pluton Ainz, wearing the same expression. That took him back. It had probably been since the time he went to the Empire that he had seen him. No, Pandora's actor dressed as Momon probably saw him much more often. "You're late." Ainz exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders at Albedo's voice, which had a sharpness to it. "I had intended to hurry here as fast as I could. If you don't want to wait, then secure an appointment for a face-to-face meeting." You could see the faces of the receptionist and Ainz stiffen. My, that's quite the attitude there. Taking that attitude with your own client, does it come from the pride you feel as one of the few adamantite ranked adventurers? Client? It seems that the Prime Minister of the Sorcerous Kingdom Kaka isn't aware of the situation. For the majority of requests that don't require urgency, the guild will send in an investigation team. In addition to that, they will determine what rank of job it is. Adventurers move out after that. In other words, even if you bring in a request, it doesn't mean that it's already decided that I'll accept it. This is a designated request. Again? You seem displeased. However, you have no right to refuse. Within this city, within the Empire, wherever it may be, all the adventurers' guilds have been placed under the control of the Sorcerous Kingdom. Know that the states, no Ainz-sama's words take priority over anything else. No. If it were an order of the state I would understand, but you really don't have to prioritize my opinions that much, you know. Ainz' true character seemed like it was going to slip out unconsciously, and with great effort he managed to keep it in check. He didn't have the leeway to think about pointless things like that. If he did, then all the lines he had taken great pains to memorize would escape from his head. I convey the words from His Majesty the Sorcerer King. Proceed to the Katsa Plains and unravel the mystery of the ship that exists within the fog. I permit you to be choked up with tears of gratitude from receiving this imperial order. I refuse. Ainz and the receptionist turned pale at Ainz' immediate response. Oh dear. Albedo smiled cheerfully. It was a smile beautiful enough to make even Ainz feel a little afraid. I said just a moment ago that you don't have the right to refuse, didn't I? Did I not? As I asked earlier, are you being conceited because His Majesty the Sorcerer King sees value in you? Or are you getting cocky? Which is it, I wonder? Would you tell me? I certainly did bend the knee to the Sorcerer King. There's a problem if you think I can be conveniently used just because of that. And while at first you were saying that this was a designated request, you just said imperial order. Right? Now then, let me ask you. Which is it? Of course, if we judge from the back and forth of our conversation, the Sorcerer King issued a command. You tried to get me to accept it by framing it in the form of a request. But is that truly what all this is about? Really? You're not trying to pull some petty trick because you wanted to create a precedent. The precedent of the Sorcerer King issuing an order and me going into action, are you? Ainz and Albedo silently stared at each other. Momon, even after being told that the adventurers' guilds have been placed under the control of the Sorcerous Kingdom, you would still take that attitude? What? Oh, come on. I don't need that kind of alibi. Ainz was flustered, but he was careful not to reveal his thoughts. Fine. Without waiting for Ainz' reply, Albedo gave a mysterious nod. What should I do? Ainz studied her demeanor, but she was giving off the impression that she had tossed the conversational ball to him. There was the faint sound of fabric rubbing against skin. The silence had been so great that even such sounds were audible. Ainz was the one to break it. Of course, Ainz himself didn't want to be the one to do it, but he had no other choice. If you make a formal request to the guild and offer a suitable reward, there's no doubt that I will accept the request. However, as a matter of course, I will have you promise not to harm the people of this city while I am away. There's no problem with the latter. There will be no meaningless harm to a human so long as they haven't committed any crimes. They are His Majesty the Sorcerer King's precious property, after all. Then I'll have you deposit the established amount with the guild. By doing that I will specifically, that's right, I will specifically undertake the Sorcerer King's order in the form of a designated request. Receptionist. I'm not confident that I can hand over an appropriate sum right now. I wonder if this will be sufficient? One of the Death Knights stepped forward and plopped down a leather pouch on the counter. The sound of coins rattling together could be heard. I'll get ready. I doubt the Prime Minister of the Sorcerous Kingdom would show up with anything less than the prescribed amount. Guild leader, please gather all the information pertaining to the Katsuplanes as quickly as you can. That's right. Let this matter be done promptly. It's not good to make His Majesty wait for even 1 second, worker. Now that's... Ainz stopped the shouting Ainz back with his hand. He wouldn't let him say anything more. I swear on my name that I will do it. Ainz turned around and walked out. It goes without saying, but this was all set up by Albedo. The flow of events from beginning to end had all been properly decided beforehand. Though Albedo's ad-libbing was a bit much, Ainz had completely memorized the lines he was given. The existence of Momon must not be seen as the dog of the Sorcerous Kingdom. The Sorcerer King must not be thought of as his master and owner. That was precisely why it was necessary to put on this kind of act. Because he was talking while desperately trying to remember his lines, Ainz's tempo might have been a little slow, but there was no indication that anyone felt like something was off. He didn't really understand why Ainz had shouted like that, but that was precisely why he didn't want any more weird ad-libbing. The next time we do something like this, let's prepare some notes that we could read. Well, I'd still need time to read them even if I prepared ahead. Chapter 1. The open field referred to as the Katsuplanes lay between the kingdom and the empire. From the kingdom's perspective it stretched out to their southeast, and from the empire's perspective it was to their southwest. It was well known because it was not inhabited by humans, or any other form of life. Beyond being the battlefield for the yearly clashes between the kingdom and the empire, it was also known as a cursed land where the undead frequently spawned. It was believed that there was a high likelihood of undead spawning in places where many people had died. Hence, undead being spotted spontaneously spawning, wandering about, and trying to kill the living were not a rare occurrence on the sites of battlefields. Now then, if you were to ask if all battlefields were described as cursed, the answer would be no. There was a particular reason for the Katsuplanes being referred to as cursed. It was as if the plains possessed a will of its own, an evil one that was an ally to the undead. Although the plains were almost entirely flat land, there were some slight undulations to it. Still, you wouldn't be able to look out over it. This was due to the light fog that settled over the entire plains throughout the year. Furthermore, the fog never faded. It remained regardless of weather, temperature, or season. It was as if the Katsuplanes were concealing the undead in a protective embrace. Just about the only times the fog would lift was during the battles between the kingdom and the empire. It was also during those periods that appearances of the undead abruptly halted. Yes, it was as if the land itself was preparing to welcome the new war dead. No, that might have been exactly what was happening. They've got some nerve to even think about waging war in a place like that. It was only natural that other countries would hold the kingdom and the empire in contempt. They were giving bodies to the cursed land like they were just tossing logs on a fire, or like a bird feeding its chicks. However, even ignoring the matter of the undead, there were no other places that better fit the geographical requirements for the two armies to square off. Likewise, they couldn't ignore the danger of another place winding up as a cursed land like the Katsuplanes should they have fought somewhere else, created heaps of bodies, and shed rivers of blood. And yet, the problems didn't end there. If the undead were to be continually ignored, there was a tendency for stronger undead to spawn. As a matter of fact, there were exceedingly few undead that wandered out of the fog, and there were practically no examples of them inflicting harm to be found. Conversely, if the undead that spawned there kept accumulating inside the fog, it meant that in the long run, it would become a breeding ground for powerful undead to appear. Powerful undead were likely to possess high intelligence, unlike the lower-ranking rabble that continued to instinctively remain in the fog, so they might venture outside of the Katsuplanes to kill the living whom they so hate. The ones who'd be assaulted before anyone else would be the countries that bordered the Katsuplanes, which included both the kingdom and the empire. It was clear as day that the two countries who kept stoking the coals would be condemned by the various surrounding nations that had suffered harm, even if the two countries directly involved in creating this state of affairs avoided any harm themselves. Hence, the kingdom and the empire decided to jointly establish a city for the express purpose of suppressing the undead. Funds from the temples also flowed into the city. This itself was the reason why adventurers were not permitted to freely use healing magic, as most of the remuneration, including offerings provided for other clerical services, a priest received when they used healing magic was poured into this city. That was why any competition with the priests was a nuisance. That sort of city was naturally built near the Katsa Plains. A city that was not in any way affiliated with either nation, while still receiving funding from both of them. Thus it was a city on the front lines of fighting the undead and protecting the living. It was called the Free City of Vadis. The scale of this city wasn't anything grand. Its population was also shockingly small. However, ever vigilant of an undead assault, the city was surrounded by sturdy walls. Sheets of copper had been installed inside of them that were suitable for the strategic base of the Katsa Plains undead suppression efforts. There were also all sorts of people who possessed the skills to fight the undead. The influence and power of every sort of temple were present. There were also adventurers, a squad of knights from the empire, mercenaries, and so on. The doors of that city were engraved with a great variety of holy symbols. Among them were the symbols of the four greater deities, earth, wind, and fire, filled water, which were the most worshipped in the kingdom and the empire, as well as those of their affiliated lesser deities. Said doors opened slightly and the figures of a group of men appeared. Beyond the doors lie the reddish-brown, as if blood had been mixed into very soil, vast lands of the Katsa Plains that filled the entire landscape outside of the city. If you breathed in the fog of the plains, the faintly wafting stench of a graveyard, damp earth, mold, and death would cause your nose to twitch. The sky hung low. It was as if the clouds that should have been high in the sky had aimed for the surface of the earth and come crashing down. You would feel that way precisely because the boundary line between the fog and the clouds was non-existent. That white world filled the sky, while the surface was dominated by the reddish-brown landscape. Still, the group stepped through the gate without hesitation, and into that alien place. There were 10 in total, which was by no means a small number of personnel for heading out into the Katsa Plains, but it wasn't a large number either. Not only were they without horses or other mounts, but they also had no sumpters either. The reason for this was that a portion of the undead possessed the ability to instill fear in animals, and having to deal with horses running amok depending on what type of undead you were squaring off against made them a liability. Horses would also freak out when attacked by the undead, and having to split up all available hands to deal with that would be no laughing matter. Of course, because there were undead that possessed the ability to instill fear in all living things, be they horse or man, it was difficult to conclude if it was better to use horses or not. However, we could say that between a horse running off in the wrong direction in an all-out sprint and a not particularly strong person doing the same, the latter would be far easier to catch. Therefore, if they were unable to use magical beasts, it was normal for those who set foot onto the Katsa Plains to hire people who would become carriers. Carriers, as the name implied, were people who carried food, water, and other supplies necessary to sustain life. Even though the Free City of Vadis was able to produce food and water through magic for the time being, accounting for a state of emergency, such as dead or injured magic casters, it was natural to have those things transported from the outside. Also, being able to communicate in a crisis was a major reason for the carriers to exist. The group took a formation of 2 people in front, 2 at the rear, and the remaining 6 in the middle. 4 of the 6 were carriers with their large packages. Excluding the workers, one of the 2 other people in the middle was an inspector. The job of an inspector was to count the number of undead defeated on the Katsa Plains and to guarantee that the corresponding subjugation fee was properly paid. Most inspectors were retired adventurers, former nobility, or those who were unable to inherit the family title of the empire and the kingdom, and priests. Their formation was such that you could even say they were divided into 3 different groups, which at first glance you might think they didn't get along given how far apart they were from each other. But there was a good reason for this. It was because they were on guard for area of effect attacks from spells like Fireball and skills like Aura of Fear. Of course, if they opened up too much distance between them, they would wind up in a situation where the other two groups wouldn't be able to help them the next time they were attacked. Ascertaining the correct distance was a tough balancing act, but the people who made a living in this land were accustomed to it. And if a knowledgeable person were to look at them, they would instantly be able to tell who the strongest people in the group were. Naturally, it was those covering the front and back, the vanguard and the rearguard. However, they weren't the only ones. There's no way there wasn't someone in the middle who could buy some time during an attack. Therefore, it wouldn't be a mistake to think there were 1 or 2 people like that deployed to the middle. In fact, 5 people in this party were famous workers. Workers. The word referred to people who had quit being adventurers, or those who sought even greater freedom. Normally, the guild took responsibility for all job requests, investigated them, and assigned them to those they considered the appropriately ranked adventurers. In other words, it meant that the first step in determining whether the job request was proper was the guild's investigation. Because of this, all dangerous work, job requests related to criminal activity, was firmly rejected. For example, the guild would do everything in its power to block jobs like procuring plants that were used in the production of narcotics from being accepted. Furthermore, the guild also rejected job requests that destroyed the balance of an ecosystem. They wouldn't head to a certain forest and kill the monster that stood at the top of the ecosystem there. This was to avoid the collapse of the power balances that came from killing the said monster, which could result in other monsters beginning to make frequent appearances outside of the forest. Naturally, if the apex monster came out of the forest and disturbed people's peace, that would be a different matter. To sum it up, they were like heroes. However, there was no way the world would run only on those pretty ideals. Among them, some desired wealth more than anything. Some sought greater rewards for greater risks. There were even those who just enjoyed killing monsters. Rather than pursuing the side of light, they chose to seek darkness. The people who couldn't make it as proper adventurers, faced with both derision and caution from others, workers. However, not all of the workers were like that. Suppose there was a boy in a certain village who had a serious injury. Would an adventurer who just happened by that village use healing magic to heal the boy's injury? Yes or no? The answer would be no. This was because the use of healing magic without the prescribed fees, i.e. to provide it for free, was forbidden by the adventurer's rules. Generally, healing magic was performed under the jurisdiction of the temples, and the spells would be cast in exchange for an offering. The temples would lose their livelihoods if adventurers did it for free. For this reason, the temples had firmly directed the Adventurers Guild to ensure such practices did not occur. If one could not accept this guild rule, there was no choice other than to become a worker. Upon hearing this description, one might think of the temples as evil organizations. Still, it was precisely because the temples were able to secure funds through this practice that they could remain independent from politics and work for the sake of the people. Furthermore, through these funds, the temples could use their influence to train more priests. It seemed that these funds also flowed into the operating funds of the free city of Vadis. Thus, everything had not only a pretty but also a dirty side to it. The same was true for the workers. For example, even if the workers overharvested medicinal plants for the sake of profit, it could benefit the people by lowering the price of medicine. Of course, there weren't many who wanted to become workers from the get-go. This was because workers did not enjoy the protections of the guild, so it was necessary for them to take care of everything themselves. Because of this, there were cases where a lack of intel led to deaths, and there were many cases of former adventurers dying within a year of becoming a worker. However, this party was different. A few years had already passed since they had formed a team. This worker team's leader was Antwali, a brawny man. Anyone who saw him would have that impression. He appeared to stand about 2 meters tall, but what caught one's eye was not only his height, it was his entire body. He was thick everywhere you looked. His chest, arms, legs, and his neck. From that physique, one would be inclined to believe that he had the blood of other species mixed in, but he was in fact pure human. He just happened to have been blessed with a burly body and exceptional physical abilities. It was not that the wild features peeking out from under his helmet were repulsive, but they gave the impression that there was something bestial about him that put people who saw his face on guard. He wore an unusual suit of armor, a breastplate that had the head of a howling wolf jutting out, from under which what was either a surcoat or chain mail that dangled down to his feet. His arms were fitted with a repulsive pair of gauntlets, undoubtedly magic items, that looked like they had been made by tearing off the skin of some kind of beast. In his right hand, he held a footman's flail whose kissin, the head of the shorter part of a flail, was grim, metallic, and covered in spikes. "What's going on up ahead?" Antwali, staring straight ahead as if he could see through the light fog, called out to the man next to him. He wasn't asking about the tens of meters up ahead that were obscured by the fog. He was asking about what lay even farther ahead, over 100 meters, where it would be impossible for any ordinary person to see because of the fog. There are no silhouettes of undead. Let's keep moving ahead as we are. You're not getting any dangerous vibes either, right, Antwali? Bunes, the man who was asked, answered. Though he was clearly a man, his face was so slender and well-proportioned that you might even mistake him for a woman. The two of them lined up together would give you the impression that you were looking at a real-life Beauty and the Beast. It was as if there was noble blood flowing through those refined features. He wore gray leather armor that had tufts of golden fur mixed in here and there. In one hand he held a bow that was as tall as he was. There were only 2 arrows in his quiver, but even the size of the arrows themselves was abnormal. They were more like spears than arrows, and that was the reason for his nickname. Long Spear. Yeah, I'm not feeling anything like that. All right. Then there aren't any doubts, right? By the way, we're good with not changing the plan, right? For the time being, we'll head for the place we initially planned on, Broken Tower 1, mop up the area around it, and call it a day, right? The Broken Towers were a series of towers that had crumbled and were scattered around the vast Katsa plains. There were a total of 7, that had been confirmed at any rate, of these crumbled towers on the plains. They were assigned the numbers 1 to 7 based on how close they were to the Free City and were used in place of landmarks. Because the towers had been reinforced by others so that they could be used as places to hole up in case of an emergency, securing a safe zone at the outset of an expedition by clearing out the undead in the area surrounding Broken Tower 1 had become the foundation step for exploring the plains. After that, we make it our base camp, do a large-scale cleanup of the surrounding area, and with that, this hunt is over? You won't change your mind on that? Broken Tower 1, as one would expect, was named as such because it was the closest to the city. Due to the frequent undead suppression that was performed in the area around it, there probably wouldn't be any strong undead around. However, since it could not be said that undead would not wander out of the interior of the plains, the hinterlands the hunters were not patrolling meant you couldn't just let your guard down. It was precisely because the undead, unlike magical beasts, had had no concept of the word territory. It was a given that several teams of workers and adventurers would cooperate to form a larger team to explore the distant Broken Towers, numbers 4 to 7. Hence, with so few members this time, heading for the distant towers was rather unreasonable. Yeah. It won't change no matter how many times you ask. As you know, this time the negotiations dragged right up to the last minute, but we're unable to get any of the other teams to partner up with us. That being the case, sorry if you feel our compensation sucks, but this time I'm bringing our hunt to an end in this area. Going too far and would be dangerous. Bunes squinted his eyes. His face was so well proportioned that some could consider this expression frightening. No. Perhaps it was better to say that this expression better suited the seriousness of a first-rate worker. Though, from the perspective of Anwali, it was an expression that gave him peace of mind. The interior is dangerous? Is that something your intuition told you? Or is that just common sense? Relax. It's not intuition. When Anwali said that, Bunes' countenance crumbled and his usual handsome looks returned. It was an appearance that said neither carelessness, complacency, nor relief dominated his inner thoughts. However, from Antwali's perspective, it wasn't a good expression either. After all, they were in a danger zone. That said, Antwali understood how he felt. It was one of the reasons why this team had survived so far. It was Antwali's intuition at work. It could feel for malicious things with a rather high probability. Perhaps it was an ability whose origin lay in some superpower that he had been born with. It was thanks to this ability that Antwali had an outstanding aptitude for preventing an enemy's surprise attack before it could happen. It was wholly due to this that he, who had no skills related to reconnaissance, was walking in the vanguard with Ainz, an experienced ranger, as his fail-safe. Then before he could finish speaking, a loud angry voice came flying from behind them. Antwali! There's an undead reaction coming from ahead. It feels like low rank. In an instant, tension ran through the party, or rather through the people in the middle. Though it was said that it was a low-ranked undead, that was only from the perspective of workers like them. Even if they were mentally prepared to encounter the undead when setting foot onto these plains, the carriers were still only slightly stronger than the average person. Even if magic could ward against fear effects, it couldn't completely erase the fear that welled up from within. Antwali and Ainz exchanged glances and saw each other's grim faces, as if to ask what the little back and forth about how "there's no undead" or "there's no danger" was all about. This wasn't the time to be embarrassed. Since what was shouted was likely to become a source of doubt in their abilities for those who heard it, they wanted to grumble that. "We wanted you to secretly and quietly say that to just the two of us." However, it was a mistake to expect something so tactful from the man who shouted, especially when the undead were involved. The one who had shouted was Candilan Galian. He was one of the two in the rearguard. An expert at slaying the undead, he was a priest and warrior, and his class was Undead Buster. His sturdy physique that rivaled Antwali's was covered in full plate armor. He even wore a full-face helmet, and in his hand was a large mace. The head of the weighty mace was fashioned in the shape of the holy symbol of his god. This is what he used to pulverize the heads of the undead. That's the kind of priest he was. Normally, undead detection wouldn't work on these plains. This was because the very fog enshrouding the plains itself gave off an undead reaction. When that type of ability was activated, an undead reaction would be detected coming from every direction at once. However, for those who had the class of Undead Buster, who continued to fight the undead while simultaneously serving the gods they believed in, that zeal to slay the undead took the form of magic which could even pierce through the fog of this accursed land. Therefore, the detection spells Candilan used were strengthened so that he was able to perceive the undead even inside this fog. "Our eyes can't see it, Ainz? What do you think?" "As I said just a moment ago, there are no silhouettes of undead up ahead." Ainz moved his head so he could look up into the sky above them. "It's the same up above. I'm not getting the sense that anything's moving around up there." It was difficult to get visual confirmation of an incorporeal undead that wasn't moving around, but that didn't mean it was absolutely impossible to do so. It wouldn't be strange for Ainz's powers of perception to catch hold of something if it was there. If that was the case, it seemed more likely for it to be something that was completely outside of his field of vision. "Then, I guess it's an invisible undead, or one that's hiding underground. If that's how it is, then it's entirely possible. Else it would be an undead who's more proficient at stealth than I am, I guess? It's not like there aren't any of those around, after all. In that case, everyone come here." When Antwali shouted out to the rest of the group behind them, the entire team assembled. "Good grief. You knew we were gonna call you over. You could have just quietly given your warning after you got here. I swear. Antwali, you know that can't be helped. Candilan's just that kind of person." Ainz thought the aim of Candilan loudly shouting from the rear was on purpose. By making it known that an enemy encounter was close at hand, he could warn their non-worker traveling companions and force them to steel themselves for combat. Antwali, however, didn't see things that way. He enjoys fighting the undead, and there's no doubt that sort of thing completely slipped his mind, was what Antwali believed. A man wearing whole-body full-plate armor, like Candilan, silently walked up to them. He held a large shield called a tower shield and a mace. On his back was strapped a spear, which gave the impression that it had seen better days. If Antwali was the sword of this team, then he, Dietz Elderwood, was the shield. He had high defensive abilities due to his sturdy equipment, and on top of that, he was an outstanding warrior who could use holy powers. He was different from a paladin, who served a religion and its righteous laws. He was a crusader, one who strove towards his own holiness, his own righteousness. Since a crusader prioritized their own sense of justice more than the law, they occasionally drew trouble on themselves, but Dietz was fundamentally a man of innate goodness. You could even say that having to agree that the things he did were reasonable was in and of itself a problem. If that weren't the case, or if he was inferior in ability, Antwali probably would have made him the one left holding the bag if it came down to it. Ha ha, no, coming this far with no breaks tiring. Saul an old unk with no endurance can do to keep up with you young uns. The last one to appear was Invario, a man who always had something to complain about. Being in his late 40s, he was also the oldest member of this worker team. He had a 5 o'clock shadow and unappealing looks. He hid his thinning hair under a hood, but if he took it off he would look even more pathetic, and a lot of people would probably look down on him. However, his equipment was excellent. A yellow robe without a single speck of dirt on it, and a staff with 4 faintly shining yellow gems set in its tip. All of them held mana great enough that even an ordinary person could perceive it. The plain silver ring he wore on his finger, in particular, had enough mana in it that it could be seen with the naked eye. So much mana was emanating off the ring that it appeared to be vibrating. His aptitude with arcane magic was first class, as he could even use magic of the 4th tier. On the other hand, though not to say that it was the price he paid for those skills, his physical abilities were not very high. Rather, they were considerably low. They were likely on the level of a fledgling adventurer. Howling Wolf, Antwali, the warrior. Long Spear, Bunez, the ranger cum archer. Candylon Galeon, the divine magic caster cum warrior. Dietz Underwood, the crusader. Exhausted old man. Invario, the arcane magic caster. These 5 people were the members of the worker team. Fist. Now then, I believe you've all heard, but there was a report from Candylon that he had an undead response. However, Bunez and I didn't see anything. We considered the possibility that it was invisible or hiding underground, but is there anything else you can think of, Invario? Beats me how far away it is, but for it to not come and attack with this many of the living here, you're all unks thinking it's an ambush type. And if that's the case, makes it pretty likely it's hiding underground, don't it? Candylon. What do you think? Candylon closed his eyes and spoke after activating his ability again. I concur with Invario's opinion. If you want me to say more, it's something the 2 of you couldn't find, and there's no sense of it heading this way, because it wouldn't be all that unusual for it to be heading for us even if it were incorporeal. And if that's the case after all, then it's more likely to be an undead that's hiding underground than one that's incorporeal. When Antwali shifted his gaze to Dietz, Dietz just silently shook his head. Alright, that brings us to our next question. Assuming it's an ambush type, do we fight or avoid? The most terrifying thing was being third-partied by more undead. In a sense, the other people in their party were a hindrance, so in their current situation Antwali wanted to avoid any pointless battles. If they clumsily got themselves caught in an attack from multiple fronts, things could take a turn for the worse. Also, they hadn't caught sight of it. The more they didn't know about the identity of their opponent, the more dangerous things became. Under the tacit understanding in this land, the team that discovered any undead should attempt to slay it if it's within reason. This was meant to prevent stronger undead from spawning. Though, there wasn't any need to obediently follow that expectation, because the lives of your comrades were what was most important. He looked back. The city they had departed from was completely hidden by the light fog, but they still weren't that far away from it. In other words, this whole area was regularly suppressed, so it probably wasn't that strong. Ignoring the excited man saying, "Fight, fight," and his swinging mace, the other 4 looked at each other. We'll fight. Let's go with the usual ritual. There were no objections to the leader's decision. The other 4 silently nodded. One was especially, exceedingly, and fervently nodding along, and set down the cargo they were carrying on their backs. The ones participating in this battle were just a party of workers. Since the matter wasn't yet at the level you would call an emergency, it was normal for them not to ask for their fellow travelers to lend a hand. This was their contractual terms to begin with. Luck was on their side today, as the one to fill the role of inspector was a priest. Incidentally, if luck was not on their side, they could have been assigned a former noble of the empire or the kingdom. He didn't show any signs of fear upon setting in foot the danger zone known as the Katsa Plains. Nevertheless, he didn't show any indication that he would assist them either. There was a higher likelihood that he wouldn't do anything to save them even if their team was wiped out. Anyone, the dead excluded, would agree that bringing back a report of something, a strong undead that had spawned, that had killed 9 people, was far more important than putting up a tough fight to try and save the lives of the 9, since he could die here. Their traveling companions, upon seeing Aunt Wally and the others prepare for battle, put down their cargo and arranged it into a circle. Inside the circle, they took up a battle formation so that they were hidden in the shadows of their cargo. The carriers' shoiko were thin but had steel plates and were able to provide perfect cover like a tower's shield. Because there were many cases of aspiring adventurers who would take on this sort of dangerous work in order to buy equipment, there was little hesitation on the part of the carriers. The way they had assumed their stances was also impressive. Even if they were children of an age that you would call them teens, there was neither fear nor hesitation in their actions. In a sense, you could say that they had been prepared for this. Note, a shoiko is a wooden rack that is used for carrying loads on one's back. They kinda look like a chair with no legs. In the center of that formation was the inspector. He probably intended to use magic if things came down to it. With his holy symbol in one hand, he surveyed their surroundings. After all, they could be attacked by more undead while Aunt Wally's group had their hands full. Of course, Aunt Wally and the others had no intention of disgracing themselves like that. Any injured parties among their traveling companions would be treated like a failed job by Aunt Wally's team. The use of magic went beyond the scope of an inspector's job. It would be seen as them placing an extra burden on him. It would be normal for anyone who was forced to do something outside the terms of their contract to hand down a harsh assessment of the responsible party. If any casualties were to occur among the carriers, they would get a bad reputation. In a sense, they would have failed as bodyguards. If that happened, they'd find it difficult to hire carriers in the future if they saw themselves as potential victims. The rumor that they were mere amateurs would spread among workers and adventurers, and they'd find it difficult to make a living in this area. Then I'll go lure them out, Ainz declared, and started running in the direction they had been traveling in, the direction from which there was an undead response, alone. It was a swift, agile movement that didn't show any hesitation. When Ainz had arrived at a certain spot, cracks formed in the ground surrounding him, and then a hand appeared. Then another, and many, many more appeared alongside it. There was no doubt that the faint of heart would be paralyzed in fear at the bizarre sight of multiple hands sticking out of the ground and waving around like long stalks of seaweed. However, Ainz was an experienced worker. If there weren't any magical effects at work, he wouldn't lose his head over something of this order. Undoubtedly some peculiar ability had been activated, as 6 undead appeared with surprising speed from the ground around Ainz. They looked like short and stout clumps of soil with thick legs. Their eyes and mouths were gaping holes, and deep within their eyes burned 2 red dots. At first glance, they seemed like golems, but they were fully fledged undead. Grave dead, huh? Inverio spat out the name of the undead along with a small breath of relief. A feeling of, "Oh, is that all it was?" was in the air among Aunt Wally's group. It was precisely because they understood the difference in combat ability between the two sides that they were able to relax even though their companion was surrounded by enemies. If they were to put it in terms of the difficulty rating that adventurers attach to monsters to estimate how formidable an enemy they were, Grave Dead would be around a difficulty rating 15. Basically, among the undead that appeared along the outer edges of the Katsa Plains and a little way inside it were low-ranking. Practically all of them ranged from difficulty rating 1 to 30. However, while that might be true, it was still dangerous to let your guard down. Just because stronger undead rarely emerged didn't mean they wouldn't appear at all. Also, the longer the period went where hunts weren't conducted, and the farther you ventured into the interior, the stronger the undead that would appear. The grotesque undead let out something like a groan, and with sluggish movements that suited their appearance, trudged towards Ainz. The grave dead had a slight resistance against physical attacks and possessed the ability to regenerate slightly so long as their feet were planted on the ground. They were a troublesome opponent for teams whose core offensive abilities were pure physical attacks. For an adventurer who earned money by defeating skeletons and zombies, the grave dead were enemies they had no choice but to flee from. And what was more terrifying about them than anything else was what happened when they got a hold of you. You'd sink into the earth as if it were water by means of the aptly named ability, burial. Of course, it wasn't as if you'd be buried too deep. If you could be dug up out of the ground that had been temporarily softened by the activation of the undead's ability right away, you would be saved. However, should one of your companions be buried and rendered helpless, there was no doubt that your team's combat strength would abruptly drop. Nonetheless, from the perspective of Antwali and the others, these opponents weren't even enough to be a threat. Through a series of brisk moves, Ainz led the grave dead in a direction away from the group. The grave dead, not possessing that high of an intelligence, and driven by the desire to bury and kill one of the living who they hate, obediently followed after Ainz. Widen magic fireball. The fireball flew to that spot and smashed into the ground. Its swelling flames instantly engulfed the undead. The undead, whose false life had been reduced to ashes, were destroyed and returned to the earth. And with that, it was all over. Just to be sure, they surveyed the surrounding area. As Antwali checked on whether any undead were drawn in by the light from the fireball just now, Dietz repeatedly poked him in his side. At the same time, he got the feeling someone was approaching him from behind. When he turned around, he found the person he expected to see getting closer. Even farther behind that person, he could see through the light fog the expressions of respect on the faces of the four carriers. They should have gathered information about Fist's reputation before they were hired, but still, seeing is believing. The sight of the fireball, annihilating the enemies in one shot, in particular, seemed to be more effective at verifying their prowess. Being able to cast fireball was proof that one was a talented magic caster. Since the strength of the members in a team should be about the same, it meant that the members who didn't participate in the battle were just as strong. For this reason, the carriers could breathe sighs of relief. They knew that the information they had collected was true, so there was a good chance that they would return home safely. Sensing the air of tension going away, Antwali mentally nodded. This is precisely what the ritual was. Beyond the reason of earning some coin by defeating an opponent that was fine to ignore, they could make their strength known and inspire trust in their team. If a fierce battle occurred in the future, having the others' trust would make a big difference. In situations where it was someone's first time meeting the members of the party, Antwali's team would always perform this ritual. Magnificent, or would it be rude to all of you veteran workers for me to say that, I wonder? To the question the inspector asked as they walked up to them, Invario answered. Not at all. Don't get a whole lot of compliments when you get to be this Oelung sage, you know. So I'm stoked. That's great. Just in case, I'm just checking, but there were 6 grave dead. I hope I'm not mistaken. No mistakes there. This confirmation was because there were cases where even if 2 monsters' appearances were similar, the slightest difference made them as different as separate species, particularly with insect types, where a small difference really did mean a different species. The inspector tossed out his next question to Antwali, who had affirmed his observation. You wouldn't mind if we considered this place to be safe for the time being, would you? I think it should be all right. What do you think, Candilan? Ainz commented as he returned, to which Candilan nodded. If you're agreeing, then there's no doubt that it's safe, right? Declared the inspector, who took a sheet of heavy-duty paper, a portable ink jar, and a feather pen out of his breast pockets. He started writing down the name and number of the defeated undead. Do you mind if I also ask a question? Antwali asked the inspector, who was putting away the record he had finished writing. In truth, it was something he had wanted to ask about back in the Free City, but he was worried about various constraints, so that was the reason he had chosen a place where there wouldn't be anyone around to eavesdrop on them to drop the question. What is it? What's going to happen to the free city from here on out? There's turbulence up top. At present, we're being absorbed into the territory of the Sorcerous Kingdom where that annoying undead rules as king. Logically, this is not a good turn of events. Therefore, withdrawals from the free city would be the natural course of events. A not inconsiderable amount of funds from each of the temples flow into the free city to maintain and operate it. With the way things are going, they would now wind up supporting the Sorcerous Kingdom, the undead, would they not? Whether they fight or withdraw from here, whichever they choose will end up benefiting the undead, so they're resentful of that. He answered the question without any hesitation. If he talked about it so glibly, then it probably would have been fine to have just asked him about it while they were still in the free city. However, in the event that they completely washed their hands of the free city, people would likely say that the temples had tacitly allowed the danger posed by that undead bringing this cursed land under its control. Also, it would become difficult to monitor what it's planning to do. Which choice do you think would benefit us, the temples? I don't know about the temples, but for this OL Unc and friends, carrying on as we have been would be the most gratifying, but this probably impossible, I suppose. Is the rumor that the kingdom and the empire withdrew monetary support after the Katsa Plains became the territory of the Sorcerous Kingdom true? Inverio and Bunas opined and asked, respectively. When the two people in this worker team who excelled at information gathering spoke, the inspector smiled wearily. It's true. The two nations withdrew, and it's become rather tricky to operate with just the support from the temples. We would probably have no other choice but to reduce the bounty. If that happens, then outstanding workers such as yourselves would seek out much better places to earn money and end up leaving the city. The inspector held up a finger, spinning it around. Then the cleaning up of the undead would become less successful, the appearance rate of stronger undead will increase, and the city will be driven into a situation where it will be abandoned, possibly. It truly is a vicious cycle. Quite a wretched future. Well, on our part, the opinion that we should make our decision after we know what the Sorcerous Kingdom intends to do with the free city and after we understand their actions is the dominant one. That meant they were waiting to see how things played out. There wasn't any doubt that the bounty would be reduced. There were few merits in fighting here if they couldn't even provide remuneration that matched the danger. They were workers. Payments were the only things they absolutely had faith in. That's unfortunate. Seems like this is going to be the last time. He wouldn't say anything, but an intense look of discontent revealed itself on Candelin's face when Aunt Wooly muttered those words. I'm super interested in this topic. But there's no need to have a long talk in a place like this when we're just a little further to the broken tower. Shouldn't we be heading out? There wouldn't be anyone who would object to Buna's entirely sound logic. The party once more got into their formation and moved out. It wasn't as though Aunt Wooly did not have any complaints about the situation. Among the workers, a certain number of people had first become adventurers because they admired the heroes in fairy tales, and Aunt Wooly was one of them. A lot of things had happened, and he now walked in the shadows, but there was still a definite pride in the fact that they were defending the peace of this city by slaying the undead. If he were able to live without any source of income, he might stay and be active in the free city of Vadis in the future. However, there was no helping the fact that Aunt Wooly was still only human. All he could do was earn money to live. He couldn't become a hero like in those fairy tales. Everything ending with, and they all lived happily ever after, really was something that only happened in fairy tales. Chapter 2. The outline of a collapsed tower emerged in the faint mist. Collapsed from around halfway up, it must have been quite tall originally as the debris was scattered over a wide area. The sight of these stones, each as tall as a person and protruding upright from the ground, made one think of a graveyard. The broken tower. A name perfect for these ruins, or rather, one couldn't think of naming it anything else by that appearance. The enigmatic remains of a monument whose nationality was a mystery, its purpose unclear due to the absence of any other structures around it, and its cause of collapse unknown. This fallen tower was now stockpiled with a considerable amount of food and had a sturdy and well-maintained door to let the occupants hunker down against the enemies outside. On top of that, the structure was reinforced to prevent further collapse. The simple fence, more like a wall at this point, Surrounding it had been intentionally left with gaps small enough that a person would struggle to enter. Though this incomplete enclosure could not prevent the smaller undead from entering, it was better than getting ambushed by the undead because one couldn't check inside the tower without entering it. Another defensive measure in place consisted of wooden poles with cloth hanging from their tips, erected around the perimeter. This was a well-known sign for those who used this place as a base. Under those poles were pitfall traps. While some doubted the utility of pitfalls, such simple traps were more than enough against undead creatures with low intelligence. Stakes were not placed at the bottom in case the living accidentally fell into them while fleeing in fear or confusion caused by the undead's abilities. However, they could still be used effectively to buy time when chased or surrounded by the undead. And I don't see either of the flags hoisted. Yeah. Seems like we got the place reserved for ourselves. The two other teams that should have entered Katsaplains not using this place as their base. Very strange. Antwali and Bunez discussed after observing the broken tower from some distance. Not too far with the fog in mind, away. There was a contraption to hoist a flag from inside the broken tower, with two kinds of flags. One was to inform others that people were using the broken tower, to prevent getting mistaken for undead. Tragedies happened because people were mistaken for undead in the darkness, or while under the stress of being chased by them. The other one was used to signal that they were holding up because there was a strong undead around. No flags flying meant there was no one inside, which also meant the possibility of uncleared undead roaming nearby. In conclusion, it meant that one needed to be careful while approaching the tower. Antwali raised his hand and signaled to those behind him. His comrades soon walked over to him. Candilan. Any undead reaction? Unfortunately, nothing. Candilan answered Antwali's question and Invario immediately suggested an idea upon hearing it. Well then, anyhow, should Unkir go and take a gander round with Fly? Antwali paused to think, as usual. The broken tower stood at the center of a slightly elevated hill with debris, such as the huge stones that once made up the tower, scattered around it. There were many places where you couldn't observe from where they were because of this, for example, the far side of the hill. It would be different if one could look from above, even with the fog accounted for. However, unlike Bunez, Invario's perception couldn't be counted on to not overlook someone who's hidden. On top of that, sending Invario, who was weak in direct combat, alone to a place where they couldn't rescue him immediately, even if it was for a short while, made him uneasy. After all, some undead could fly. Just when Antwali opened his mouth to announce his decision, Bunez sharply called for caution, which made him swallow his words. Wait a moment! It was definitely something serious as Bunez, the team's eyes and ears, was not one to take meaningless actions. The other members immediately prepared for a battle. Bunez took out the nasal drug from his pocket, stuffed it into his nose, and proceeded to sniff around like a dog. As I thought. There's no doubt. There's a very faint smell of blood, or something like blood around here. Antwali tried to sniff around but immediately stopped as it was meaningless. It was impossible that he would be able to smell something that even a ranger like Bunez wasn't able to without using an item. From where? I don't know, it's too faint, like it is coming from everywhere around us, sorry. I can scout ahead if you let me, how about it? No, entrust it to your old unknown. If you don't mind? Antwali nodded and the light on Invario's staff vanished. Summon Monster 3. A large wolf with a black coat manifested in front of Invario. Unlike a normal wolf, its body housed a faint fire, spurts of it fumed out of its mouth with every breath. A faint smell of sulfur wafted along, which made Bunez hurriedly clasp his nose. The wolf sniffed the scents of the surrounding area. Now then, where be this smell o' blood? Ah, something that smells like blood, where's it emanating from? And is that actually the smell o' blood? Growling, the wolf growled while turning to face the tower. My oh my. Seems like it actually is blood, that's bad ain't it? I mean, it's coming from the tower's direction after all. I see. Then let that wolf go ahead and find if there's anything physical at the source of this blood smell. If there's nothing, lead us there. And Candilan, any undead reaction? Again, nothing, unfortunately. I will go inform those in the rear about the situation, Dietz. At the same time as the wolf received Inverio's command and rushed towards the tower, Candilan took Dietz, who silently nodded in response, with him to the porters. Even if it meant dividing their strength in this scenario where they didn't know what was happening, this was necessary. Antwali didn't object as he stared at the tower with a frown, at the place where there should have been a flag normally. The wolf-shaped monster returned from Inverio's errand at about the same time as Candilan and Dietz returned from the porters. Considering it was quick with no sounds of a battle, there was probably no undead near the tower. The wolf returned with a piece of cloth clutched in its mouth. Inverio picked it up with his fingers and held it so Antwali and Bunas could have a clear look at it. A blood-stained scrap of cloth, this make, imperial style? Give it to me. Bunas stared at the past cloth closely. The cut is not from a blade. This is from something like a claw or a fang, I think. There are no parallel tracks of damage, no, or are there? In that case, this is from a large fang or claw. One could not be sure that it was from a large undead just because the claw marks happened to be large. There were monsters with claws and fangs disproportionately large compared to their body, but these were exceptions rather than the rule, so it shouldn't be a problem to think that this was the work of a large undead. Antwali thought back to the information he had collected before departing the city, about the teams that frequented this base. They were not people he would call talented, but they weren't so weak as to get annihilated easily. They should be able to deal with the undead that commonly appeared around here. I didn't hear about there being any large undead around the broken tower. Then, did they lead one over from somewhere else? It was possible that a team had gone into the deeper reaches, got chased by a strong undead, lost consciousness after somehow managing to reach this haven, and then died in that state. Yeah, it's possible. Inverio's monster wasn't attacked, so it's highly likely that it already went away, but it's equally likely that it is still around here. Inverio. Do you know if there were any corpses in there? High up, sure looks like it. Inverio replied after observing the wolf's response. But don't know about numbers. Didn't ask it to spend time investigating. We should go there. Leaving the corpses like that could become an issue later. We need to at least mourn and deal with the bodies. Candilan was completely right. If this was the act of an undead with the create kin ability, there was a possibility the victims would turn into the undead unless dealt with properly. There was also the possibility of corpses that were left alone turning into undead, but that was a rare thing. It was a rare occurrence usually, but was highly probable in this land. It was also said that when a corpse turned undead, its strength would match the strength of the corpse as a baseline. Then how strong would the undead formed from the corpse of someone who had enough conviction and confidence to step into this dangerous area be? On top of that, there was the possibility that the person had strong equipment, in other words, magic items. No one would like to deal with such an enemy. It would be a big problem if such an undead turned the first broken tower into their den. But you see, it would be dangerous if the undead they led over were still around here. Unlike animals that have their own territories, I've never heard of undead intentionally returning to the deep reaches, you know? Wouldn't it be wise to get away from here as soon as possible? I don't know which team was the one that got wiped out, but doesn't it mean there's an undead strong enough to do that? Buna's argument was also correct. Generally, they would not leave those corpses as they were. If they took their future activity here into account, securing the broken tower would be a matter of life and death. However, Fist did not have a future. If they were going to leave Vadas after this job, taking the risk to clear the broken tower is just profitless work. But we do not have enough information to decide if we should secure the tower or retreat. Let's take a look around the surroundings and then proceed to the tower. Yeah, let's do that. Footprints, traces of a battle. We should search for something like that. Dietz muttered. Maybe they could figure out the undead's identity from its footprints. Maybe they could understand the opponent's attacks if they could find any traces of a battle. Maybe they could even understand its weaknesses. Information like that could easily tip the scales of a battle. One could even defeat superior opponents at times with it. That's how valuable such information was. Right. Any objections? Antwali looked at everyone. Seems like there are none. Let's go. Calling over the porters, they started advancing in a circle around the hill, more cautiously than before. This time, Inverio lined up beside Ainz and Antwali while the summoned wolf guarded the middle of the formation. On the side opposite the city they departed from, facing towards the interior of the Katsa Plains, they found the defensive wall collapsed inwards. Now it's certain. There are also human-sized and highly disordered footprints of 3-4 of them, I think, extending towards that point from the south side. These are definitely the signs of an escape. So the undead appeared, chasing after the owners of those footprints, a considerably large one by the looks of it, if it couldn't enter without making such a large hole. About 3 meters wide, right? Then I wonder how preposterously tall that would make it. It was difficult to predict the overall size just from the width, but at least it being human-sized was out of the question. No, wait. That's a hasty conclusion. Look. Ainz pointed at the ground. No large footprints, and nothing that seems to belong to the undead. There should be some unless it had a skill like Forest Walker, right? There are no signs of it coming out of the ground either, which means they were chased by a flying undead, and a fight happened over there, huh? If it was capable of flight, then it would be more rational to consider that a fight happened around the point of collapse than to think that it broke the wall because it couldn't get in otherwise. The wood used for the wall was not that thick, so it wasn't hard to believe that it was destroyed in the process. Well, I can't be sure if a fight happened there unless I get closer. For example, the flying undead could have crashed into it because of inertia. Right, there's that possibility. The fence was broken from halfway up rather than at the roots after all. That's right. The only thing I can say for sure at present is that it's probably not incorporeal considering that it physically destroyed the wall to such an extent. Right, Inverio? Right, Ankir's thinking the same. There'd still be a chance that it's an incorporeal undead that can use magic, but there'd be no end to it if we started talking about all the possibilities. That said though, an undead that can fly and track accurately in this fog's bound to be trouble. So, what y'all plan to do? Retreat here? Or head inside the broken tower? This old uncle be voting for going ahead. Yeah. We couldn't escape from an enemy that can fly anyway, so it's probably better to take it down here or at least find out what it actually looks like. Anyhow, I don't hear a thing even with my ears strained, but unlike the living, there are undead that stay dead still after all. They would rather not fight a flying enemy whilst retreating. Enemies that could fly were already difficult to deal with, but they'd be especially difficult if the enemy could hover in the air or freely move up and down. That'd raise their difficulty to the next level. And on top of that, this was the enemy's territory. It would be an extreme pain in the ass if they were to encounter other undead while escaping. Yes, I agree with those two. It's even more important that we clear the tower if it's a flying enemy. I would rather fight it while fortified. But first, we should try to find out any bit of information on what kind of undead it is. Let's investigate our comrades' corpses if there are any. No one objected to Antwali's decision, so the party cautiously progressed towards the defensive wall. Some of the wood that had been in the wall was snapped in half, enough that it was doubtful if they could make the fence function again even if it were to be reused. They didn't find any organic remains where the wall was broken, and going by the footprints, it appeared that there wasn't a fight here at all. The party crossed over the remains of the fence and reached the broken tower's perimeter. They could see the boulders and protuberances of the white bricks that make up the broken tower clearly, even through the white fog. 5 others quickly followed Antwali's trio into the fenced area, with the final 2 closing the gap between them and entering last. It was dangerous to huddle together in a place they hadn't secured yet, but it couldn't be helped as spreading out would be more dangerous with a flying undead around. Their faces were pale as they too understood the situation they were in. Generally, they would be all smiles as they neared the broken tower, but this place of repose turning into a danger zone was probably exacerbating their tension and unease. That should be it. Looking at where Ainz pointed his finger, Antwali found 3 dark objects lying on the ground. Candilan. Any undead reaction? None. Those are just pitiful corpses, people who reached their ends in this land at the hands of the despicable undead, It's fine even if it is simple, but we should hold a service for them before we secure the broken tower. Any objection? Antwali glanced over at his comrades. None, right? It was important to scout the interiors of the tower and secure themselves a base of operations, but these pitiful corpses could reanimate as the undead while they were doing that. To scout the tower or deal with corpses, which should be prioritized? It was hard to decide when one wasn't sure of the threats, but it would be idiotic to do both simultaneously and disperse their strength around. In the end, they would just have to do it one by one. Wiping out the uncertain factors at hand was the correct choice. Prayers were conducted for the dead with Candilan at the lead while Ainz and Indario investigated the bodies. Antwali and Dietz stood guard, especially cautious of the sky. The rite of vigil is over, though a simple one. The souls of these people who were killed by the despicable undead should be at rest now. Only the burials left, so what do you say? That's for later. We should first make sure the tower's safe. Ainz. Yeah? There are no blade marks on the corpses. It's a monster for sure, I think. The footprints surrounding them make me think it's a quadrupedal animal-shaped monster, about 4 meters, and it's got a long tail. Invario. I thought it was a Rottwyvern, but to think it's 4-legged. Then there be many kinds that were sighted in Katsaplanes that fit the bill, so this could be, with this level of destruction, a skeletal dragon. But the size is about 4 meters height. Do you know anything of that size, Candilan? I am not well versed enough in that area. Skeletal dragon? I heard one appeared recently in Urantal. Could it be that it escaped here? Nay, Young's heard an adamantite adventurer they call Momon dealt with it. That's enough. Continue the discussion after we've secured the broken tower. Maintain focus. Those were orders that no one could have objected to. The party started moving again and finally reached the broken tower's main entrance. No undead had appeared in the meantime, but their state of tension remained the same. The broken tower's main entrance was a thick wooden door reinforced by things such as iron rivets. One could imagine the pains people went through to carry over all the materials for this door from the free city of Vadis. The door was made small to stop any large undead from intruding, small enough to elicit a "Isn't it too small?" from people who saw it. Ainz nimbly moved to the front of the door and pressed his ear against it. No sounds inside. No traces of the door being forcefully pried open either, and any tracks going in there, unfortunately none. I think it's probably safe inside now. Antwali exchanged places with Ainz and opened the door while Candilan stood beside him. It wasn't as though they doubted Ainz's ability, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Even abilities to sense the undead that could pierce through the fog could not sense through things like thick walls, but it was different if the door was opened. The door opened without a creak, having been maintained regularly as an important part of the base. The inside was naturally dark, so Ainz drew a rod made with alchemy, a glow stick, bent it slightly, and threw it inside. The reagents inside the rod mixed with each other, illuminating the empty space with a white light. There was still some darkness left in patches, making one feel like some undead were hiding there, but Antwali ignored the creepy feeling and boldly stepped into the room. Looks like there is no problem, Antwali declared. The undead hated the living, with most of them attacking on sight. If they weren't attacked the moment they entered, then either the undead was highly intelligent, or there were none here in the first place. Even considering the former, such undead rarely appeared around here. Antwali turned his sight to Candilan. You're right. There's no reaction of those despicable undead inside. Candilan reinforced his declaration. That made Antwali call over the porters to come inside immediately. If there were no undead here, then it was better to have the inspector stay together with the porters. It was better to have the strong, his comrades, be the only ones outside, where it was dangerous. Well then, everyone. I want to conduct the burial first. Do you have any objections? They conducted the rites of vigil to prevent them from becoming undead, so it wouldn't have been a problem to leave the bodies alone if it were a normal place. Animals and insects would have cleaned the remains, but normal animals did not exist in these lands. If the bodies were left alone, they would rot and become sources of pestilence. No one would want such a thing near the base. Aunt Wally and the others started digging holes with the equipment that was kept in the broken tower for such purposes. Aunt Wally and Dietz did the digging while Bionnes and Kendilan were in charge of standing guard. The Staminaless and Vario started rummaging through the 3 corpses. Invario would probably not be able to find any normal items, such as gems, stuffed away in hidden pockets. But he should be able to find items if they were enchanted, making him a good enough substitute for Bionnes in this situation. They were not going through the corpses out of greed. There were 3 reasons to check through the belongings of the dead. 1 was to find useful items, especially magic items. They were no longer useful for the dead but would be extremely helpful for the living. 2 was to prevent the 1 in a million chance the undead could get their hands on such equipment that was buried along with the corpse. They would have disassembled the metal armor and broken the weapons if possible, but no amount of time would be enough if they did all of that. Still, that didn't mean they took everything for themselves. They would hand some articles carried by the dead over to their family or someone close, and they would have the dead carry at least 1 item on them when they were buried. This was because the undead could be born from their obsession with the stolen items. There was also the superstition that taking everything from people who fell on their journey would bring the thief bad luck. The final reason was to check whether the dead kept anything like a diary that kept records from the day they entered Katsa Plains. As they finished digging the first hole, Aunt Wally remembered their interrupted conversation. By the way, let's continue where we left off. We were talking about an adamantite adventurer named Momon defeating it, right? Momon. There's probably no worker or adventurer who didn't know this name around here. If there were, they would probably be ostracized by their peers in the first place, like some kind of pariahs. Or they were probably ignorant about the importance of collecting information. Whatever the case may be, such people would die quick enough, weeding themselves out. Those left would know this name. The fastest adventurer to reach adamantite rank, a warrior wearing black full-plate armor and wielding 2 huge swords, the warrior with the epithet of the Dark Warrior. In other words, the strongest warrior in the surrounding nations. He was accompanied by an extremely beautiful lady, someone some of as the beautiful princess, and rode the monster famed as the wise king of the forest. He was also said to have peerless looks to boot. But frankly, Aunt Wally did not have any feelings of adoration for him. The worlds they lived in were too different. Momon was a great man from a different world, someone he could only admire from afar. Like a hero in the tales sung by bards. Perhaps it would have been different if he were still a naive child, but after learning too much about the world, Aunt Wally could understand that Momon was not someone he should be even comparing himself with. He was certainly no hero whose deeds would be extolled in the epics. Gazing at the sky occasionally would be fine, but one couldn't live on that alone. Yeah. Just 2 of them, they say, mowed down the undead at that huge cemetery in Irantal, even down the skeletal dragon. I believe I said this to you all the first time I heard of this news, but what a great man he is, Kendilan said with a somber tone. Cleaning the land of those despicable undead, magnificent. I should treat him to a drink if I ever get to meet him. Now that you've brought it up, I do remember you suddenly yelling out a toast to Momon before. Aunt Wally remembered squirming in agony because Kendilan had brutishly raised his glass, drenching his face and getting some in his eyes. He wouldn't talk about it out loud, but he definitely wouldn't forget it. We are getting off the track again. We are talking about the skeletal dragon, not Momon, right? Are you sure it's a skeletal dragon? Your oil unc's judgment says that's probably the case. First, there ain't no discoloration visible on their skin, so poison damage could be ruled out. The cause of death ain't a special ability, but probably normal physical wounds. At the same time, the wounds looked like they were caused by claws, don't they? When you take all that in, it should be a skeletal dragon, that's how my thoughts went. I couldn't find a warrior in their party, surmising from their equipment. They probably stayed at where they encountered the dragon as a rear guard. Aunt Wally, as someone who also fought in the front to protect his comrades, prayed silently for the dead warrior. Dietz probably shared Aunt Wally's feelings, as he spoke haltingly, with a more subdued voice than usual. Their comrades weren't able to escape in the end, but they managed to let them escape to this broken tower at the least, huh? It's unfortunate that we couldn't give them a proper burial. So, what abilities does the skeletal dragon have? You already told us about it not having any poison and being able to fly. Skeletal dragons should have complete resistance against magic and the usual undead resistance against stabbing, I reckon. As I thought. I am bad with blunt weapons, you know. That was to be expected from Ainz as an archer. Well, even though he said that he was not good, he could probably use them better than most other workers out there. However, there was a huge difference between a weapon you could handle well and one you couldn't. It was all the more important in life or death moments. I won't mind if you concentrate on defending yourself and act as bait. The other members will take it down. Right. I feel some unease cause footprints sure are larger than what was recorded, but Unkir is slowly losing his confidence in his memory recently, and can't be trusted. Anyhow, it ain't an enemy we can't beat if we gang up on it. Well, Olunk be nothing but a burden though. So I'ma hide and spectate y'all after casting some defense magic on y'all before the battle starts. I could make its foothold unsteady, but I don't know how useful that is against a skeletal dragon, so I would rather not. It could end up hurting y'all. You, the expert, decide how to use magic as usual. Antwali had some knowledge, at least enough to not be considered a novice, but he might well be a novice in comparison to Inverio. Such novices would only end up hindering the pros with their weird ideas. The pros should be trusted and left alone with their work, and Inverio was a trustworthy comrade. Thinking back on clients who were nothing but a nuisance with their idiotic meddling, Antwali determined not to become like them. As they lowered the first of the corpses down the hole and started piling earth on, Antwali saw Ainz raising his head from the corner of his eyes. "Stay quiet!" Antwali and others stopped dead from Ainz's tense tone, silent enough that even the sound of armor chafing from slight body movements couldn't be heard. "Something cutting through the air! Over there!" Ainz pointed towards the south with a short shout. Faster than they could even think, Antwali and Dietz instinctually drew their weapons and Candilan used the undead detecting spell. Inverio then cast Reinforce Armor on Antwali and Dietz in that order, which raised their armor strength. It was doubtful whether they would be attacked or not. If not, it would be a waste of mana, but it was better than being late if they were attacked. "There's no undead reaction?" Antwali was slightly confused upon hearing what Candilan whispered. "But there's probably still some distance between us." As they looked to the front, they found a different kind of white in their vision. A dragon made of bones appeared in front of them, fast enough that it was more accurate to say it was falling from the sky than flying in it. It was also closer than they thought. "What? This close? But there's no undead reaction. That's not an undead. Impossible." Dietz raised a confused voice to Candilan's repeated mutterings. It was quite clear to anyone's eyes that it was an undead as its entire body was made up of bones. But Candilan was also using his detection magic. Then it could only be a golem-type monster, in which case the strategy to take it down was completely different. "No! There's no doubt that's a skeletal dragon. It repelled the detection magic with its perfect resistance." Inverio's shout made everyone realize what happened. The skeletal dragon, over 4 meters tall, landed on the ground, causing the mist to recede for a short while before returning back. It languidly moved its neck around and turned its head towards Antwali's group. The hatred towards the living that they could feel from its vacant eye sockets was palpable. It was a good thing that it landed on the ground. They should take it down here and not let it take off into the skies again. "Let's go." Antwali and Dietz would take it head-on, while Ainz and Candilan stood guard before Inverio. This was probably the best formation in this case. Antwali and Dietz separated from each other, attacking the skeletal dragon from both sides. However, they did not go all out, leaving enough leeway for a quick retreat. That was because they did not have a full grasp of the enemy's true strength yet. First, they had to figure out the strength behind each of the opponent's attacks. Then, it was the ways they attacked. And then, the most important thing was the effective range of the attacks. This was so they understood the distance to be maintained against the enemy's attacks. That said, even though this enemy was strong, they didn't feel like they'd lose. They had experience fighting against even larger enemies. The monster in front of them was of considerable size and a difficult opponent in its own right, but it didn't give off the pressure that's unique to the enemies on a different level. The vanguard duo hit the body of Bones with their respective weapons. Hard. But they felt like it was effective. Antoile's lips curved into a faint smile. At the same time, though not necessarily angered by that smile, the skeletal dragon started attacking. Antoile saw its great jaw closing on Dietz from the corner of his sight. He pushed that sight to the back of his mind, trusting in Dietz. There was no time for him to ponder on such thoughts, as the great white claws closed the distance for an attack on himself. The dragon targeted Dietz with a biting attack while trying to rend Antoile apart with its claws. This attack pattern was advantageous for the defenders because all the attacks focused on a single person would have made it more likely for that person to be hit. But the claws approaching from both sides were faster than expected. Take the hit? Evade? Taking the hit was comparatively easier than trying to evade, but he would not get a chance to riposte if he failed to parry. Furthermore, he only had one shield. Even if he succeeded in taking one of the hits, he would have to take the other with his weapon, something that was tiny in comparison to the huge claw. So, he decided to evade. His evasion was hindered a bit by the heavy armor he wore, but his posture and focus were already prioritizing defense. It wasn't impossible to accomplish. Antoile twisted his body to the side, something huge and white passing through his line of vision. He then immediately crouched down. At about the same time, a gust of tremendous force passed over his head. He gripped the weapon in his right hand tighter and stepped into the dragon's reach, diving into its bosom and striking it. He was moving with evasion in mind, so his posture was off and the attack wasn't his best, but he could see that it caused a crack in the bone. Of course, it wasn't much of a wound for the dragon given its huge body, but it was definitely not something that could be written off as a scrape. Antoile continued to maintain this distance in his opponent's bosom, and lashed out subsequent attacks. But it didn't mean he just stood still as he threw his attacks. He was doing it while trying to take the opponent's rear, trusting that Dietz will understand his intention without words and pincer it from the opposite side. It probably understood that it was going to get pincered, though it was doubtful whether it could because it did not have a brain in its skull. The skeletal dragon spread its wings of bone wide while crouching its body down. These huge wings of bone were as hard as iron and the edges were as sharp as blades. Just them flapping alone could be considered an attack against the warriors who neared it from the opposite sides, and this action wasn't even meant to be an attack. Antoile got a hit in while covering his head, even though he acknowledged the danger in doing that. Still, he didn't manage to stop the skeletal dragon from taking off. TCH. He clicked his tongue. It was pretty troublesome that they were restricted to two-dimensional movement, while the enemy could move freely in the 3 dimensions, especially because it made it impossible to guard the rear from its attacks. But with Bunez and Candilan there, its attacks would probably not be fatal. Antoile's eyes followed the skeletal dragon's flight path, and he clicked his tongue again. His prediction was that the dragon would fly away into the sky. He would stare holes into the fog, trying not to lose sight of the enemy, and he'd swing his weapon as it swooped down to attack him, and then fly away. But it was different in reality. Skeletal dragon didn't fly but hovered midair. Then it started to swoop straight down. That giant body was aiming for him. Hit and run attacks were troublesome in their own right, but getting crushed by that thing was far worse. He could probably avoid dying in a single strike, but he would still be constricted by that weight and be attacked one-sidedly thereafter. That's something he absolutely needed to avoid. He threw away all of his thoughts about attacking or positioning, and just jumped away from that spot with all his soul. Rolling away after landing from the jump, he stood up in the same motion. The ground shook behind Antoile, who seemingly succeeded in evading as he didn't feel any pain. He immediately turned around and saw a stone wall obstructing his sight. The skeletal dragon's head was visible behind it. Inverio had used the wall of stone to protect Antoile's rear, which was completely exposed for a moment. He could see the wall extending to him from where Inverio was. The problem is that he couldn't find Dietz on his side of the wall. It was obvious that he would be focused on if he was stuck on the dragon's side of the wall. Should he run to take a detour around the wall or just destroy it? Invario! Take it down! Wall-type spells could generally be cancelled at the caster's will. Hold on! Antwali sent a quick glance at Bunas. He shouldn't take his attention off the skeletal dragon just because it was on the other side of the wall. The wall of stone was no higher than 2 or 3 meters from the ground, which was basically nothing against an opponent that could fly. Even so, Antwali shifted his sight to Bunas because he felt abnormal tension in Bunas' voice, which created a bad premonition in his heart. Bunas was frequently casting glances at the sky even while paying attention to the skeletal dragon in front of him. Antwali clicked his tongue again, seeing signs of the situation turning into the worst-case scenario. The realization that Bunas was restlessly scanning the skies made him sure of his hunch about the worst-case scenario, which brought out another involuntary tongue click. Could they win? How many? Probably 2, as he thought. 3 in total. It was dicey. This situation was extremely bad. Antwali grimaced. Skeletal dragons were the kind of particularly strong undead that one would rarely face unless they went into the deep reaches where the undead were not cleared satisfactorily. It was highly abnormal to find 3 of such undead here. But why? Is it because some fools went tramping into the impossibly deep reaches? Or else, is something happening? Antwali silently cursed those 3 adventurers who had potentially strung these skeletal dragons here. At the same time, he also paid respects to their luck and skill that made them survive till they escaped here. What should we do? What's the correct action to take? The best choice was to run inside the tower. A battle of attrition was disadvantageous for them as the undead did not tire, but even so, they would have a higher chance of winning than fighting here in the open. Actually, that was probably their only choice for survival. He could sense Dietz and the skeletal dragon fighting on the other side of the wall of stone. They could retreat at this moment, but that would mean sacrificing Dietz. The odds were low for Dietz with his full plate armor being able to escape from the skeletal dragon. They need something that could act as their rear guard, which meant there was one move. Summon Monster 3. His trusty companion cast the spell. He understood the situation and chose the correct answer even without any words exchanged between them. The monster summoned was a bear with slightly luminescent fur. A single monster. It raised a growl and dashed at the skeletal dragon to replace Dietz. The wall of stone disappeared like a phantom at the same time. Retreat! Run to the tower! Antwali shouted and started running. His loud voice was not to order his companions, but rather to inform the people inside the tower. Inside the thin fog, he found 2 white silhouettes. They are fast. They no longer had the leeway to use Candilan and Bunas to guard Invario. He, Bunas, and Dietz would have to deal with an opponent each if they had to fight with all 3. Whether it was their side or the skeletal dragon's side, fighting many on one would be a huge disadvantage, so if they were down even a single person, the tide of battle would turn in an instant. So, he would have Invario wait by himself at the tower's entrance, ready to run inside at a moment's notice. Bunas would run around drawing the enemy's attention while positioning to support others with potions. Candilan should be entrusted with grasping the entire situation and casting healing spells at appropriate times. This was the best answer. Let's reorganize inside the tower. They should use strengthening magic freely and increase their fighting capabilities inside the tower. As Antwali shouted out orders and ran, the thuds of something heavy landing on the ground echoed twice. The 2 completely unhurt skeletal dragons landed between Antwali and the tower. It was not the worst case imaginable, but it was a worse enough situation in its own right. The issue was one of the dragons had landed near the tower's entrance. The skeletal dragons turned their heads towards them and stared at Bunas, Candilan, and Invario as if to overawe them with pressure. Their team was split up. Antwali tried to calm himself down and come up with a plan. First of all, they did not have the choice of running back to the city from this place. Their opponent were flying undead. The possibility of them being able to escape was nearly non-existent. They had the choice of ignoring these 2 and run inside the tower, but they couldn't be sure if they'd succeed. The best action was to take down the enemy's numbers while the summoned bear held one of them in check. He thought the team was separated just before. But that was not the case. They were the ones who pincered the dragon. As the resolute Antwali tried to shout out commands. "Antwali!" He heard Buna's yelling again. The urgency in Buna's voice made him realize that the despair of facing 3 skeletal dragons was still lukewarm in a sense. "They're coming! 1! No, 2! 2 more joined the fray. What the? That's cheating. What's coming? Skeletal dragons again? No way something this ridiculous is happening." Antwali was flabbergasted. Skeletal dragons were not the kind of undead that popped up so freely. Was it possible that there were so many skeletal undead just roaming free far inside the Katsa plains? They were done for if any more skeletal dragons joined the battle. They could only pray that these were different, and weaker, undead. Antwali's ears soon picked up the sounds. He could hear running noises from beyond the veil of fog from the direction of the town. Heavy but nimble footsteps, something completely different from the sound of horse hooves. Anyhow, it seemed like it was not skeletal dragons. That wasn't the only good thing. The skeletal dragons stopped their movements, their attentions drawn towards the new intruders. That said, there was no doubt that they would attack Antwali's group immediately if they made even the slightest movement. It was nothing more than the kind of stillness that sometimes visits a battlefield. Antwali gulped down the saliva that had accumulated in his mouth. After a short while, the silhouette pierced through the fog and showed itself. He couldn't see it clearly as it was on the other side of the defensive wall, but it was something big and definitely not human. The huge body leaped into the air, hit the wall, and started climbing it quickly. A magical beast? Then what kind is it? Horses were the most commonly used mount in the surrounding nations, but some abnormal mounts existed too. For example, something like a giant lizard, or large-sized insects like the giant ant and giant mantis. You couldn't ignore the magical beasts adventurers dreamed of having as mounts, especially Sleipnirs. Among them were flying monsters like griffins, hippogriffs, and wyverns, magical beasts that would make anyone's mouth water at the thought of riding them. However, if asked if the magical beast that leaped out of the fog was a level below the ones previously mentioned because it was not a flying magical beast, the answer would be no. On the contrary, everyone there had their attention stolen by the majesty of the beast that showed itself on top of the wall. That even skeletal dragons that did not understand beauty stopped in their action was proof that the intruder was a strong opponent worthy of caution. The monster's figure was heroic and awe-inspiring to such an extent. Its beautiful fur reminded one of silver, and was like a refreshing wind in these repulsive lands. Its eyes were lit with the flames of intelligence that made one immediately understand that it was considerably intelligent among magical beasts. Skillfully alternating its front and rear legs, the monster scaled over the wall in a flash and landed on the side of Antwali's group with graceful movement. The monster started running again. "Go Zara, go Zara, go Zara!" Its howl echoed majestically. The one mounted atop it armored their entire body in deep black and had a red cloak swaying from their shoulders. They held the reins in their left hand and a drawn sword in their right. The skeletal dragons shifted their body to face towards the new entrant and glared. The warrior and the monster passed by Antwali and the others, approaching a skeletal dragon, probably intending to swing the giant sword at it. Or at least, that's what Antwali imagined would happen. But what happened next made him doubt his eyes. "Still go Zaru, my lord!" The magical beast probably doubted the action too as it had raised its voice anxiously. They had probably entered the dragon's reach, but they did not stop, charging ahead as if to ram into it. "It's dangerous!" The skeletal dragon moved just as Bunas shouted. Its long tail hit the warrior, sending them into the air and crashing on the ground, rolling from the force. "Goza!" The magical beast raised an odd voice, like it couldn't believe what just happened. It dexterously evaded another dragon's attack, approaching the fallen warrior. "What's that?" Dietz, who arrived beside Antwali at some point in time, let out. Antwali empathized with what Dietz felt. Just as they realized someone else had appeared, the intruder had neither evaded nor blocked the attack, and was just blown away with a single strike. That's how comical the warrior was. The gap between them and their magnificent mount was so large that it confused them. Antwali hesitated on whether to approach the warrior, who stayed still on the ground. The warrior took the hit directly in the chest, without even guarding themselves with their sword. They would be lucky if that only ended up driving the air out of their lungs and making it hard for them to breathe. If they were unlucky, there was a chance that the ribs were broken, piercing the internal organs. Seeing that the body stayed still, Antwali thought the latter case was more likely. If they were to be healed, the sooner the better. But it was doubtful if they had the spare strength to spend effort on the warrior, who might be of no use while they were still facing 3 skeletal dragons. Or should they place their hopes on using them as a shield and have Kendilan heal them? The hesitation barely lasted a few seconds. Just as Antwali tried to shout, his worries turned out to be meaningless. The warrior nimbly got up on his legs with not a single hint of pain in his movements, not even what a fallen person would experience as they got up. The skeletal dragons were also likely confused by the abnormal situation, as they seemed to be guarding more against the warrior than Antwali's team. That was probably some extraordinary magic armor, considering it didn't end up with a single scratch. Something that was good enough to absorb all of the damage, or could it be from a martial art? It's difficult. The warrior grumbled as he dusted the dirt off his armor and started walking slowly. So that's the case. He got hit not because he's an idiot. It's because he knew what would happen. It's because he had absolute confidence in his armor. Surmising from the warrior's grumble, he probably had some goal for doing that, perhaps something that required him to get hit as a prerequisite. Antwali couldn't imagine what his aim could be. But that magical beast, as well as that armor, and to think he's unhurt even after receiving that hit, definitely not a normal warrior. That deep black armor, I see. So that's the rumored warrior. Hamsuke. I will leave one to you. Get some experience. Understood, Gozaro? Hamsuke was probably the name of that magical beast, which held one of the skeletal dragons back with its whip-like tail. I will take down the other 2. The adventure is over there. There's no problem with me cutting in line, is there? If you think I'm a nuisance, I can just watch from the rear if you want. Can you take them down? Antwali asked while fending off the dragons. No problem. The warrior declared so and started walking. That gait spoke more of his overwhelming confidence than his words could. That hit he took earlier was definitely intentional. He couldn't show off such majesty otherwise. No, that should have been obvious, if he was that warrior. If those rumors were true. The warrior's identity was clear as the day. Antwali started muttering to his companions who had gathered over. That's the adventurer of the highest rank, the Adamantite. So that's the Momon of Darkness. Momon was said to wield 2 great swords, but he only held one in his hand right now. It was understandable while he was riding just before, but Antwali wondered why he still hadn't drawn the other blade after standing on solid ground. Does it mean he's prioritizing the power of each attack rather than the flexibility this time? The Dark Warrior faced the skeletal dragon this time instead of Antwali. As Hamsuke, who was fending off the skeletal dragons, had just entered into combat with one of them, the other dragon was free to attack Momon. Momon brushed away the attack from the right claw with his sword. Handling such a large sword with such finesse as if it were a small stick showed that his strength was beyond human imagination. He swung the sword so fast while brushing away the left claw that Antwali knew he wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Momon continued with the swing, completing a full rotation. What? He spun. Momon's attack was thought to have been aimed at the skeletal dragon's arm of bones. Instead, he turned his body at the same time, blowing away the thin fog with his swing and smashing into the skeletal dragon's tail, repelling it back with great force. Even Antwali could see the splinters of white bone being scattered in a wide area. The skeletal dragon's giant body has lost its balance. That's some awesome attack. No, was there any meaning in him spinning like that? The enemy's in front of him, right? Does that mean he still has plenty to spare? Well, I doubt that's the case, but Momon was a warrior who was ranked as Adamantite. That meant he was at the peak of what a warrior could hope to achieve. There was no way that such a person would take such a meaningless action. Just like before, when he took that hit with no guard, he probably had some intention behind it. Antoine racked his brains desperately. An adamantite ranked adventurer was showing his fighting prowess before him. It would be a waste if he couldn't engrave everything he saw into his body. To stare blankly, muttering, "Momon-sama," like a dunce just because he got awestruck by the truly strong, would be nothing but idiotic. He was not some princess out of a fairy tale about chivalry. He was not such an effeminate idiot, or so he wanted to believe. That was why he had put all his effort into spinning the gears of his mind. Even so. Damn it. I just can't understand. I can't read what he is aiming for. Antoine couldn't understand Momon's intentions because he was not on the same level as Momon, a warrior at the highest level. A warrior at Momon's level could have likely understood him. Vexing. It's extremely vexing. But to use that as an excuse to abandon his analysis would be completely wrong, he believed. As a warrior, if he intended to aim even a little higher, he should try to understand the intentions of his model before him at least a bit. Dietz's muttering reached Antoine's ears as he was trying to see through Momon's intentions. Martial arts, is it? Something surfaced in Antoine's mind, but he couldn't put it in words. He felt a sensation similar to finding a piece that fit the jigsaw puzzle he had been stuck on. But even taking that into account, what's the need for that rotation? Antoine had the same doubts as Buenas. But he found martial arts to be something convincing. There weren't any in Antoine's knowledge that had the wielder do a full spin like that. Of course, Antoine didn't know every martial art in existence. Therefore this could probably be one he didn't know about, a high-level martial art, or even Momon's original creation. In that case, it was a martial art that had them do a full spin, or rather mandated Momon to do a full spin. But that made another question surface. Why did he select such a martial art in the first place? He could understand if it was to get an effective hit on the tail. However, if he was going to use a martial art, he didn't have to use that necessarily. A strong strike would have worked to the same effect. Antoine's comrade gave him the answer. That's probably a martial art that counters against all directions. I see. That's it. Antoine involuntarily raised his voice. Everything fell into place. He felt the joy of completing an extremely difficult puzzle. He should consider the previous attack not as something that had been aimed at the tail, but something that managed to hit it during an omnidirectional counter. I can reckon with what Dietz is saying, but that brings up another question for Unc. Why did he choose an omnidirectional attack to fight a single enemy? One can surmise the reason from his team composition, Antoine said. Momon likely trained only in the counter-type martial arts that act in all directions. That's probably it. I heard his team consists of only another member, a spellcaster called Nabe. That means he is frequently in a situation where he is surrounded by enemies as the only frontliner. In that case, learning an attack to deal with all the surrounding enemies at once is critical for him. On the other hand, learning martial arts that only worked against a single opponent would be of low priority. Of course, that doesn't mean he can't use those martial arts as well. That could probably be the reason why Momon chose the great sword as his weapon. Using martial arts to attack multiple enemies at once meant that the damage he could deal would be lesser than if he dealt with them one by one, so he probably selected the more powerful weapon to cover for that loss in damage. If one part of it was understood, the entirety of Momon's fighting style came into view. The equipment was not chosen for vanity, or while thinking about nothing but dealing the most damage possible. They could understand that Momon chose the most appropriate answer for his situation. As expected of a warrior standing at the peak. Even though he could be careless or play around a bit, and no one would fault him for it, he doesn't. No, that's why he is an adamantite. Admiring Momon, Antoine continued to watch him seriously, trying not to miss even a single movement. It was probably the bad habit of a warrior, that his thoughts involuntarily drifted towards how he could land a hit on Momon. The rational part in his mind understood the reality. He wouldn't make Momon a potential enemy. There was nothing they could do if he ended up being one. Just the analysis of a part of the battle before them made them realize that they were no match for Momon. The result would likely be the same if they fought him as a team instead of going one-on-one. Antwali had no confidence in being able to withstand that fearsome blow. Workers sometimes had to fight against adventurers in their line of occupation, so they should absolutely refuse any commission that would make Momon their enemy. That said, there could come a time when they had no option but to fight him. They should be prepared when the time comes. They could just return the gratitude of being saved with a favor of their own separately. These were not contradictory actions. Swarming him with numbers, surrounding him is probably more dangerous instead. Is frequently switching out the guys engaging him the best answer? Well, not fighting him in the first place definitely is. Antwali smiled wryly at the conclusion he reached. That aside, the skeletal dragon in front of him bent its huge body backward from the force of a single blow, scattering bone splinters everywhere. That was some unbelievable strength. That overwhelming physical strength made one think of a monster rather than a human. Momon certainly had a lot of holes in his fighting style if examined by a critical eye. No, he was definitely a peak warrior who was making the most appropriate choices in the fight. There should definitely be a rational reason for why Momon's fighting style appeared to be full of gaps. Maybe he was being cautious to not let Antwali and the others see his whole hand. He sensed something in my gaze? Definitely not hostility. But even I can't promise that there wasn't a bit of a desire to challenge him earlier. Could he sense something that may or may not have existed? Are they so great? Are all adamantite adventurers that incredible? Antwali felt it would be a sorry case if Momon felt such a thing from his gaze despite having been saved by him. At that moment, the final skeletal dragon started moving. The summoned bear was either defeated or the summoning was cancelled by Invario. It headed towards Momon, probably considering him a difficult opponent. It charged towards Momon, extending its neck as if to crush him in its jaws. Antwali's group should have been the ones trying to stop it. They were the ones attacked by it in the first place. But they couldn't take any action, for two reasons. One is because they feared being a nuisance to Momon. Antwali and co had experienced the feeling of wanting others to go away and stay still if they were going to do unnecessary things. Well, most of the time it tended to be their clients. The sights seen by Momon, someone above all warriors, were probably different from what they could see. There was no doubt that what Antwali and the others would consider as being in a pinch would be nothing to Momon. Then, wouldn't they be interfering with Momon's plans if they acted thinking it was a critical situation while it was not? The other reason was that they had no time to act. Things progressed too quickly. The beautiful lady who fell from the sky like lightning swung down her long sword, capitalizing on the force of the fall. Still in its sheath, the sword acted like a blunt weapon, smashing into the skeletal dragon's skull. A normal monster would probably have died from that single strike, but as one would expect, those slender arms didn't manage to crush the dragon's head completely. Even so, the kinetic energy from the fall hit it straight on, causing its head to crash into the ground below. In contrast, the lady who came from the skies didn't end up being a stain on the ground, but stayed aloft in the air. There was no doubt she was using something related to flying, like a spell, to stay there. Someone muttered her name in the midst of it. So that's Nabe. It was natural that she would be here if Momon was here. The high-tier magic caster, the beautiful princess. Nabe. They could sense the beauty of that face, worthy of that nickname, even from here. It was the first time in their entire life that they'd seen such a beautiful face. Of course, according to rumors, beauty was not all she had, but also considerable skills. She was the adamantite adventurer Momon's one and only partner, so of course there was no way she would just be a beautiful decoration. First of all, she, a magic caster, was challenging the skeletal dragon to a melee while knowing that magic didn't work against it. She was likely confident about winning against it even without using magic. I see, so stayed hidden, on guard against that other dragon. Or maybe. He couldn't get out the words to say she was on the guard against them. Even though I was ordered to stand by, I hope you won't mind. The beautiful princess asked Momon, though Antwali's group couldn't hear it. Yes, it's perfect timing, forgive me. I will take this guy down in a minute, so buy me some time. With that, Momon turned towards Antoile's party and announced with confidence. Playtime's over. That was not overconfidence or bravado, but born of absolute trust and confidence. Immediately after, his aura changed. In an instant, the kick of his leg plowed the earth as if it exploded. The supporting leg shook the ground like an earthquake. Overwhelming speed. They didn't understand what happened for a moment. Only when the light flashed through the air, drawing a crescent arc, and only when the skeletal dragon's head rolled on the ground did they realize Momon had swung his sword. The unbelievable sight had them at a loss for words. Till now they were able to follow the sword's movements, also helped by the fact they were watching from a distance. However, this time it was completely different. It was like the sword was swung by an entirely different person. Its speed was something out of this world. The same goes for how destructive it was. Antoile stood silent. The overwhelming brilliance of it took his breath away. Is he really a warrior like him, a human? How much talent, ability, experience, and how many magic items would it take to make something like that possible? Despair welled up in Antoile from this insurmountable gap in ability suddenly presented before him. It's preposterous to even think about preparing in case they had to fight Momon. In the 1 in a million chance they found themselves in such a situation, the first thing they should be doing is to beg for their life. Momon walked towards Nabe with bold steps. No anxiety could be seen in those steps even though a magic caster, someone weak at melee, was fighting the enemy with a sword. It was probably from the trust he had placed in his partner. A single attack. The confident announcement reached Antoile's team. Nabe. Thanks for keeping the dragon busy, it helped. Let's switch. Yes, Momon San. And it was shown that Momon's proclamation was not a lie. Chapter 3. Whoa. As Hamsuke started climbing up the wall, Ainz's body, which was straddling Hamsuke, hung parallel to the ground. If he had not activated the fly spell through a magical item to free himself from the restraints of gravity, this could have been quite troublesome. If he were to fall from this height, would Ainz's body receive any damage? The answer would be a resounding no. However, he had to avoid allowing any third party to see him tumbling off Hamsuke in such an undignified manner. He had to maintain his reputation as Momon, the adamantite ranked adventurer. Since he had never fallen off his horse, or rather, his hamster, before, he wasn't sure whether his reputation would suffer from such an act. Perhaps people would be understanding and think it was natural to have such mishaps when riding a powerful magical beast like Hamsuke, but that was probably wishful thinking. Of course, Ainz had quite a few complaints. To be forthright, Ainz's evaluation of Hamsuke as a mount was incredibly low. Soul Eaters were far superior in comparison. As for comfort, if asked whether it was satisfactory, he would have to tilt his head in uncertainty. First off, Hamsuke's fur was admittedly fairly soft under normal circumstances. At such times, one could say the comfort level was passable. However, this appraisal would be completely reversed during combat. This was because when preparing for battle, Hamsuke's fur would harden. Moreover, she was unable to selectively keep just her back soft. Her entire body would become like a bed of nails. While this was fine for Ainz, ordinary humans would likely, no, definitely, end up stabbed by the countless thin, hard hairs. Next was the fact he had to spread his legs extremely wide just to ride her. Though this issue had improved somewhat with the use of a specialized saddle, it was still extremely difficult to stabilize himself by gripping the horse's, or rather, the hamster's body, with his thighs and knees. Even someone with superhuman abilities like Ainz could barely endure it. An ordinary person would find it necessary to secure their lower body to the specialized saddle with ropes. Despite Hamsuke's faults, everyone considered her an amazing magical beast for reasons beyond Ainz's understanding, which needlessly raised the bar for maintaining appearances. He was extremely dissatisfied. I remember someone telling me before that even elegant ducks frantically paddled their feet underwater too. That almost fits me to a T. Still, if there's a wall, and you're wondering what to do, jumping on it is something you should tell me beforehand. Unlike horses, you can talk, after all. Note, Ainz is misremembering the saying. Calm as a swan above waters, but frantic feet are paddling underneath. Ainz grumbled. His body was violently jerked back and forth in time with Hamsuke's movements. She should show a little more consideration for the person on her back. Well, since there haven't been any incidents so far, I suppose Hamsuke must have faith in me to not fall off. Even so, he wished Hamsuke would spare him from climbing vertical walls. Perhaps clinging to her back would improve the situation, but what kind of impression would that give to onlookers? Would they understand, or would they think it uncool? Or perhaps maintaining his current posture, perpendicular to Hamsuke, looked even stranger. Having finally reached the top of the wall, Hamsuke leaped into the tower grounds and landed with an appropriate thud. She then once again broke into a run. Riding on top, Ainz's head bobbed up and down vigorously. The shaking was so severe that an ordinary person would have undoubtedly gotten whiplash. While being grateful for his undead nature, Ainz surveyed the grounds of the broken tower. First, he noticed there were 3 skeletal dragons. Next, since the undead appeared to be attacking something, he had suspected that there were living creatures there, and as he suspected, there were several humans. Based on the information that Ainz had gathered beforehand, the probability was very high that there were other humans inside the broken tower as well. Avoiding any attacks that would include the broken tower shouldn't be a problem, right? Though since I'm posing as Momon the warrior, I can't make use of area of effect magic even if I wanted to. Of course, it would be different if he was to use an item, but he had no intention of needlessly revealing his hand. For that reason, it would be better not to have Narbro participate in this battle until the very last moment. How many times has this made it now that Momon the Adamantite Ranked Adventurer has helped someone? Even though Momon isn't particularly friendly with Nazarick, helping people in small ways will never be a waste, and will continue to be important going forward. The reason he had come here was that to reach the interior of the Katsa Plains, passing through the locations known as the Broken Towers was the most straightforward route. He hadn't expected to encounter skeletal dragons at the very first tower. Ainz tried to assess the situation between the skeletal dragons and the adventurers, or those who appeared to be adventurers. If he swooped in to steal their kill, it would be impossible to avoid dispute. However, their formation seemed to have collapsed, and they looked like they would be grateful if he slew the skeletal dragons. Also, was that bear squaring off against one of the skeletal dragons someone's pet? Go Zara, go Zara, go Zara! Hamsuke charged forward while making embarrassing sounds. The ones he should crush first were the 2 skeletal dragons blocking the escape route to the tower. Whether this thought had been conveyed to Hamsuke, or whether Hamsuke had come to the same conclusion herself, she charged straight for them. The skeletal dragon exchanging blows with the bear continued its battle, while the other 2 dragons began to move. They seemed to be targeting Hamsuke rather than the humans. They were moving to execute a pincer attack. Do they consider Hamsuke a threat? Considering a single skeletal dragon, its level should be much lower than Hamsuke's. Beasts would flee, but I suppose undead that know no fear wouldn't choose the option to retreat. Or perhaps they simply couldn't perceive the difference in their respective levels, or lacked the intelligence to know when to retreat. The distance to the skeletal dragon furthest from the wall, the one closest to the broken tower, was considerable, but with Hamsuke's leg strength, it was covered in an instant. Is it not time, my lord? The skeletal dragon was right before them. However, Ainz was unable to swing his sword. He had never fought while mounted before. His lack of experience had caught up with him, and he could not judge the distance. Especially with monsters like dragons that could attack with their tails. Since the tail wasn't visible from the front, his sense of distance inevitably became distorted. Moreover, Hamsuke's large size made it inherently difficult to gauge distances properly. What do ordinary warriors do when attacking while mounted? Should he attack now? Or should he draw them in closer? With a weapon like a lance, he could simply charge straight ahead, but he wasn't quite sure what to do with his great sword. Perhaps the best approach was to graze past them, then attack at the point of closest approach. Look out! Goza! A wall-like mass of white bones, the skeletal dragon's tail, struck Ainz's chest with tremendous force. However, Even though he had deactivated his passive skill, the pain was minimal. The force of the blow sent Ainz flying off of Hamsuke into midair. Naturally, since he had the fly spell active, it was easy to control his position in the air. But he chose not to use that power and instead rolled across the ground. Then he jumped to his feet. He considered if he should act out being damaged a little, but decided that as the hero Momon, it wouldn't seem strange to stand up unfazed. This is difficult. While he had trained in combat with Cocytus, mounted combat had not been a part of the lessons. He would need to train for various situations like this in the future. Ainz pondered such things while lightly brushing the dirt from his armor. It was probably stuck all over him, but he didn't have time to clean it all off. To groom himself in the rear while adventurers were fighting for their lives would certainly draw criticism. Hamsuke. I shall leave this one to you. Gain some experience. Understood, it is what it is. Hearing that response, Ainz shifted his gaze toward the adventurers without moving his head. I will take care of the remaining two. You adventurers over there, you wouldn't mind if I cut in, would you? If you'd rather I didn't interfere, I can just stand back and watch. This was a question he should have asked first. Who would have thought that his inability to time his attack would work out for the best? While people probably wouldn't complain about interference if they were being saved from mortal danger, they might criticize such discourteous behavior if their opponents were ones they could comfortably defeat. Can you take them? A natural question was posed. These were adventurers he couldn't recall seeing at the guild in Oriental. Unfortunately, they might not know of Momon's strength. No, even if they did, they had just witnessed him get blown away by the skeletal dragon's tail strike. It was understandable for them to doubt his abilities. It won't be a problem. Putting on an act to make his voice sound powerful, he moved to stand before the skeletal dragon, taking over from the male warrior. He conceded the first move to the skeletal dragon. It felt like he had already conceded the first move earlier, but that must have just been his imagination. He needed to put on a good show here to put the others at ease. While deflecting the approaching claws with his sword, Ainz stole a glance at the other skeletal dragon, the one fighting the bear. The bear was heavily battered and showed no signs of being able to fight much longer. Can I defeat it before that bear gives out? No, unfortunately. With just my abilities as a warrior, it doesn't seem likely. With his free hand, Ainz pointed at the skeletal dragon fighting the bear, then gave a thumbs up before turning it downward. If the signal was understood, good. If not, it wouldn't matter since he wouldn't lose anyway. Ainz returned his gaze to his immediate opponent. Just as he was about to attack, its claws came rushing in. Ainz snorted in amusement. For Ainz, who had received some training and become accustomed to wielding a sword, deflecting the skeletal dragon's claw attacks was a simple matter. However, the truth was that he didn't need to defend at all from the very start. This was because Ainz could nullify all physical attacks below level 60. Barring a few exceptions, there was no point in defending against attacks below that level. However, there were witnesses present. Presenting too inhuman in appearance might arouse suspicion. Well, it turned out well last time, but how will it go this time? Alright. Let's try using a martial art. After reactivating High-Tier Physical Nullification 3, Ainz turned his back. He would spin around and deliver a strike empowered by centrifugal force to the skeletal dragon. To be blunt, at this distance and timing, performing a full rotation right in front of an enemy was insane. No matter how you looked at it, the enemy's attack would hit first, while his accuracy would drop significantly. That was why he reactivated his skill. Even if he failed and the enemy's attack hit first, Ainz wouldn't flinch at all. The goal was to make observers think. He must have used a defensive martial art, while simultaneously using a spinning offensive martial art. And then, with his centrifugal force enhanced strike. Its tail? The tail and Ainz' strike collided, knocking back the skeletal dragon's tail. Ainz was astounded. What an incredible stroke of luck. Since he had been facing backward, he hadn't noticed at all, but apparently, the skeletal dragon had also attacked with its tail just as Ainz struck. His swinging sword had coincidentally collided with it midair. It looked like I did that on purpose, didn't it? Though it had transpired entirely by chance, he had countered his opponent's attack while landing his own. To the onlookers, it must have looked like he had brilliantly intercepted the approaching tail of bones. That's right. If I act like that was what I was aiming for, wouldn't that seem fitting for an adamantite ranked adventurer, and also rather stylish? Or wait, would it be considered normal for an adamantite ranked adventurer to do something like this? The skeletal dragon staggered, pulled along by its forcefully repelled tail. It might have been a little too flashy, but if I say this was a martial art, it should be okay, right? He had been asked numerous times by adventurers in Irantal about what original martial arts he had developed. That was why Momon of Darkness, the adamantite ranked adventurer, needed to produce techniques that resembled martial arts. That was how this martial art-like technique he had displayed when Demiurge was rampaging in the royal capital became. Secret sword technique, turning wheel. Note, Tenrin means turning wheel, but it also has Buddhist connotations. Chakravartin, the Sanskrit concept for an ideal universal ruler, means through whom the wheel of the Dharma is turning, and is translated literally as wheel-turning Saint King. Ainz whispered the name he had just decided on for the spinning slash in his mind. Originally, or rather, when he used it in the royal capital, it was a technique where he swung his sword with all his might, letting the centrifugal force spin his body around once before returning to his starting position. Though he called it a technique, it wasn't anything of the sort. In truth, it was just an attempt to forcibly regain his balance after accidentally losing it during combat, which resulted in an acrobatic-like movement. It was the kind of technique that would earn him a scolding for swinging a sword in a way that would throw him off balance. However, if he didn't prepare at least one technique that resembled a martial art, there might come a time when he couldn't bluff his way through, so this was a technique he had mastered through dozens of training sessions. To be honest, it didn't succeed very often, but when it did, it was a pretty cool move. This time, it was an improved version. It was really just a spinning slash, and there was no doubt that simply putting proper force into a normal strike would be more powerful. However, by adding unnecessary movements, he could make onlookers think it must have some special effect. Is that a weird name? Ainz was aware that his naming sense wasn't great. He couldn't imagine that the first name that popped into his head would be any good. In that case, how about Merry-Go Attack? I suspect that's not much better than the previous one. But well, since it's the second name that comes to mind, I hope it's decent enough. While idly pondering such things, Ainz pressed forward. His next customer was nearby. He couldn't spend too much time on just this one. The slightly larger skeletal dragon that had presumably killed the bear came charging in. He wouldn't mind fighting 2-on-1, but he had already given instructions beforehand. Just as the skeletal dragon extended its neck to bite, Narbro fell from the sky and smashed its head with the long sword in her hand. The skeletal dragon's head, upon receiving a heavy impact, was slammed into the ground with great force. The fact that solely the part from its neck forward was knocked to the ground was possible only because it was an undead with a false body construction, lacking skin, flesh, and tendons to transfer force. To Ainz, however, it looked a bit cartoonish and made him want to laugh. Even though I was ordered to stand by, I hope this was acceptable? Yes, perfect timing. It seemed that his signal had been properly interpreted. Forgive me. I shall end this one quickly, so please buy me some time. Narbro would win without any issue. However, if the magic caster Nabe were to defeat a skeletal dragon using only a sword, it would stand out too much. Having her focus solely on defense and buying time was probably the absolute limit of what would be acceptable. Moreover, if it appeared that the warrior Momon had completely entrusted the role of tank to the magic caster Nabe, his capabilities as a warrior might be called into question. After all, a proper warrior served as the vanguard, a reliable shield for the squishies. After Narbro indicated her understanding with a gesture, Ainz shifted his gaze just in time to see the skeletal dragon he had been fighting attempting to sweep at him from the side with its claws. He dodged, stepped in, and delivered a strike to its body with his sword gripped in both hands. Defeating it with just a sword is a bother after all. It would be faster to dominate the undead and have them fight each other, but doing so would arouse suspicion. His opponent was an undead with intelligence only on the order of kill the living. It extended its neck toward Ainz, trying to bite and chew on him without considering retreat. Like a batter, Ainz took a half-body stance, drew back his sword, took a heavy step, and delivered a full horizontal swing. The way the white skull was blown back resembled a grotesque parody of baseball. This time, Ainz had struck with the flat of his blade. Skeleton-type monsters, such as Ainz himself, were completely resistant to piercing attacks but extremely vulnerable to bludgeoning attacks. He hadn't bothered with this until now since he had time, but he needed to defeat it quickly and go help Nabe. It was farcical that the appearance of his partner had instead left him with less time to spare. "Playtime is over." He said this loud enough for the adventurers to overhear. In truth, he didn't consider this to be playtime at all. He only said that because he thought it might make him sound cool, or that it sounded like something an adamantite ranked adventurer would say, but that was about it. However, Ainz regretted it immediately after saying it. Even though he had declared that playtime was over, it didn't mean that his method of attack would change. If there was something obvious like his sword bursting into flames, it would be a different matter, but all Ainz could do was simply continue beating on it. In that case, this is the only option. He cast a spell that had been modified with metamagic. Silent magic, perfect warrior. Then, being careful not to use his full strength, he stepped in. Even while holding back, his speed was more than twice than before now that he had the stats of a level 100 warrior. He invaded his opponent's space in less than an instant, faster than the skeletal dragon was able to react. Feeling his legs, hips, torso, and chest coordinate effortlessly in perfect harmony, he channeled that momentum into his great sword as it raced through the skeletal dragon's neck. The execution was carried out faster than the eye could blink. Without sparing a glance at the falling skull, Ainz turned on his heel and began to slowly walk toward Nabe. Nabe was following his orders, focusing entirely on defense and skillfully handling its attacks. While he probably should have hurried, he didn't for two reasons. First, he was confident that Nabe would be fine, and second, he thought that walking in a self-assured manner would be more fitting for the hero Momon. One strike. He had forgotten earlier, so he announced it loud enough for the adventurers to hear. His goal was to minimize any suspicion about his sudden increase in strength by declaring that he had done it intentionally. He would be pleased if they thought he had finally gotten serious, or had used a martial art. At worst, they would recognize it as something he could do because of the accumulated damage it had been dealt so far, probably. If they didn't accept that, he could just insist on it. He could even resort to pulling rank by accusing them of doubting the judgment of an adamantite ranked adventurer. If he had any regret, it was that announcing it beforehand would have been cooler. The reason he had not done so was because he wasn't confident he could kill it in one strike. It would have been incredibly lame to make such a declaration and then fail to finish it in one blow. Come to think of it, pulling rank, huh? While he didn't want to do such a thing to the members of Nazarick, he didn't particularly care about doing it to adventurers that he didn't even know. Suddenly, the faces of the dwarves and the Baharuth family appeared in his mind. It's probably not good to use it on subcontractors either. Oops. He had gotten lost in thoughts that weren't relevant to the current situation. Nabe. Thanks for keeping this one busy. I'll take over from here. Yes, Momon San. Common sense would dictate that he should attack the skeletal dragon immediately from the side rather than saying unnecessary things to Nabe. However, as he had been doing until now, he needed to demonstrate the composure expected of an adamantite-ranked adventurer. As Nabe attempted to fall back, the skeletal dragon tried to launch an attack. However, for Ainz, who had gained the physical prowess of a level 100 warrior through perfect warrior, the skeletal dragon might as well have been moving in slow motion. He stepped in and brought his sword down on its extended neck. Its head flew off easily, spinning through the air before falling to the ground. He heard exclamatory shouts of, "Oh!" coming from the adventurers. Since there hadn't been such impressed cries when he defeated the first skeletal dragon, it seemed his declarations were indeed important. Ainz turned his gaze toward the final skeletal dragon, the one that Hamsuke should have been fighting. Hamsuke was pushing forward one-sidedly. The difference in raw power was obvious. Hamsuke was swinging her tail like a whip, which made sharp cracking sounds and dealt steady damage. Fine cracks webbed across the skeletal dragon's entire body, and it was on the verge of crumbling away. There was no need for Ainz to provide support. This won't even net any XP, gah. Ainz felt exasperated at himself for thinking such gamer-like thoughts about how many experience points would be earned based on the skeletal dragon's level and Hamsuke's presumed level. If leveling up worked like it did in-game, things would be so much more straightforward. While Ainz and the rest of Nazarick appeared to be bound by Yggdrasil's concept of levels, it was possible that the creatures of this world, such as Hamsuke and the lizardman Sorcerous they had subjugated, weren't structured according to a level system at all. Well, I have a feeling they might be structured that way. The tier magic system, among other such things, is proof of that. That was why Ainz was conducting combat training experiments with the lizardmen he had subjugated. The fact that friendly fire was now permitted made power leveling possible. By having them defeat the pop undead that spawned in Nazarick and tracking the numbers they defeated, they could investigate whether experience point calculations held true. If there isn't any abnormal increase in ability in the sense of leveling up, rather than natural improvements in physical ability through training, it will be considered a failure. And if there's a level cap, it's all pointless anyway. But since those we've resurrected, like Sorcerous, have reported their bodies moving poorly, there must be something similar to a level down caused by resurrection magic. From the experimental result that Hamsuke had become able to wear armor, had acquired a warrior class, it seemed she might be receiving the benefits of the level system, but since Nazarick, an entity influenced by the game system, was involved, one could also argue that this involvement was what allowed her to level up. Really, it's all so confusing. While Ainz was considering the various methods of strengthening Nazarick in the future, Hamsuke bashed the skeletal dragon's head off and gave Ainz a victory pose. Good work, Hamsuke. Haha, yes, it do be like that. The huge hamster came lumbering over on 2 legs. You're an animal, so run on all 4s. Ainz thought, but kept it to himself. Rather, he found himself thinking that it was quite impressive she could stand upright supporting her weight on just her 2 hind legs. He felt like he had been seeing that posture more frequently since Hamsuke acquired the warrior class. If she were to pursue a class like monk, would she be able to use kicking techniques with those legs? Then again, Hamsuke was a magical beast. She was probably capable of such things, unlike ordinary beasts. Now then, are you all over there all right? Ainz called out to the adventurers who were standing there. A man who appeared to be a warrior stepped forward. Their representative, most likely the team's leader. We are very grateful for your assistance. My apologies if I am mistaken, sir, but might you be Momon of Darkness, the renowned adamantite ranked adventurer? Contrary to his savage appearance, he spoke in a formal manner. Perhaps he just styled his outward appearance this way to maintain an adventurer persona, while inside he was an earnest young man. This was a common practice. Many adventurers use such camouflage to avoid being made light of by clients, business rivals, and fellow professionals. Dyed hair would be another example. Ainz was quite familiar with such inner workings because of his frequent interactions with adventurers. It seems that you know of me. Yes, I am Momon. And over there is my companion Nabe. And this is my mount Hamsuke. I'm Hamsuke that I am. Hamsuke quickly bowed her head, while Narbro merely inclined her head slightly without saying anything. It wasn't even at the level of a nod. She had barely moved her head at all, but Ainz felt deeply moved to see this, thinking, look how much she's grown. The Narbro of the past would certainly have responded more harshly. However, seeing how Hamsuke had properly greeted them, he couldn't help but feel that she still had a long way to go. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Antwali. And these are. Antwali proceeded to introduce his companions and explain how they had come to be here, while Ainz listened with what appeared to be a thoughtful attitude. Though it caught his attention slightly that they were workers rather than adventurers, There was nothing in their story that would particularly prompt him to ask questions. When that was finished, it was his turn. I see. We came to these plains searching for a ship that sails across the land at the request of Albedo, Prime Minister of the Sorcerous Kingdom. I mean the ghost ship of the Katsa Plains? Well, here's heard o' that too, but ain't it just a rumor or a tall tale? The arcane magic caster, Invario, if he recalled correctly, cut in from the side. Antwoli shot him a glaring look. Hey now, don't speak so rudely to Momon-sama, the one who helped us. Please pay it no mind. Though there is a difference between workers and adventurers, aren't we somewhat comrades in the same line of work? Besides, in a place like this, why don't we set aside rank and position and speak casually? If Momon-sama says so, then we have no objections. Within Ainz's mind, Antwoli earned 1 point for being an outstanding salaryman. He liked polite men. Oh, sorry about that. This Olunk's not very good with matters of etiquette. So then, Top Keen Momon-san up on his offer. Does the Prime Minister of the Sorcerous Kingdom have any special info? Like where it appeared or something? No, unfortunately, we received no special information from the Prime Minister at all. Most likely, she just wants to verify the rumor. This land is supposedly territory of the Sorcerous Kingdom, after all. Or perhaps she intends to make it known at home and abroad that they can use me, can order me around at their beck and call, even for something as trivial as investigating idle gossip. You know, you shouldn't say this, but ain't it possible the Prime Minister's got some other goal? She might, but since she submitted a proper request, I have no choice but to accept it. As an adventurer. By the way, I'm not asking this to collect on the debt for assisting you, but since you came to this land before us, I'd like to ask. Have you seen or heard anything about such a ship that comes to mind? They shook their heads from side to side. Unfortunately, it seemed like this wouldn't play out like a game event where the people he had helped would possess special information that would let him easily reach his destination. I see. We're planning to head for the next tower, but what will you all do? The group exchanged glances. We should head back, Antwoli said quietly. He wasn't speaking to Ainz, but rather seeking agreement from his companions. No objections. Yeah, it's better to play it safe. We don't know how far into the plains the ones we buried made it, but since it ended up in a situation where 3 skeletal dragons appeared at once, our previous knowledge might not be useful anymore. It is regrettable that we cannot continue on and put more undead to rest, but as Buna said, it can't be helped. We need to warn those in the free city of Vadis. After all, in a broader sense, those people there are, yes, our comrades in destroying the undead. Their decision was convenient for Ainz. He had no intention of opposing it, but there was one thing he had to confirm. I have researched this area, but I'm not very familiar with it. This is embarrassing to ask, but could you tell me? Are those skeletal dragons such a threat? Surely you could have defeated them given enough time? And yet you choose to retreat? He wasn't sure whether they could have defeated them or not. This was because he hadn't been present at any scene that would allow him to judge their strength. However, he still asked such questions because he wanted to know their benchmark for strength. From that, he could work backward to determine their strength as well. I see. Thank you for evaluating us so highly. I do believe we could have defeated the skeletal dragons. However, skeletal dragons are undead that have only been reported to appear deep in the interior. Moreover, only a single one has been confirmed at a time. For there to be 3 of them is abnormal, to say the least. Those who fled here and were wiped out must have drawn them along, but considering they managed to escape here from flying undead, I don't think they could have ventured that deep inside. Antwoli took a breath after his long explanation before continuing. Given these circumstances, perhaps something has caused major changes in the pattern of how undead manifest in this land. Therefore, we have judged that proceeding any further would be dangerous at present. I see. Ainz understood their thoughts well. Then, unfortunately, this is where we part ways. Let us see you off. Did I make a mistake in saying that? Ainz thought immediately after he spoke. That comment had slipped out due to his eagerness to secure this location and send them on their way. No one would be pleased to be hurried along like that. If his desire to say, "Just get out of here, you're in the way," had accidentally shown through, the hero Momon might be thought of as an arrogant and egotistical person who threw around his adamantite rank. There was no need to be particularly considerate of their feelings, but he had to avoid damaging the hero Momon's reputation. Human relationships are tricky. The remnants of the salaryman Suzuki Satoru within Ainz grumbled about this. Perhaps exceptional people could live while ignoring all such concerns, but these were important matters for Suzuki Satoru, who possessed emotional faculties below those of an average person. Taking little notice of Ainz's inner conflict, and Wally and his companions didn't seem to take offense. However, he couldn't simply trust that at face value. Just because a salesman was smiling didn't mean they were smiling on the inside. Even Ainz himself, though his skeletal face couldn't move, often wasn't smiling beneath his smile. "It is as you say. It may be best to leave quickly." And Wally called out to his companions. "Call out to those in the tower too, and prepare to leave at once." Their movements after that were swift. Within minutes, everyone had gathered in front of the broken tower with their belongings. "Momon-sama, thank you very much for this time. If Momon-sama had not come, perhaps some of us would have died. We shall never forget this debt." As Aunt Wally said this, everyone bowed their heads in unison and said, "Thank you very much." It was such superb coordination that Ainz wondered if they had rehearsed or discussed it inside. "No, I am the one who is thankful that I was able to be of help to you all." When Ainz replied like that, they smiled back at him. Ainz watched them from outside the tower until after they climbed over the wall and completely disappeared into the thin fog. Though he strained his ears, he could no longer hear their footsteps. He wondered if they had refrained from commenting on the fact that he had conducted the entire exchange without removing his helmet, while they had removed whatever headgear they had been wearing, because he was their savior. Or perhaps they had felt dissatisfied but simply left it unvoiced. There was no point in worrying about questions that had no answers. "Now then, first, let us enter the tower and make various preparations." Speaking to Nabro, who had remained silent at his side until now, Ainz decided to move on to the next phase of his plan. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 4. Ainz entered the tower along with Nabro and Hamsuke. The door was a bit small for Hamsuke's massive frame, but they managed to drag her in with brute force. After closing the door, Ainz surveyed the interior of the tower, now cramped thanks to Hamsuke's presence. He was unable to find any holes where light might leak in from the outside. Even so, Ainz felt uneasy about whether they were truly alone. "From what I can see, there don't appear to be any holes where someone could peek in from the outside. Nabro, do you notice anything concerning? Hamsuke, could you smell or see anything unusual?" The two of them looked around. Though it took some time to check behind Hamsuke, they both reported nothing found. "I see. Hamsuke, keep watch on our surroundings. Just be careful not to be discovered by any undead in the area." "Understood, my lord." Hamsuke cheerfully, and with assistance from Ainz and Nabro, went outside. After exiting, perhaps feeling refreshed, she stood on her hind legs and rolled her shoulders, visible through the closing gap in the door. Suppressing the urge to comment, Ainz sat down in a wooden chair that had been left there. It was solidly built, able to support even the weight of full plate armor. One could even call it ruggedly constructed. Though Ainz wanted to get going right away, it would be better to wait until the earlier group had moved further away. That was why he had not returned to his usual form, despite the absence of prying eyes, and remained in the guise of Momon. Nabro, who had come quite close, asked in a hushed voice, "Momon-san, was that all right?" He didn't need to ask what she meant. He could pretty much guess what she wanted to say. Will those people accept Momon-san's words and obediently return to the city? Nabro lowered her voice further. Would it not have been better to kill them and avoid future complications? If you command it, even now I could. The positive impression that Momon might gain by helping them, and the possibility of an information leak by letting them go. I have concluded that choosing the former outweighs the risk of the latter. Even if information were to leak by letting them go, there would be no problem unless it was something definitive enough to expose Ainz equals Momon. On the contrary, the spread of information that Momon had come here on a request from the Sorcerous Kingdom would reinforce his alibi, making it rather convenient. Besides, if he killed them now, he would be unable to make use of them in the future if he ever wished to. In that case, Momon San, what shall we do going forward? Will you continue to let adventurers go if we encounter more? No, that is a different matter entirely. Nothing should be witnessed about what we shall do next. We will dispose of them. However, if any are allowed to escape, it will turn into a worst-case scenario. Make sure it is carried out thoroughly. We must prepare in such a way that absolutely none can escape, understood? Understood. Good. Now then, as planned, we'll take a few hours of free time. Ainz said this as he lit a lamp, took out a book, and began to read. When those at the top took the initiative to rest, it made it easier for those below to take breaks as well. Since Nabe was present, the book he chose was far beyond his intellectual capabilities. As a result, he was unable to parse any of its contents, leaving it unclear whether he was actually reading the book or merely staring at it. As for Nabe, she stood silently and without a hint of movement, watching him. He knew it wasn't the case, but the word surveillance came to mind. However, Ainz felt neither confusion nor discomfort. He had grown used to this behavior from the regular maids. Nabe. No, Nabe. You may do as you please, you know. Come to think of it, do you have any hobbies? Hobbies, you ask? Nabe tilted her head slightly. When asked directly like this, there's nothing I could point to in particular, but if I had to say, perhaps chatting? Pshaw. Ainz concealed his surprise. He felt it would be somewhat rude to be surprised by someone's hobby. However, the image of a chatty Nabe was quite different from his impression of her. Who do you usually chat with? The other Pleiades, or the regular maids, or Albedo-sama, I suppose? Is that so? Though he was a bit curious about what they discussed, Ainz quickly shut his mouth before he could ask. He suddenly remembered hearing from a colleague about how female employees would invariably gather to criticize their superiors. Of course, they surely wouldn't speak ill of Ainz, but what about Seabass and Pastonia? If, hypothetically, though he wanted to think it impossible, Nabe and the others were bad-mouthing those two. Having instantly recognized this topic as a minefield, Ainz tried to alter the course of the conversation. By the way, what sort of hobbies do the other Pleiades have? Let's see. Ainz-san, Yuri does many things, but perhaps it would be sewing? Though I'm not entirely confident. Solution enjoys, though I hesitate to call that music, listening to music. I don't think she performs it herself. Shiza likes to collect cute things. And Toma likes to eat tasty things. As for Lupus Regina, perhaps invading others' personal space. While two of them had somewhat concerning hobbies, by comparison, Nabe seemed quite respectable. I see. Well then, in that case, why don't you try chatting with me for a little bit? Ainz closed his book and turned to face Nabe, who became flustered. And no, I couldn't possibly do such a thing as intrude on Ainz-sama's precious time. I will go talk with Hamsuke outside. Is that so? Well then, that's fine too, if you prefer. Nabe fled outside. Ainz understood her feelings very well, nodding internally as he watched her retreating figure. He too would want to escape if his superior were to offer to spend their free time indulging in his hobbies. Hobbies were enjoyable precisely because you could do them freely without having to look to your superiors for approval. It would be hell if your hobby became a part of your job. Now alone, Ainz set aside the book in front of him and took out another. With Nabe gone, there was no need to read a difficult book. After finishing about 2 books, Ainz stood up. The time was ripe. When he opened the door, he found Hamsuke and Nabe sitting together on the ground, apparently gazing at the sky. Shrouded in thin fog and white with haze, the sky didn't seem particularly enjoyable to observe, but perhaps they found something meaningful in it. However, Ainz only glimpsed this for an instant, as they both immediately turned around at the sound of the opening door. Nabe. Momon-sama. He didn't point out how mixed up she was getting. Ainz pretended not to notice and asked, "Has anyone appeared in the area since that earlier group departed?" "No, there hasn't been anyone. Once, I sent out a summoned monster to patrol the area, but there seemed to be nothing there." "That's right, Mood. To my ears and nose, there weren't any signs of living beings at all, that there wasn't." "I see. If you two say so, then there shouldn't be any problems. Now then, let's begin." After returning alone into the tower, Ainz dispelled his armor and transformed from Momon back into Ainz. The first spell he cast was Gate. The destination was the surface part of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. The undead who had been waiting on the other side emerged from the gate in a line. They were elder liches. Moreover, ones that Ainz had created. They were 10 in number, assembled in a line before Ainz and making the interior of the small tower quite cramped. Perhaps it would have been more efficient to use more powerful undead. However, there were several advantages to using elder liches. For example, 1. Since Ainz could create them, their destruction wouldn't be a significant loss. 2. As undead, they would not be attacked by the mindless undead of this land. It was also unlikely that they would be attacked by intelligent undead. 3. Even if some unknown being had made this area their lair, elder liches were said to appear naturally in this land, so they wouldn't seem too out of place. They would be thought of as naturally occurring elder liches rather than ones from the Sorcerous Kingdom. 4. They could use fly, making movement easy. 5. Being generally considered strong in this world, they were capable of combat to a certain extent and could serve reasonably well as bait for unknown third parties. And so on. The third point was particularly excellent. If he brought powerful undead, ones that shouldn't exist in the Katsa Plains, from Nazarick, it might put any powerful beings in the area on guard. Given the choice between being viewed warily or being underestimated, Ainz preferred the latter. Ainz created armor and other equipment with his magic, returning to his guise of Momon. Next, he took out a staff shaped like a skull seated atop a spinal column. It was a staff purportedly borrowed from the Sorcerer King Ainz's old gown, to be used to control the undead, the elder liches. Though it contained a data crystal and thus held mana, in reality it possessed no such ability. While it might raise suspicions under close examination, if it reached the point of being stolen and examined, the situation would likely be dire enough that such concerns would be irrelevant. Therefore, he hadn't worried about that possibility. Having completed these preparations, he finally opened the door and stepped outside. The elder liches followed behind him. He dramatically pointed the staff he held at the lined-up elder liches. "For now, state your numbers." Following Ainz's command, the elder liches began to state their numbers. These were not names, but rather individual identification numbers that could be considered as such. Ainz wrote all of them down on a memo pad. A more capable person might be able to memorize them, but Ainz could not. "Okay, got it. Once every few hours, I will contact each of you with message. Report what you have found at that time. You need not concern yourselves with ordinary undead, but special undead or structures should be reported." He knew that there were major gaps in these instructions. For instance, if they discovered a zombie wearing armor, would it count as a special undead? The answer was no. In this land, where adventurers and soldiers often ended up as zombies, armored zombies were neither rare nor remarkable. But what about in Yggdrasil? The ordinary zombie pock monsters had graphics showing them in tattered clothes. If Ainz was told about an ordinary zombie, the first thing that would come to mind was the familiar Yggdrasil zombie. Monsters created by Ainz were born with some understanding of his intentions and circumstances, but the concepts they shared were on the level of what could be thought of as common sense. However, he couldn't be certain whether they would consider an armored zombie unremarkable. Or what if, although extremely unlikely, a zombie in this land was wearing armor made in Yggdrasil? Thus, it was impossible to draw clear lines about what constituted special. One might suggest thoroughly examining every undead that appeared to avoid such issues, but examining each zombie individually would take an unimaginable amount of time. Even these elder liches, the fact that Ainz had created them aside, were the forces of Nazarick. Using them in such an inefficient manner was out of the question. From a cost-benefit perspective, it would be better to start with fuzzy orders and increase precision if the desired results weren't achieved. Now, one at a time, starting from the lowest numbered, come take the items I will hand you. Pointing the staff at them for each command was tedious, but it was necessary to establish an alibi. He had to endure it. Ainz handed over each of the different items he had prepared to the elder liches. He made sure to note down which had received what item. Notes were crucial, especially when his head felt this stuff to the brim. If we're going to conduct operations like this frequently, I should probably take photos of the items we use, but then I'd have to take pictures from every angle, so there'd be a lot. I wonder if it would be worth the resources consumed. While grumbling internally, Ainz desperately tried to memorize the appearance of the items he had distributed, then let out a sigh. His already limited memory capacity was packed full of information. He felt that if he tried to remember anything more, it would push something else out like Tokoroten. No, even while just sighing, though Ainz didn't breathe, he couldn't help but feel like something was going to leak out. Note: Tokoroten is a noodle dish made by pressing a solid block of seaweed jelly through an extruding device called a tensuki, shredding it into thin strips. At any rate, this concluded the preparations. Well, I have a spell-sealing crystal after all, so if anything were to happen I should at least be able to cover it up. Following Ainz's brief command of "Go!", the elder liches cast, fly, and rose into the sky, each scattering in the direction they were instructed. As Ainz watched the elder liches until they disappeared into the fog, Nabril approached him timidly, showing an attitude quite unlike her usual self. Wait a moment." Ainz raised his hand casually and answered magnanimously, gesturing with a tilt of his head toward the tower entrance. Though Nabril alone would have been sufficient, for some reason Hamsuke followed alone as well. With the help of Ainz and Nabril, Hamsuke entered and deftly closed the door. Now then, with this we can afford to be a bit less vigilant about being observed. What is it? Did something happen? Oh yes. I don't mean to question Ainz-sama's judgment, but no, certainly not. I don't mean to, I am confident that the undead that Ainz-sama created won't fail in this task. But considering Ainz-sama's conclusion that there might be an unknown enemy in this land, it seems somewhat might be too presumptuous, but... Nabril stammered nervously. Though the finer details were somewhat unclear, she probably meant that the elder liches were insufficient in terms of combat strength. Her inability to ask this directly stemmed from the fact that the elder liches summoned earlier had been created by Ainz himself. Had they been the pop elder liches that spawned naturally within Nazarick, she would have been able to ask him in her usual manner of speech. So in the end, is the status of the undead I create still a delicate matter? Ainz had already made an official statement. The undead he created were inferior to the NPCs. However, Nabril seemed to be one of those who couldn't simply accept that with a "Yes, I understand" being told. Let's drop the formalities. But being unable to act on it even after saying, "Yes, I understand." Truly a well-conditioned working adult. While mentally awarding Nabril 1 working adult point and feeling a sense of kinship, Ainz explained the advantages he had considered earlier. Nabril listened silently before letting out a deep sigh of admiration. As expected of Ainz-sama. "Have you already considered everything I thought of?" "Yes. This is an extremely rare case where I carefully thought through my options and chose the elder liches. Well, if this were Albedo or Demiurge, given their brilliance, they might have thought of different undead or methods, but this is the best I can do, I suppose." Nabril showed a somewhat troubled smile. This too, he sort of understood. Ainz was being honest about his rare moment of careful consideration, but for the NPCs who for some reason believed him to be wise, it probably came across as sarcasm or a poor joke. "Oh, am I being sharp today? Usually, I wouldn't be able to read this far into things. Could it be that some special magical effect in this land is accelerating my undead brain's processing speed? The fact that I'm even thinking this probably means that's not the case." No, I was being serious, but well, you see, Nabril. It's wonderful that you're considering potential holes in the plan and trying to make suggestions. Isn't that the proper attitude to have? This was absolutely something that needed to be said. In fact, he had said it many times before. It would be very problematic if she concluded. Since Ainz-sama has already thought so far ahead, I shouldn't ask any strange questions. That was why he needed to praise Nabe and encourage her to continue asking questions in similar scenarios in the future, because next time, she would surely point out something he had overlooked. Not blindly following the ideas of your superior, but thinking things through yourself and asking questions when something is unclear or questionable. That attitude is wonderful and, as a leader, exactly what I wanted to see. Just now, Nabe, you were, amazing. Ainz's vocabulary was sorely lacking. He should have used more sophisticated words of praise, but none had come to mind. Amazing, you say? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It was pure momentum. Or rather, momentum was all he had. You are amazing. Nabe is amazing. You are so amazing. You are amazing, Nabe. Ainz-sama, please stop. Nabe spoke in a quiet voice, her face bright red as she looked down. Is that so? Why, yes. They both fell silent. Was I a little too persistent? Ainz regretted his actions, wondering if he had gone too far. He hadn't meant to be sarcastic or embarrass Nabe, but it would be bad if she had taken it that way. It was a difficult thing to praise a subordinate as their superior. How did typical managers praise their subordinates? He wanted to use that for reference. I've read books about how to be a good boss, but there weren't any books that listed specific words to use when praising your subordinates. Or maybe I just haven't come across one yet. Was there any value in reading business books that weren't specific? No, perhaps he was at fault for not picking up what he needed from them. While Ainz pondered vaguely, the atmosphere remained unchanged. Frankly speaking, the mood inside the tower was unbearable. Incidentally, he ignored Hamsuke, who was fidgeting next to him as if wanting to ask. And me? What about me? Normally, this would be the time to make use of Hamsuke. If he threw out some casual topic, Hamsuke would eagerly jump in. Nabe would then respond to Hamsuke in her usual unrestrained manner, and things would return to normal. However, since they had come to this land, Hamsuke would mutter to herself more than usual whenever she was left alone for a bit, making it somewhat scary to engage her in conversation. Perhaps she is talking to something that can't be seen, though there don't seem to be any invisible undead around. In that case, is she just lonely? I should fulfill my duties as a responsible pet owner. He might need to play ball with her or something when they return to Nazarick. Oh crap. Nabe is still feeling uncomfortable. Here, though it's a bit forced. Ahem. Sorry. I just remembered there is another task that I must handle. Nabe, I apologize, but could you keep watch outside? That goes for you too, Hamsuke. Why yes, at once. Nabe's response was unusually enthusiastic. She moved with more than her usual swiftness to exit the tower, accepting his sudden excuse without suspicion. Normally she would have given Hamsuke a cold look and forcibly dragged her along, but this time she left her behind. Well then, my lord. I shall also keep watch outside with Nabe Dunno, that I shall. I'm counting on you, Hamsuke. After the two of them left, Ainz, now alone, waited inside the tower for a while. This was because he needed to wait for the elder liches to spread out and they hadn't stopped moving. However, considering the scale of the Katsa plains, it was quite difficult to tell whether they had stopped or were still on the move. All he could do was wait quietly. He would have preferred to pass the time reading, but he couldn't help but feel that doing so would make the appearances of all the items he had so carefully memorized slip from his mind. Therefore, he could only endure this ordeal in silence. How many hours had passed? Though he couldn't see through the fog, the sun had probably set by now. He felt he had done something unkind to those two he'd left waiting outside all this time. There was no point in having them wait outside at the moment. It might have been better to let them wait inside. Then again, if they had been inside, he might have lost his concentration. Ainz focused on the elder liches he had sent out. More precisely, he tried to sense his own undead that were in the area. Unlike Mir Oriental, there were only a few of his undead in the vicinity, so he could somewhat sense their general locations. They had dispersed far and wide. Though it was still insufficient considering the total size of the Katsa Plains, they had moved far enough that he could now send a message to check on their current status. Ainz cast the spell to contact them one by one. Most reported finding nothing special, but one elder lich had discovered something unusual. Ainz-sama, I have discovered a crab. A crab? Hearing those words brought an image of a bright red crab to Ainz's mind. He had never eaten one before. The only crab he had ever tried was imitation crab stick, but he at least knew that much. In addition, there were also crab-shaped monsters in Yggdrasil. Are you near a lake? No, or perhaps the sea? Is there a beach? No, I apologize. It is a plain. He wasn't sure what the apology was for, but the situation of a crab being on a plain was far more pressing. Perhaps Ainz simply didn't know enough about crab ecosystems. Maybe this was normal? However, while he remembered them appearing in locations associated with water in Yggdrasil, like swamps and seas, he couldn't recall them appearing on dry land. No, Ainz shook his head internally. Crab was just the elder lich's recognition. There was no guarantee that it was truly a crab. Skeletal dragons were a good example. Though they bore the name of dragon, they merely resembled one in form and weren't created from dragon bones as one might expect. But still, why an undead crab? No, it must be an undead or monster that just resembles a crab in form. Wait a moment. Ainz looked at his memo pad, desperately trying to remember the shape of the item he had given to that elder lich. It seemed his memory was correct, as the scene was reflected in the mirror of remote viewing. Looking down at the scene from above, beneath the elder lich flying overhead was a crab? He involuntarily dropped his act at the sight of the creature below. A crab. He blinked several times. Still, it didn't seem to be an illusion, and the figure didn't vanish or change. The mirror showed the image of a crab that Ainz knew, though one of substantial size. It was considerably larger than a human. Perhaps it was even larger than Hamsuke. It supported and lifted its massive body on spindly legs. There were no visible alterations to its form, like the physical deterioration typical of zombies, but Ainz's veteran undead instincts told him that this crab was undead. Ainz slowly closed his eyes and reopened them. Sure enough, it hadn't disappeared. If this were a summoned monster, he could understand. But why was a sea creature here, so far inland? Ainz shook his head. He had heard stories that crabs could live in rivers too. Not in the stagnant, heavy metal-laden rivers that Ainz knew, but in the clean, clear rivers of the past. Could there be a river flowing nearby that this crab had wandered away from? As Ainz pondered this, the crab began to walk slowly. It trudged forward steadily. What am I thinking? I guess my feelings are in disarray after seeing an undead, probably an undead, that exceeded my expectations. But what should I do? I somewhat wanted. Since his emotions weren't forcibly dampened, the shock must not have been too severe. Indeed, just seeing a crab shouldn't be that shocking. If he was shaken by just that, his mental fortitude would seem a bit weak. In any case, with the shock subsiding, his collector's desire for rare specimens began to rise within him. Now that I think of it, does it seem to be intelligent? In that case, I will try calling out to it. The crab stopped, and then started moving again. Though it seemed to have noticed the elder lich hovering above, it showed no sign of wanting to do anything about it. Either it was mindless and simply didn't recognize its fellow undead as an enemy, or it was intelligent but reserved its hatred for the living rather than the undead. It was troublesome that both possibilities seemed plausible. It was rare, so he wanted to keep it, but when considering the pros and cons, it was a difficult decision. To control mindless undead, one needed to use abilities like undead domination. Unlike humans who could be swayed with the candy, or beasts who could be trained with the whip, that kind of approach wouldn't work here. While it might be fine just to let it roam free to repel intruders, As the one who held the territory, Ainz found uncontrolled mindless undead rather inconvenient. For the time being, follow that crab. Look for any rivers, seas, or lakes. After giving these instructions, Ainz ended the message. If there turned out to be no rivers, seas, or lakes, then where had this undead appeared from? Certainly, in a world with magic, common sense from his original world couldn't be relied upon. However, well, I suppose there's nothing odd about a crab that travels on land. No, come to think of it, such creatures probably exist normally. Such a crab had probably wandered into this land, died, and become an undead. Looking at it that way, everything made sense. And yet, a crab. Could there have once been a lake here that dried up? Did this fog originate from that lake water? Then perhaps, the ghost ship. After that, he used message several more times to gather information. As Ainz's memory capacity was starting to fade, he finally heard the words he had been hoping for. Ainz-sama, I have discovered the land-sailing ship that we sought. He should have been excited to hear those words. Yet somehow, his joy was minimal. Perhaps his emotional suppression as one of the undead was at work. Rather than expressing joy, Ainz voiced the first doubt that came to mind. Well, how should I put this? Before I praise you for discovering our objective, let me ask a trivial question. This truly is a trivial question. I understand it would be faster to just see it with my own eyes, but... No, yes, alright. I'm going to ask now. Its shape, it wouldn't happen to be something like a ship that floats on water, would it? That is correct. I see. I don't even know anymore. Section. I was prepared for this. I was prepared from the moment I heard the words that is correct. However, while it was described as flying through the air, it can certainly be said that it's a floating ship, so the rumor wasn't false, but still. Having teleported directly from the tower, supposedly by Nabe's magic, Ainz looked with mixed feelings at the ship the Elder Lich had discovered, sailing over land. It was truly a ghost ship. Everything about it was completely dilapidated. Large holes had opened in the hull, and in many places the planks were peeling away. Though it was very large, its decrepit state made it look to Ainz like a mass of scrap materials advancing along. If this were placed in the sea, it would surely sink vigorously the next instant. It had 3 masts, and the sails that hung on them were also in tatters. The ram bow that seemed to have been attached at a later time appeared somewhat rounded at the tip. Was it not originally intended for ramming attacks, or had Ainz simply been wrong in imagining it should be sharp, and it was correct for it to be somewhat rounded? Personally, he thought a pointy tip would look cooler. The ship's speed wasn't very fast. Extended oars churned the fog as it floated about a meter above the ground, moving sluggishly forward. As expected, even when he saw it directly there were no signs of any illusion at work. It was rather disappointing. He had been hoping for something cool and otherworldly, an imposing ship that flew like it cut through the sky, something with which even Ainz was unfamiliar. He had sought something unknown that could only be called a ship due to its shape and size for convenience's sake. However, its true identity was just a derelict vessel, which deflated his budding excitement. People tended to find unexpected developments surprising and interesting. But when something was too absurd, they would suddenly lose interest with it. Why did it turn out like that? In other words, it became too incomprehensible for them to maintain interest. By Ainz's sensibilities, the rumor of a land-sailing ship had been right in the sweet spot that stimulated curiosity, but its true identity, being a slightly floating ghost ship, fell perfectly into the disappointing zone. It felt like watching a movie that built up expectations with its setup only to have an utterly predictable ending. Is this ship undead or not? I can't tell with this fog in the way. Is it a magical item? Or perhaps a golem? Or is it just a somewhat unusual wreck? No, fundamentally, how is it even floating? Yggdrasil had ghost ships as well, but those battered wrecks floated on the sea's surface due to the ability of a boss enemy, and would sink immediately when it was defeated. If this was a similar situation, he couldn't afford to kill the boss enemy. Conversely, if the ship's owner was undead, and if he could bring them under his control, he might be able to acquire the ship as is. If the reason this ship floats is because of the ability of some boss enemy-like entity, wouldn't it be better to just put them on a new ship and have them use their ability? Irantel was inland and unfortunately had no large ships, but he could have one made in the Empire and purchase it from them. Now was probably a good enough time. Dropping his guise of Momon, he returned to being Ainz and sent Hamsuke back through a gate. As a precaution, he had positioned elder liches around the tower, so Hamsuke's safety should be ensured for the time being. But Ainz-sama, as I asked earlier, is it all right to take on that form? Yes. Since it turned out to be merely well, it seems odd to say merely, but anyway, since it turned out to be merely a ghost ship, there is unlikely to be anyone monitoring what happens from here on out. Besides, assuming the ship has a crew, it would be foolish to reveal the connection between Momon and Ainz by dispelling the magic partway through. Momon and Hamsuke are standing by in the tower. Nabe is, in a sense, a hostage. That should be enough of an explanation. Those were his reasons for dispelling his disguise as Momon. And there was one more reason. It would be far too careless to act as Momon, unable to use magic, against an opponent of unknown combat ability. It might have been fine if he was alone, but Nabe was here. While Hamsuke could be abandoned if worse came to worst, he wanted to avoid sacrificing Nabe. Even if he had to abandon her, when he would do so he would still want to have the excuse that he had done his best but failed. He could have returned to Nazarick and brought back Pandora's actor disguised as Momon, but he couldn't see enough merit to justify that effort. Come to think of it, I've never tried negotiating with wild undead, or should I call them that, undead that spawn naturally in this world. It would be nice if there was some kind of affection meter bonus when talking with fellow undead, but I somehow doubt it. Ainz glared at the target ship. How should he attack? To what extent should he enhance himself with magic? Since he didn't know how it was floating, he should avoid sinking the ship, attacks that would render it unable to sail. In other words, attacks that would damage the ship or area of effect attacks were out of the question. What was more of a problem than anything else was how to capture the ship. If it were just an ordinary ship, the best approach would be to threaten the crew and take control, but if undead were operating it, that could be quite difficult. This was because low-rank mindless undead, like skeletons or such, could not be negotiated with or threatened. Even with intelligent undead, fear and other effects were not effective, so it would be necessary to explain the benefits. Of course, the promise of not being destroyed could be benefit enough, but still. Now then, Nabe. Let's board the ship and gather more information. Understood. Though they probably weren't being monitored, so calling her Nabe should be fine, he figured it would be better to use Nabe while she was still in that outfit. The two of them cast fly to approach the ship. First, they would check from above. From above, it truly looked like nothing but a ghost ship. There was no sign of the crew on deck. Where was the helmsman? There were cabin-like structures raised at both the fore and aft of the deck, but was one of these the wheelhouse? Skeletons then emerged in quick succession from the bow structure, moving swiftly. They wore no armor and held crossbows in their hands. Moving more nimbly than ordinary skeletons, they formed ranks and aimed their crossbows at Ainz and Nabe. No, not at Ainz, the undead. Their target was probably Nabe, the living. Nabe. I won't allow any objections. Use me as a shield. Bolts were fired from the crossbows. Their aim was quite accurate. Only 2 bolts missed. The rest were turned away just before hitting Ainz's body. So that means they're not magical weapons? Ainz was equipped with a magical item that provided complete protection against non-magical projectiles. Due to this effect, they were unable to harm his body. Of course, even if they were magical bolts, Ainz's complete resistance to piercing damage meant that he wouldn't be injured. The skeletons readied for a second volley. No matter how many bolts they fired, there was nothing to fear. Now then, what to do? The skeletons probably came out after Nabe's presence was detected, but the question remains. Who detected Nabe? No figures other than skeletons were visible on the ship. The commander is hiding away and using the skeletons as sacrificial pawns to gauge our strength. Is that a reasonable conclusion? Well, that's fine. He would show them a fraction of his combat capabilities. The second volley flew at Ainz, and again the bolts were deflected just before impact. This volley was in no way different from the first. If they want to analyze our strength, they should try using different bolts from the previous volley. Do they not have any? Or perhaps they can't issue such detailed instructions? Nabe were landing on the deck. Though they seemed stronger than ordinary skeletons, the difference was negligible. While the skeletons were preparing their third volley, Ainz, already gripping a crude staff, descended to the center of the ship. The ghost ship's deck, though free of holes, was still quite dilapidated. It creaked loudly as it received the weight of Ainz's body. There was no sound from Nabe, who must have descended directly behind him, not because she was so light, but because she was still maintaining fly and hovering slightly. Whatever the case, the deck showed no signs of giving way under Ainz's weight. One might evaluate it as being sturdier than it looked, but Ainz could tell that this was not the case. Ainz was able to detect the undead, but until now the fog had been interfering with that ability. However, as expected, at this distance, no, it was because he was in contact with it that he could tell clearly. This ship was undead. I see. This is the one that detected Nabe. Yes. This ship itself was a single undead. The relationship between the skeletons and this ship, whether coexistent, parasitic, or subordinate, was still unclear. However, maybe I don't have to suspect that someone is trying to uncover Momon's true identity. It's probably just an undead that happens to exist in a land full of the undead. Surely I don't need to consider this some kind of trap set up over 10 or more years before we came to this world. However, the question of why it's a ghost ship still remains. The matter of the skeletal dragons was also somewhat concerning, but there was too little information about that at present. At any rate, if this is such a huge undead, how high would its level be? No, it might just be the case that it has absurdly high HP but is otherwise mediocre. As evidenced by overlords like Ainz, size didn't directly correlate to level. Still, it was also true that large monsters were usually high level, and had high HP as well. The skeletons aimed their crossbows at Ainz and Nabe. Nabe. At that single word, Nabe hid behind Ainz. Then came the third volley. The same thing happened as before. No, having come closer, not a single bolt missed this time, but the result was the same. The skeletons began to load bolts into their crossbows yet again. Their actions showed a remarkable lack of intelligence. The second volley was still understandable. Since they had been hovering in the air, the skeletons had no other way to attack, so repeating the same method of attack in a short period could have been a valid strategy were they to assume the ability that nullified their projectiles had a limited number of uses. However, at this distance, they should throw away their ineffective crossbows and attack with their fists. Does this mean their orders haven't changed? Are they under the control of this ship? If these skeletons were the subordinates of someone monitoring the situation, they wouldn't act this way. Therefore, he should assume it was someone who couldn't observe the situation. In that case, it will only switch attacks once the skeletons take damage, right? The ship was still moving when the skeletons came out on deck. The oars were moving too, if I'm not mistaken. Then, there's no problem. Ainz stepped forward and swung the staff in his hand. The staff that Ainz held was indeed specialized for melee combat, but more importantly, his opponents were mere skeletons. Fragile as they were, they shattered noisily each time the staff struck. The skeletons were clearly aiming their crossbows at Ainz, but he ignored them. Just like before, the bolts were deflected. In the end, the skeletons only stopped shooting when Ainz shattered the last one. "What's the matter? Ye swabs!" With a loud bang, a door opened. When they looked, an undead figure emerged from the structure at the stern of the ship. In one hand it waved a drawn scimitar. Perched atop its head was a tricorn hat. What's more, it was garbed in a plain heavy coat and trousers. At a glance, it was the outfit of a pirate captain, but what filled it was a familiar type of undead. An elder lich? However, Ordinary Elder Liches were magic casters. Considering its attire, the Elder Lich before them seemed more like a lightly equipped warrior. Even judging by equipment alone, it was most definitely a rare specimen. "Ye cunts! What have ye done to me Wyke's crew?" The Elder Lich bellowed upon seeing the broken remains of the skeletons scattered across the deck. It was true that it was angry, but as an undead, its emotions could not have been so heightened as to be called furious. "You!" The Elder Lich's gaze had been fixed on Narbro from the start. It had completely ignored Ainz, who had destroyed the skeletons. The reason became clear with its next words. "Be one o' the livin', Ainz. Just looking at that face, just feeling your presence, what be this sensation boiling up inside? This be what they calls hatred." Perhaps this was the first emotion this Elder Lich had ever experienced. If it had never left this land before, this was entirely possible. Ainz found himself unsure how to respond. Would there be any benefit in destroying this undead? Moreover, what was the nature of the relationship between this ghost ship and the Elder Lich before him? Common sense would suggest that it was the captain and helmsman, but since the ship itself was undead, there was the possibility that it could move autonomously. And there's also the existence of this wife. Does she specialize in dominating the undead? Is that why they haven't commenced their attack? Ainz and Narbro had designated themselves as enemies by destroying the skeletons, and yet the Elder Lich still chose to talk. This might be a delaying tactic until some preparation was complete. Even assuming this wife is at the same level, or even slightly higher, I can't imagine she could pose a threat to Narbro and myself. In that case, I should think it's more beneficial to play along with their stalling for time. "Are you the undead steering this ship?" "No, are you the ship's captain?" The Elder Lich shifted its gaze as if registering Ainz's presence for the first time. He could tell that its attention was now directed at him. Then it stopped. "Ho!" Ainz sighed. Quite clever. First initiating conversation, then maintaining silence. Indeed, perfect for buying time. For a low-ranking undead to ignore Ainz-sama's question. Such insolence is beyond measure. "Nabe. Be quiet." "Yes. My apologies." Ainz could sense Narbro bowing behind him. At the same time, the undead tentatively labeled as the ship's captain began to tremble violently. Was it able to recognize my strength with just a glance? Perhaps it's using some kind of detection magic? Well done. However, this works in my favor. Now I can negotiate various. What the hell? What a handsome mug. Huh? Ainz doubted his ears. Ye bastard. Actin' all high and mighty just 'cause you're a little better looking than me. I'll destroy ye. I'll kill all ye. What is this? At these words expressing jealousy of his good looks, for which no one unrelated to Nazarick had ever complimented him on before, Ainz, despite being undead, was momentarily confused. This wasn't an act or provocation. The Elder Lich was serious, and it seemed to be genuinely angry. While Ainz understood that the sense of beauty varied from person to person, being praised by someone with a different aesthetic sense made him feel more suspicious than embarrassed. What Ainz felt was beyond that. It was a feeling that made him call into question the other party's sanity. Fireball! The spell was fired off. Is that scimitar it's holding just for show? Based on its choice of attack, maybe it is just a regular Elder Lich after all. Perhaps it only looked rare because of its unusual equipment. These and various other thoughts crossed Ainz's mind. The fireball swelled viciously, but there was no way a third-tier spell could damage Ainz. It wouldn't be much of a problem for Narbro either. Still, the fact that Narbro might have taken some damage was more than enough for him to take offense. However, he held such emotions firmly in check. I can't believe you would use fireball on a ship. Ainz spoke haughtily. On top of it being a wooden ship, it was also an undead, so it was highly likely that fire damage was a weakness. Taking this into consideration, it should have chosen a different spell, but the fact that it didn't might mean this Elder Lich wasn't actually in a cooperative relationship with the ship's undead. Whatever the circumstances, the undead ship captain should not forget itself in anger. If it had, then it would be fine to destroy it without hesitation. If it's a situation where destroying one means the other will be destroyed too, then I can't attack, huh? Ainz had traveled here to procure the ghost ship. The ship came first in terms of relative priority. The undead ship captain came second. While Ainz was muttering to himself, the undead ship captain didn't follow up with another attack. Perhaps it had regained its composure after seeing an enemy who remained unfazed by a fire element attack, which should have been a weakness for most undead. Or perhaps it sensed something unknowable about its opponent. While carefully scrutinizing Ainz and Nabe, the undead ship captain opened his mouth once more, as if trying to draw information from them. "Ha! Me wife's immune to flame. You think she'd be harmed by this grade O attack?" Ainz was bewildered by the response, which was delivered in a slightly louder voice and carried a hint of mockery. There was only one thing he didn't understand about what was said. Wife? For a moment, he couldn't comprehend what it meant, but then he quickly realized that it must be referring to the ship. Ooh, it might be something like that, after all. Like giving a woman's name to a weapon or item. Is this the same type of thing? At that moment, Ainz heard the faint sound of bones rattling beneath his feet, under the deck. I see. As expected of an undead. It's quite calculating. Is that why it's shouting? Pretending to be angry and raising its voice to draw attention to itself while masking the sound of reinforcements arriving? In that case, the comment about my handsome face was... I guess it judged that it would serve as a convenient, or perhaps typical reason to launch an attack? What's the matter? Are you stuck speechless at me wife's beauty? I'm not sure what kind of strategy it's planning, but my first move should be this. It was unclear whether the ghost ship wasn't participating in combat because it was waiting for them to let their guard down, it couldn't attack without orders, or it couldn't fight while being boarded. In any case, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave it unchecked. Ainz directed his undead domination ability at the ship. While he didn't have much capacity to spare, he was able to bring it under his control without issue. So its level probably wasn't that high after all. Joy welled up inside Ainz at obtaining a rare undead. Suddenly, the undead ship captain let out a groan. Before Ainz could consider the reason, it shrieked the answer. I have been cucked. It was an anguished wail of heartbreak. Undead, like Ainz, were supposed to have their excessive emotions suppressed. However, from its voice, it seemed to have transcended that limitation. No, even Ainz experienced extremely strong emotions just before they were suppressed, though only for a fleeting moment. Perhaps this was the same thing? This be too cruel. To be cucked by an undead that don't even have any skin. Its intense emotional outburst showed no signs of abating. No, even Ainz. Have been cucked? Cucked, just shut up already. Ainz raged internally. Besides, what's with calling it cuckoldry? How rude. Why am I being treated like some wife stealer? That goes without saying. Nabe stepped forward 2 paces, taking up position in front of Ainz as if she were his herald. Ainz found himself staring at her dignified figure from behind, and then, comprehending what she had just said, he stared at her once more. She had agreed. Nabe had affirmed that Ainz had cuckolded this undead. Huh! This was unthinkable. The undead ship captain couldn't know about Ainz's abilities. Maybe, giving it about 10,000 steps of leeway, such a misunderstanding was possible. However, Nabe was different. In other words, she couldn't have misunderstood. Therefore, Ainz had absolutely no idea what Nabe was thinking. All undead belong to Ainz-sama. This is especially true for rare undead. It is only natural. Are you saying it'd be natural to be cucked? The undead ship captain cried out like it was spitting up blood. At this point, it was displaying emotions just like a human would. In response, Nabe proudly declared, Of course it is. To Ainz, the exchange playing out before him felt distant, as if he were watching a spectacle from far away. However, he wasn't allowed to remain a third-party observer for long. Isn't that right, Ainz-sama? Nabe turned around, seeking his agreement with eyes that seemed somehow especially sparkly, though that might have just been Ainz's imagination. He didn't want to agree, but was this something necessary to affirm as part of his duties as the ruler of Nazarick? If he didn't agree, how would Nabe feel, looking at him with those eyes full of trust and expectation? His thoughts swirled around in a whirlpool. The conflicted Ainz gasped out an answer. As saying all undead is going too far. Shaltir Nigrito Yuri, it sounds like you're saying that even those people belong to me. Oh. Nabe's eyes went wide. I see. You may be right. I had forgotten about them. Let me correct myself. No, there's no need for corrections. But Ainz's silent plea went unheeded as Nabe declared in a grand voice. All miscellaneous undead not created by the supreme beings belong to Ainz-sama. You were merely borrowing the leftovers. And not content with just cucking me, now you're saying that Ainz be the homewrecker? Ainz be a homewrecker, says ye. Ye thinks that ye suits her better? Enough already. Shut up about cuckoldry and homewreckers. Ainz shouted, abandoning his composure. You've completely ruined all my excitement about finding a rare undead. Fireball! Ainz and Nabe were instantly enveloped in flames. Die! Ye homra! Honestly, Ainz had wondered if the nonsensical comments about cuckoldry and homewreckers were meant to catch them off guard, a deception to gain the upper hand by chipping away at their tension and fighting spirit. But the words the Elder Lich had started to say suggested otherwise. Still, perhaps wary after seeing Ainz's group emerge unscathed once again, it closed its mouth mid-sentence. You should have realized that this cute little spell of yours doesn't do much damage earlier, no? And yet you chose the same attack again. Shall I take this as proof of your incompetence? He sneered. Of course, it was an act. He was merely acting out the arrogance of an overwhelmingly strong being. He wasn't seriously mocking the undead. The Elder Lich didn't seem rare in and of itself, but Ainz had an interest in the undead as the ship's captain. Plus, he had yet to procure an Elder Lich that was born in this world. That being the case, he wanted to bring it under his control if possible. However, unlike with the ghost ship earlier, he couldn't just use his ability to dominate undead. Even for Ainz, who specialized in necromancy, there was a limit to the number of undead he could control. Since he still had undead under his control from the old days, he didn't have much capacity to spare. He didn't want to waste his undead domination ability on controlling a mere Elder Lich, even if it was somewhat rare. For that reason, he needed to make it recognize that it was facing an absolutely unbeatable opponent. While there might be ways to make him submit by offering benefits, that would be quite difficult given the current situation of being treated as an affair partner, probably. So, he would make it understand through force. Or rather, he wanted to change the atmosphere. Damned homewrecker! Ye be strong! Just give it up. For now, could you please stop with the whole homewrecker shtick? It's draining my energy. My motivation is slipping away. If that was your aim, I'd praise you for succeeding, so please stop. From the perspective that nearly all undead belong to Ainz-sama, it is you who would be the homewrecker. Nabe. Damn ye! Ye bastard! It was a voice filled with tremendous resentment. The hatred in those eyes was so intense that one might expect tears of blood to start flowing. But there was no sign that anything special was happening to Ainz's body or that something was being resisted by one of his abilities, so it didn't seem like it was casting any curses. In Ainz's mind, the meaning of rare was shifting from an Elder Lich with a pirate drip to an Elder Lich who displayed emotions like a human. However, due to spending time with Shaltir, that latter definition somewhat diminished its rarity. Ainz-sama, what shall we do? Are you satisfied with having brought this ship under your control? Nabe asked. If the answer was yes, she would likely kill the Elder Lich on the spot. From her perspective, there would be no reason to spare an undead who had attacked him. Ainz shook his head. That is not my intention. He did not intend to control even this ghost ship with his ability forever. For reasons he didn't yet completely understand, this undead ship seemed to have a considerable amount of HP but was mediocre in all other aspects. It wasn't worth it to use his ability to control it permanently. In that case, he would need another way to keep this undead ship in his service, and the key to that would be the ship's captain. Are you not using lightning because it would damage the ship? Well, now that your futile efforts are over, shall we proceed? Let's make a deal. If you accept it, I will return this ghost ship to you. Are you saying you're tired of her body so you're returning her? You beast. No. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here, so listen properly. I've had enough of this. Want me to just destroy you instead? Ainz continued, ignoring the undead ship captain nonsense as it grumbled something about. Ainz, be serious too. As you can see, Ainz. No. As you can see, I can easily bring this ship under my control. The same applies to you. However, if you become my subordinate willingly, I swear not to use such methods. Ainz thought he heard a voice saying, So ye swings both ways, do ye? But that had to just be his imagination. After all, an undead fighting for its survival absolutely wouldn't have the luxury to think about such things. And since there was no way an NPC would say something like that, it was proof enough that it was just Ainz's imagination. Of course, this isn't mercy. Considering my abilities, you should understand without me having to explain. You shall be each other's hostages. If one of you betrays me, I will place the other completely under my control and never release them. It was the lizard man's strategy. The never release part would likely turn out to be a lie. Additionally, this proposal had two problems. First, if the ghost ship didn't have enough intelligence, such a deal wouldn't work. Second, he didn't know whether the ghost ship's side had any feelings of care for this undead ship captain. All Ainz could do was pray that it was the case. Or else, that this undead ship captain had some special ability it could use to control this ghost ship. HNNRGG. The undead ship captain groaned while appearing to think things over for a while when it suddenly stamped its feet in frustration, crawled on its hands and knees, caressed the deck, and finally began to mutter something while rubbing its cheek against the mast. Whether it was struggling with the decision to submit, or had simply gone insane was hard to judge. Ainz, finding it somewhat scary to even address it, decided to quietly observe for a while. Eventually, the undead ship captain turned around like a ghostly apparition and opened its mouth to speak while fixing Ainz with a suspicious, resentful gaze. There be something I can't fathom about your proposal. Answer me question. What does you plan on making us do? It was a difficult question to answer. While they might be useful for transporting large amounts of cargo, frankly speaking, there was no immediate use for them. Whether one considered speed, volume, cost, accuracy, safety, or confidentiality, Gate was overwhelmingly superior in every aspect. Unless their territory expanded significantly in the future, and both Ainz and Shouter became too busy to handle Gate operations, it probably wouldn't be needed. He should probably hide his true motive of wanting to collect rare items and give a different reason. Though honestly, he didn't think there would be any problem even if he stated it directly. The undead ship captain would probably just accept it with an, "Oh, is that how it be?" However, that didn't seem fitting for someone who served as the leader of the supreme beings that the Guardians worshipped. Originally, there had been a proper reason. He had wanted it because it might have been an entity created by unknown technology, like a golem or magical item. But now, it was just Ainz's personal desire to possess it because it was rare. After thinking for a moment, unable to come up with a smooth answer that would meet Nabral's expectations and befit a supreme being, the ruler of Nazarick, Ainz played for time. Before discussing that matter, I wish to know how strong you, the two of you, are. I want to see the extent of your capabilities. Show me without holding anything back. I didn't make a single mistake. Reflecting on what he had said, Ainz felt pleased with himself. The undead ship's combat capability was still unknown. It seemed unlikely that it had any attacks that could affect Ainz, but of course, he was an outlier in terms of strength in this world. If it possessed above-average strength, he might be able to entrust them with various tasks. There's an undead crab some distance from here. First, I want you to defeat it with the ship's abilities, and if possible, capture it. A crab? What the hell is that? Did that mean the monster's proper name wasn't crab? Or did that mean it didn't know what a crab was at all? Ainz waved his hand dismissively at the elder lich's question. I shall direct you to the location. Just sail the ship there. Also, what is your name? Grellion. And me wife be the Steel Valkyrie. Note, the inspiration for this name may have come from the large-scale blackfish. They are a member of the Gerellanese subfamily and may be referred to as nibbles. To be frank, the ship didn't have the looks of a Steel Valkyrie. For one thing, where was the steel? If there had ever been any, it had probably since rusted away. However, Ainz wasn't nearly foolish enough to say that directly. Mocking a name could only anger the other party, and there was nothing to be gained from that. I see. My name is Ainz O'Gown. You may call me Ainz. Be sure you don't forget to include Sama. This time, Ainz agreed with Narboro's intervention. The hierarchy needed to be clearly established. However, demanding that someone attach Sama to his name himself would be uncouth. After all, honorifics should be initiated by the other party. Aye. So ye be called Ainz-sama then. Grellion said this with slight dissatisfaction. Well, that was to be expected. Without turning around, Ainz could tell that Narboro was probably wearing an unhappy expression. Then, can you move this ship according to my instructions? Yar. I leaves it to ye, me wife. So, where do we be sailing to? Point your finger, and she'll head that away. How this undead ship's perception worked was a highly intriguing matter. Some amorphous species like slimes perceived their surroundings by detecting vibrations. Perhaps this was something similar. The elder lich who had discovered the crab seemed to still be tracking it, as Ainz could sense its slow movement. It wasn't difficult to indicate the general direction. The ship advanced at a leisurely pace. Though leisurely was relative to Ainz standards, it was probably faster than an ordinary human could run. The ride wasn't bad. While the Katsa Plains was flat terrain, there were still some hills. Even in such places, somehow the ship advanced without significant swaying. It would require proper testing to see whether it could move the same way across places with greater differences in elevation, such as mountain ranges. But at least it should work without issue in the vicinity around Urantal. Eventually, after a fair amount of time had passed, they spotted the crab through the thin fog. Having already explored the ship and hearing a rough idea of its capabilities, Ainz commanded Grellion. Commence the attack. Just like when they had first encountered this ship, they were in a world of fog with limited visibility. Similarly, the distance wasn't too great between them and their target. Skeletons lined up on the deck, training their crossbows at the crab. Then they fired in unison. The sound of the bolts bouncing off the crab's hard exterior rang out. It seemed none had caused any damage. The crab, though unharmed, recognized that it had been attacked and began to move. It charged straight toward the ship. So, things turned out exactly as I thought they might. But I expected it to take at least some damage. I guess the crab is stronger than I anticipated. The weapons carried by the skeleton crew were rusty crossbows. Though that was just their appearance, their performance had not deteriorated in any way, and they possessed no magical effects. If anything, their only special feature was their ability to produce bolts infinitely. While the skeleton crew members seemed stronger than ordinary skeletons, crossbows as weapons fundamentally dealt fixed damage that didn't depend on physical strength, so their increased strength didn't mean much. While the damage could be increased with skills or special bolts, it appeared that they didn't have those either. If they had been using longbows instead, they could have utilized their arm's strength, and there might have been a possibility of them inflicting some damage on the crab. In other words, the crossbows were not particularly suitable weapons in this case. Passing through the rain of crossbow bolts unscathed, the crab forcefully rammed into the already decrepit-looking hull of the ship. Despite the impact of its massive body, the ship swayed less than expected. While it looked like it would sink immediately if placed in water, it seemed to have considerable durability. However, if it continues taking attacks like this, then it is only a matter of time until it sinks, or is destroyed. The crab's front pair of gangly legs were equipped with disproportionately large pincers, which it raised and brought down. An ominous sound, somewhere between a groan and the creak of distorting wood, echoed through the fog. Due to the angle, they couldn't see the extent of the damage, but it was severe enough to drain the color from Grellion's face as he tried to push through the skeletons to rush forward. Ainz stopped Grellion as he tried to advance over the side of the ship. "I told you, I want to see the ship's capabilities first. How far will you take this? Are you blind? A bad matchup at B. If we leaves at B, she'll be scuttled." His frustration had surfaced, making his tone harsh. It probably wasn't an act. It seemed the entirety of the ship's combat power lay in the skeletons, with nothing that could be called a trump card. If so, there was no value in watching the battle any longer. What a shame. I guess this ship won't be much use in battle. From what Grellion had told him, the ship's only special ability was that destroyed skeletons would be replenished after a short time. While that might work if an enemy bothered to fight the skeletons one by one, the ship was vulnerable if an enemy ignored them and attacked it directly. I could man it with my elder liches, or maybe give the skeletons better weapons. I wonder if it would be possible to swap out this ship's equipment. What the hell are you doing? Can you not hear her screams? That be enough, Ainz can't stand it no more. While Ainz was thinking, Grellion's combative tone had escalated further. Narbril's expression was clearly displeased. It would be unwise to let this go any further. Besides, it wasn't as if Ainz wanted this ship to be destroyed either. Fine. I shall step in. Is that so surprising? I have seen what the ship can do. Now I shall show you my power. Surely you would rather witness my true power than just speculate, right? And after that, Ainz smiled, though of course his face didn't move. You can judge whether I'm worthy to be your master. Watching Ainz Ogown fight a crab, Grellion felt puzzled. The crab, its proper name was Undead Land Crab, would bring down its pincers, but its attacks seemed to have no effect. This probably wasn't a case of Ainz just putting up a brave front because Grellion was watching. He's blocking physical attacks with magic. Belay that, fireball, did not a lick o' damage to him neither. He looks to be a magic caster, so I figure he must have done something. But, can you even block all physical attacks like that? While it was possible he had cast a spell enhanced with silent magic, he still shouldn't be able to nullify everything. The Land Crab's namesake pincers combine both bludgeoning and slashing damage attributes in their attacks. So in that case, going by them dashing looks, he should be weak to bludgeoning attacks. So, how the hell's he still in one piece? It's real. This was beyond the scope of the knowledge he was born with. Perhaps there were methods to completely nullify one's weaknesses in the world outside the fog? Grellion turned its gaze to the living being beside him, who was likewise observing the battle. An unpleasant feeling, something strange he had never felt before, welled up inside him. Why couldn't he attack? Why couldn't he kill? He suppressed the emotions that were bubbling up. He hadn't asked her name or position, but from what Grellion could tell, this living being appeared to be that detestable hunk's servant. If he gave in to his impulses, he could easily imagine how that undead who could nullify any attack would react. And Grellion's intelligence wasn't so low that he would give in to his instincts despite knowing that. Before their eyes, Ainz struck the crab with a mysterious staff he had pulled from somewhere, sending it flying. He struck it? Wasn't he supposed to be a magic caster? The beast be blown away. Despite the overwhelming difference in size, Ainz's single strike made the crab stumble back, completely losing its balance. What be he? Don't he be a magic caster? He found himself asking the living being despite himself. Ainz-sama is a magic caster. Can you not tell by looking? Or are you so incompetent that you couldn't even see that much? He wanted to shout that he was asking precisely because he couldn't tell, but he held back the urge. The living being's response was succinct and carried an air of exasperation. In other words, there was no hint of deception. It shivered his timbers. Do this be ordinary in the outside world? Of all the foolish things I've heard, yes, what nonsense. As if he could ever be considered merely ordinary. That person is a supreme being, the king who rules over everything in this world. In intelligence, dignity, and strength. There are none who can match him in any of these aspects. Ri sees it. So he be a fearsome power even for the outside world. He felt slightly relieved to know that the man trying to dominate him, the man displaying his power before them, was a powerful being. If that man had been a weakling with a pretty face, how pathetic would he be, unable to defeat him and even watching him steal his wife? So the world beyond the fog don't be some realm of superhuman monsters. Then whereabouts do Mion's strength rank? A natural question to arise to someone being coaxed out into the outside world, but upon hearing Grelion's words, he heard the living being sigh. Huh? Are you lacking the function to recognize words? Or is it that you lack comprehension? Didn't I just say? That person stands at the pinnacle of the world. And you call him just a fearsome power? Your words are far too light. Though her expression hadn't changed, her eyes were filled with clear contempt. Even setting aside the fact that she was a living being, it was enough to make him want to kill her. But this woman wasn't someone he could let his guard down against either. She was someone who had remained unfazed after taking 2 casts of his fireball. Even if she had gained resistance to fire through defensive spells, her abilities were extraordinary. She likely had more than enough power to destroy him, otherwise that man wouldn't have left her here. Yee, was that the right way to address her? It would be troublesome if he earned her displeasure. But he didn't want to abase himself immediately either. After a brief internal struggle, he used the same form of address as before. Compared to Yi, how strong do Ainz? A shadow flitted across the living being's face, and she turned a bone-chilling glare toward Grelion. It was strong enough to make him experience a new emotion, one known as fear. Sama, how strong do Ainz-sama be? Let me see. Greater than the difference between you and a skeleton, I would think. Naturally, that be a whoppin' great fib. It be true? If this living being was extremely weak, he could understand. But his analysis indicated that this wasn't the case. Was she being humble because she was a servant, trying to elevate her master? Besides, why do he have one o' the livin' as a servant? He was able to control me wife, What happened to his undead crew? Don't that end keep undead under his control? That one? Enough, you should be more careful in how you refer to the Supreme One. She twisted her face in displeasure. This was Grelion's mistake. He wasn't so foolish as to not know who Supreme One referred to, given such grandiose words. That be Ainz-sama. Ha! The living being sighed again. Do this living being just like sighing? Ainz-sama rules over a wide number of undead. Wide number, So, what be the most common undead among them? The living being's eyes went wide. He hadn't intended to ask anything strange, but perhaps she was going to say that this was another misguided question. The living being furrowed her brow, grimacing. How shameful! To think that I, a creation of the supreme beings, cannot even name the types of undead under Ainz-sama's command. Yar, a rough reckoning would do fine. A rough reckoning? You asked me to speak carelessly, to speak lies about Ainz-sama? The living being must be under the sway of the emotion known as frustration. The same emotion Grelion had felt for the first time when his wife had been stolen from him. That good-looking undead seemed to have thoroughly captivated this living being. If it wasn't through some sort of spell or skill, that alone made Ainz someone to be reckoned with. For Grelion's part, he wanted nothing to do with living subordinates. Surrounded by the living, he would eventually lose control and attack them, no matter how hard he tried to suppress it. Or perhaps with enough time spent among the living, this impulse welling up from the depths of his soul would disappear. Be that as it may, he should probably deal with the living being beside him, who was now muttering to herself as she rattled off the names of various undead. He hadn't expected such a simple question to make her break into a cold sweat. Surely Ainz-sama don't be so narrow-minded as to punish ye for your ignorance. So name the undead you think ye know, even if ye be wrong. The living being was silent for a moment, then, seeming to have reached an answer within herself, she opened her mouth to speak. Zombies. Yo ho, zombies it be? The lowest ranking undead. Indeed, there would likely be many zombies. Yes. There are probably more zombies than any other type of undead in Naza, in Ainz-sama's base. But when it comes to the undead that Ainz-sama has created himself, most likely Death Knights? Death Knights? He had seen one once, long ago. While Grellion was strong, he wasn't sure if he could win against such an undead in ground combat. And moreover, created? Did you say created? Unconsciously turning his gaze away from the living being, he found himself staring at Ainz, who was performing the inexplicable action of patting the crab while still being struck by it. Yes. Due to my ignorance, I can't say the exact number, but there are so many that I can't even tell you how many hundreds there are. The living being spoke with a tone so serious that it was impossible to think she was lying. Blimey. What madness this be? It couldn't be. There was no way such undead could exist in those numbers. Taking 1,000 steps back, he could barely accept that there might be a single one. No matter how you looked at it, those numbers were impossible. Perhaps the Death Knights this living being knew and the Death Knight Grellion knew were referring to two different things. That was the most likely answer. Do this living one be touched in the head? But 1 in 10,000. No, 1 in a billion or even 1 in a trillion chance, if everything she had said was true. Nay, no. But best be checking to make sure. Grellion described to the living being the appearance of the Death Knight he knew. Then he asked her about the appearance of the Death Knights she knew. This one be addled in the brain, or a bullshitter. Aye, that's what they be. Why, I'd wager she ain't even laid eyes on a Death Knight before. It was entirely possible, or rather, it was the only thing that made sense. A Death Knight, you know, be like this? A huge knight it be, pitch black from stem to stern. Well, to express it as from stem to stern isn't quite right, given the prominent red lines. Wielding a sinister-looking sword, and a massive shield. Do you mean a flamberge and a tower shield? Letting loose a dreadful roar, with a white skull peering out o' its helmet. Skull? Really? In that case, the one you speak of might be a rare. I must report this to Ainz-sama immediately. Avast, hold fast there. I misspoke. Its face be rotten and peeling away. She hadn't fallen for it. This living being undoubtedly knew of Death Knights. She had observed them closely enough to describe details. And despite being able to get that close to a Death Knight, she remained one of the living. All of Grellion's hypotheses had been denied, leaving only one possibility he had been turning a blind eye to. This living being was simply stating facts. Whoa. If this be true, I be in deep waters. Aye nay, ain't this a stroke o' luck to serve under such a fearsome captain? Hold fast, what's to become o' me position? Or rather, just what sort o' being do this Ainz-sama be? That undead began to look more and more like a terrifying monster to him. Eep. A strange sound escaped him as he shifted his gaze. There floated Ainz, who had been playing with the crab just a moment ago. He was most likely using fly. Have that undead brought aboard the ship. I have placed it under my control, so rough handling shouldn't be a problem, but be careful not to act carelessly since you never know what might happen. What's the matter? What sort o' bearing should I be talking? Now that he knew, he didn't think he could maintain the same attitude as before. However, he didn't want to do an about-face and suddenly start fawning and flattering either. There was no time to think. Grellion rushed to answer. Yes, I understand, he hastily said in his own way. I'll do it, but ain't like I'm doing it special for ye or nothing. What the hell was that? Then, who are you doing it for? Ainz wanted to ask, but he glanced slightly to check Narbro's reaction, though she showed no particular response. Oh? What's this? Did Narbro say or do something terrifying that made him understand his position? It seemed too extreme a change to be just from watching Ainz battle with the undead crab, if he could even call it a battle, and realizing the difference in their strengths. So then, had he perhaps considered his situation and thought things through? I see. Of course. He had composed himself, but witnessing my undead domination ability being used firsthand, the shock of it all came back to him. The realization that he had no way to resist Ainz's undead domination, and no practical method to free the ship, must have made him understand their situation was hopeless. That had to be the reason for his statement. Ainz couldn't think of anything else. Understanding this and feeling relieved as his doubts disappeared, Ainz gave an order to the crab. Obeying his command, the crab frantically clung to the ship's side, trying to climb onto the deck. It was a scene straight out of a B-grade monster panic movie. The only difference was that the skeleton crew were assisting, trying to help haul it onto the ship. "Tell me, what fate awaits us, since we couldn't best the crab in battle?" There was a slight tension in his voice as Ainz turned to look at him. Your inability to defeat it isn't a problem. As I said earlier, I just wanted to know the extent of your fighting power." Hearing this, Grelun's demeanor relaxed slightly. "Then you must answer me question from before, but only if ye please. What do ye intend for us?" Grelun's manner of speech was somewhat unstable. Well, since he hadn't been using honorifics or humble language until now, it probably wasn't something to worry about. "To be blunt, you are all far weaker than I anticipated, and at present you don't have much value." "What?" Grelun's demeanor worsened again. Not displeasure or anger, but something else? Is it anxiety about their future? Is he acutely aware of the difference in combat abilities between us? If that was the case, then showing him the battle had served its purpose. "Wait. Hold on. Don't be so hasty. What I mean to say is, there is nothing I want from you, in terms of combat. But that doesn't mean you have no value at all. You see, I believe there's merit in having the form of a ship despite being on land." "Meaning?" "Right. At present, there are no other undead ships that can sail over land besides you. In other words, you all have value simply by existing, and there's currently no specific task that only you could accomplish." In the end, to summarize, he wanted them because they were rare. "I can't fathom why a mighty power like Ainz-sama would need the likes o' us, but now I spy the truth o' it, There be plenty who can match us in strength, but there ain't many who can boast our unique nature or rarity, that be the heart o' it." That's a good way of putting it. I might borrow that phrase, with some different wording, in the future. While making a mental note, Ainz nodded. "That's how it is. Of course, you may be common elsewhere and only rare in these parts, but that's a topic I can deal with if or when the time comes. If we be worth our salt just by existing, and no other crew can fill our boots, are we to be put on display somewhere like a fancy figurehead? No, that won't happen. Simply storing precious things isn't everything. We need to investigate various things, whether you can be used outside this land, and if so, what purposes you're suited for. Also, if beings like you are common in other places, we must study your weaknesses, considering the possibility of encountering you as enemies. We'll thoroughly examine every nook and cranny, to see what sort of attacks prove most effective." A fleet of ships that sailed over the land didn't seem particularly powerful, but there might be hidden benefits that Ainz hadn't considered. Or rather, perhaps it was fundamentally wrong to think about it from Nazarik's perspective. At the very least, since none of the neighboring nations had magic casters capable of using gate, ships that could transport large amounts of cargo would likely be extremely valuable. "Damn ye! To examine her body in detail, down to every nook and cranny." That sounded like it has an entirely different meaning. Ainz slowly closed his eyes. Of course, he had no eyelids. That was when it occurred to Ainz. Maybe this guy is crazy after all. The undead had practically zero sexual desires. For a moment, the face of a certain female vampire created by one of his friends flashed through his mind. He wanted to ignore the thought, but he couldn't quite manage it. Shouter is way too much of an exception. No. Or rather, vampires in general seem to have a lot of exceptional aspects. He remembered someone saying that it was because they were modeled after vampires as they appeared in folklore. But anyway, typical undead didn't experience sexual desire. Even Ainz only retained a tiny bit of sexual desire from the remnants of Suzuki Satoru. This elder lich's statements seem to be a deviation from this rule. In other words, this is one who has transcended the realm of undead. Ainz considered this as he observed the undead before him. However, he simply couldn't accept that. It was natural to reject acknowledging someone who had deviated in a negative direction. It feels kind of stupid to think about this seriously. Besides, being exceptional in terms of strength is one thing, but being exceptional in terms of sexual desire just makes him sound like a huge pervert. Or maybe there's some hidden purpose behind making himself look like an idiot. I don't get it. Arg. Enough. I haven't heard your answer to my proposal. What will it be? Will you swear eternal loyalty to? Ainz choked on the words. This thing? Should I really accept something this freaky as a subordinate of the Sorcerous Kingdom of Ainz? If he were to transport an emissary from another country, what sort of conversation would they have? What if he tells them he entered my service because in addition to cuckolding him, I also blackmailed him? That would be the worst possible outcome. No matter how good a government he promulgated, word of that alone would create a negative evaluation. And what if such stories spread to other countries? Maybe it would be better to just kill him, to destroy him. The scales in his heart began tipping from alive to dead. However, a calm part of him, what could be called Ainz's fundamental desire, spoke up. It would be a waste to kill something rare, it whispered. Swallowing a sigh, Ainz asked, "Pledge loyalty or die alone? Choose quickly whichever you prefer. I personally recommend the latter. At any rate, this ship couldn't be the only one of its kind. Where there was one, there were likely to be more. Yes. The day might come when he would visit this place again with Cocytus and Demiurge. After all, what was this place really? In a game, it might just be written off as, yeah, places like this exist. But in this world, the reason for such a phenomenon remained a mystery. The same went for the history of this land, where traces of a past civilization remained. When that time came, Demiurge would surely use his unparalleled intellect to capture several ships. If there were any left, that is. Epilogue. Standing atop the city walls, Antwali gazed southward. In the distance, a thin fog hung in the air, and every time he looked at it, an inexplicable feeling of unease washed over him. When he set foot on the plains, he was too focused to notice, but viewing it from this distance, such emotions would suddenly well up in his chest. Of course, it wasn't because of the undead who made that place their haven. That thin fog would clear during the battles between the Empire and the Kingdom, only to settle again in the same place when the fighting subsided. What's more, it never spread, not even by a single centimeter. When faced with something so decisively different from normal weather patterns, one couldn't help but sense an overwhelmingly powerful presence that humans can never hope to resist. It was something akin to the vastness of the Azurlesia Mountains that could be seen in the distance. What shall we do now? One of the companions standing next to Antwali posed the question. They should have discussed this earlier, but they couldn't exactly do so on the return journey. Skeletal dragons had appeared in a place previously thought to be largely secure. Considering that the situation on the plains had changed, they couldn't afford to let their guard down, so idle chatter was out of the question. Going to the Sorcerous Kingdom right now would be unwise. We shouldn't do that until Momon-sama returns. No, even after he returns, we shouldn't go until we understand the situation. I wonder what kind of horrible things, are happening in the Sorcerous Kingdom right now. The hitherto unconfirmed ghost ship of the Katsa Plains, something that until now existed only in drunken tavern tales, a presence found only in dubious rumors. What purpose did the Prime Minister of the Sorcerous Kingdom have in requesting Momon to find it? There were 3 possible reasons to consider. The first was that she believed only Momon could find it. The second was that the Sorcerous Kingdom wanted to advance some agenda that they couldn't pursue while Momon was present, so they needed to send him far away. Upon investigation, it seemed Momon had been at odds with the Sorcerous Kingdom over the treatment of its residents. That must be what this was about. Since it's something they can't do without driving that hero away, Yolung's thinking it must be something incredibly inhumane. It rubs me the wrong way. Using an official request to eliminate any right of refusal, forcing him to accept the job whether he likes it or not. I suppose if Momon had refused, that would have been that, but they exploited his weakness as an adventurer, didn't they? He should have just become a worker, but that wouldn't work, would it? The Sorcerous Kingdom's aim might be to drive a wedge between the Adventurers Guild and Momon. There were many potential benefits to separating him from the organization. I hear the Prime Minister of the Sorcerous Kingdom isn't human. I hate to praise her, but there's no doubt she's a sharp cookie. If they commit atrocities against the people, have they not considered that Momon might become enraged or hostile when he returns and learns of it? They probably have a plan to deal with that too. By the time he returns, it would be too late to do anything. What if they're aiming for something irreversible, like a massacre, rather than something like legal reforms? No, but even supposing that's the case, that would make Momon a potential enemy, wouldn't it? Is that what the Sorcerous Kingdom is aiming for? You think making Momon an enemy is part of their goal? Their companions voiced their thoughts one after another. Having an adamantite ranked adventurer under their command, or at least in a cooperative relationship, was quite significant. Under normal circumstances, it would be nothing but advantageous. However, that meant they would only turn Momon into an enemy if there were even greater benefits to be gained. No such benefits came to mind through normal reasoning. However, this was the Sorcerous Kingdom they were talking about. The nation that could summon horrific monsters with a single spell and trample countless humans. They had to have something in mind. Perhaps rather than making him an enemy, they're planning something to ensure he becomes an ally, some way to make it impossible for him to betray them. That's right. Olunker was suspecting it might be more like a collar than an alliance. Well, that being said, I can't think of any specific examples of what that might entail. They might learn something if they went to the Sorcerous Kingdom, but they had no desire to do so. Momon-sama probably understands all this too, but did he accept because he has a counter-move that could overturn their plans? Everyone fell silent at once. The third reason sat heavily in the pits of their stomachs. For both Momon and Antoile's party, this would be the worst possible reason. This was common knowledge. During the annual war with the kingdom, the Sorcerous Kingdom had claimed. This land originally belonged to us, and the kingdom is illegally occupying it. Of course, no one bought such a story. However, if one thought about it calmly, it was curious to note that the Katsa Plains, a land notorious for frequently birthing undead, lay in the territory that the undead claimed to once have ruled. Was this purely a coincidence? If it wasn't, could the Sorcerous Kingdom have been marshalling its forces within the fog? Was that why they had information about the ghost ship that no one else knew about? Because it was their own military asset? If that was the case, it was a trap. This place was the bottom of a cauldron where the most horrific aspects of the Sorcerous Kingdom had been distilled. If they intended to make this place an execution ground to consign an uncontrollable hero to darkness, wouldn't that explain why multiple skeletal dragons had appeared? Though Momon had dispatched them with ease, even he might be in danger if that class of undead kept coming in quick succession. However, if such ulterior motives existed, they couldn't understand why the Sorcerous Kingdom wasn't pressuring the free city of Vadis to cease its operations. After all, Antoile and his companions had been whittling down the Sorcerous Kingdom's military strength, albeit on a small scale, and preventing them from building up their forces. This should have been an activity that they would want to have stopped immediately. Perhaps the Sorcerous Kingdom meant to suggest that undead weak enough to be easily defeated weren't needed as military assets, that they were just allowing them to be culled. Or perhaps, the Sorcerous Kingdom was deceiving them by making them think they were successfully exterminating the undead, while in the depths of the fog they amassed an even more accursed army. Something didn't sit right with any of these hypotheses. It was precisely because most of the pieces fit together that the few discrepancies heightened their anxiety. It gave them the sensation that they were overlooking something critical. As they stood thinking in silence, they spotted something moving beyond the thin, undulating fog. No one on the team failed to notice it. It was something huge, about the size of a mansion. Such a thing was trying to emerge from within the writhing fog. What should they do? Should they raise an alarm just because a shadowy presence moved beyond the fog? There was a considerable distance between them, and the fog was present. They couldn't completely rule out the possibility that they had misjudged its size. As they glared beyond the fog. The fog is spreading. This was an anomaly. The fog that had never moved before was now expanding its range. Perhaps the appearance of the skeletal dragons wasn't because they had been brought from the depths, but because an anomaly was occurring. Or perhaps they had been harbingers of things to come. Quickly! Hold it! Anyone can see the fog is spreading. We should at least... Look at that! It was a ship. A ship was gliding across the land. Impossible. It can't be. The ship glided past the perimeter of the city, emerging onto the main road, before continuing toward the road that led to the Sorcerous Kingdom. Their line of sight was clear for only a brief moment, but within the fog, they saw two figures standing on the ship's deck. The tall figure in armor uncrossed their arms and pointed into the distance, their crimson cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. The ship slowly changed course as if obeying, heading away from Vassel. Was this his doing? Yes. It was the two members of Darkness. The figures of Momon and Nabe. They didn't appear to have been turned into undead. They didn't understand. Should they conclude that there was no ulterior motive? Had the Sorcerous Kingdom sent Momon out simply because they believed he could do it? Or did Momon-sama outmaneuver the Sorcerous Kingdom's aims? No, was this his countermove? Upon hearing Antoile's muttering, his companions exclaimed, "Oh, and I see." The three potential reasons mentioned earlier. There was one perfect solution that could be applied regardless of which reason was correct. That was, no matter what conspiracy the Sorcerous Kingdom had planned, no matter what forces they had assembled, he could complete the job with overwhelming strength and speed far beyond their expectations, and return to Urantel before they could do anything. But was such a thing possible? Under circumstances where no one had been able to find such a thing until now, where there wasn't even any reliable information. No, the scene before their eyes was the truth. Ha! Antoile let out a sigh of admiration. Once upon a time, there was a terrifying skeleton king. The skeleton king sought to make his people suffer, but a warrior stood in his way to protect them. So this is what it means to be at the highest rank of adventurers, adamantite rank. They were living in different worlds. The skeleton king used the demons in his thrall to try to trap the warrior through the most wicked means imaginable. He's an amazing person, isn't he, Momon-san? The companions silently agreed with those words. They had encountered several people before that they couldn't hope to defeat, but Momon stood at the pinnacle of them all. But the warrior outwitted the villain with wisdom and valor, breaking through his dastardly schemes. And they all lived happily ever after. Heh. Antoile laughed. I suppose I have no talent as a bard. But to be able to witness a heroic tale worthy of song unfold before my very eyes, this kind of happiness isn't so bad either. The ghost ship was receding along with the fog. No, it would be more accurate to say that the ghost ship disappeared into the fog, and then the fog began to fade away. For a little while, Antoile and the others continued to silently gaze in the direction of Urantel, where the ghost ship had disappeared. After seeing off the ship that had now completely disappeared, the party brought up a certain thing. Though it had been an unbelievable sight, it certainly wasn't an illusion. In fact, everyone had seen it. It was the presence of a creature that had been planted firmly on the deck. It was what appeared to be a crab. Hey, why was there a crab on that ghost ship? This can't be the case, but maybe it was out fishing? Would have looked mighty fitting with a big catch flag. Seriously, what was that all about? No one could provide a satisfactory answer to that question. Story completed.